morning everyone and welcome to Durham of Today, Middlesex welcomes Durham Cricket Club in the LB Insurance Championship. Away from the cricket, there's plenty to score around the ground. The NCC's game, the great skate shot, and the Lord's talent are all over the place. You can also get to the Lord's Father's and you can see the changes to today's scorecard for Durham. At number 5, Liam Vasquez replaces David Bedingham. And at number 10, Matthew Potts is replaced by Matthew Stolz. Cricket, as well as England and Wales, must be a game where every individual is treated fairly, with respect, and can enjoy a safe, positive atmosphere, whether they're watching, playing, volunteering, or working. At Lord's, we work hard to ensure our ground is open to all, and that everyone has a memorable day when they visit us. Our stewards are on hand to make your day as enjoyable. If you see or experience inappropriate or antisocial behavior, please alert us or you can email incident@mcc.org.uk. Food and drink can be purchased from Darts Bar underneath the tavern stand, the concession unit opposite the Compton stand, or at the Portland's Cafe underneath the Durham stand. The Lord's Tavern Company is open today from 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. Lunch is served from midday to 4 p.m. and dinner is available from 6 till 9. Menus are available for children under 12 years old for £10 and include a main meal, soft drink and ice cream. Visit the tavern website to book. MCC members receive a 10% discount on time. A limited number of scorecards are available free of charge. You can pick up a scorecard from the Grace Gift Shop, the Members Shop, Middlesex Cricket, or the North Floor. During the lunch interval today, we invite you onto the field of play. Please keep well clear of the central wicket area and follow the directions of the students. Please ensure that you are wearing suitable footwear that will not damage the playing surface. This includes high heels. And note that no hardball games are allowed. Finally, please do not bring any food or drink onto the playground. Any spectators who come onto the ground must leave the playing area in good time for the resumption of session.
Welcome to Lords. Middlesex at top of the table, the final game of this stretch of the County Championship Division 2, up against Durham, who won their first game last week, or won their first game of the season. A comfortable victory over Glamorgan on the final day. But they do have Ben Stokes with them. Adam Collins with you. Kevin Hand with me here back at Lords. And Middlesex, they might have got a fraction lucky on the final day last week against Notts, where rain intervened and Notts didn't get the chance to press home for a victory. However, they did well to survive that long, especially through Sam Robson. And they've won the toss here, electing to bowl on a relatively cloudy morning.
Yeah, I think it's a big toss this morning. Winning the toss against Nottinghamshire last week, putting Notts in, racking up 415. That came in for a lot of criticism for Pete Hanscom and for the Middlesex decision. This morning, it feels certainly a bowl first morning. There's been a lot of overnight rain, hasn't there? When we first arrived, there was still consistent cloud cover overhead. There's patches of blue now, but I think this is a really big toss to win, to try and get in amongst a strong Durham as well. Weaknesses that we'll go through in a few moments as well, but again, these back-to-back games, Nottinghamshire and Durham, are going to perhaps shape a lot of Middlesex's season.
So Middlesex are unchanged from the team that drew at headquarters last week against Notts. Not the same for Durham though. Now they've made 3 changes. One of those is the England man, the New England man, Matty Potts. He's taken 35 wickets at 18 in this campaign so far. He's been left out because he's got probably a test match to play in a couple of weeks here at Lords against New Zealand. Also out of the team, Dixon, who's made 750 runs at 68 so far with a hamstring strain. And David Beddingham, he's also a late omission due to a back strain. He's made 453 runs at 57. So 2 of their top 3 highest scorers aren't there today after being inserted. And they won't have their most dynamic seamer of season 2022 either when it's their turn to bowl.
No, exactly. It's they've got Ben Stokes, so it's mad to say this is the best time to face Durham. We've said it a few times in Middlesex this year. This is the best time to face Middlesex. Game 1 of the season for Derbyshire. There's no Shaheen Shah Afridi for that one. No Sam Robson. No Pete Hanscom. But this feels like a very, very good time to face Durham. And for Middlesex, Afridi's gone. He would have been in this game, but has gone back early. He'd have missed the Notts game. He would have played this, so that's a blow for them. They're missing Tom Helm with that injury. Still just perhaps a week too soon for Stephen Eskenazi. But a big opportunity here for Middlesex against the weakened Durham. But they'll look at it. Sun's out. As you can see that man in picture, Tim Mercer. Sun is out. Durham, with Lees and Jones at the top, they'll really feel that if they can get off to a good start and get through this first hour, it's set to be a lovely sunny day, and they'll look at what Nottinghamshire did last week, bossing it from the off despite being put in, and that's what they'll look towards this time around.
So it's the England incumbent, Alex Lees, who'll take the first ball from Tim Mercer. A packed cordon, ready to roll here at Lords. And away with a single first ball. Lees was retained by England with the test squad that was named yesterday. Made 2 excellent centuries to begin 2022 after returning from England duty in West Indies. 182 not out against Glamorgan in the first round, and he backed it up with 105 against Sussex in the second round. An unbeaten 60 against Worcestershire in there, and a couple of starts last week, 44 and 61 against Glamorgan in their return bout at Chester Street. So in great nick, averaging 98. There was never any chance of losing his spot. And he's off the mark first ball. And Jones, one of the 3 men brought into the team, on strike here. Tall right-hander. For Jones's part, he also has a century in season 2022. Indeed, it's his first century in first-class cricket. That was against Leicestershire back in the middle of April. Scottish international, getting his chance today with Dixon and Beddingham out of the starting 11, both injured. Opens the door for Michael Jones, the 24-year-old from Scotland. On his Lord's debut as well.
Interesting, Colo, the pitch position for this one. This was the Leicestershire game. They played down at the lower end of the square. Top end for the game that you and I did, first game of the season against Derbyshire. That's where they were against Nottinghamshire as well. You'll see this one down very, very close. Short boundary, not too dissimilar to that Hampshire game last year when Keith Barker kept thumping 6s into the mound and Tammon away to the left. If Ben Stokes tees off in this one, it could be fun, but yeah, results pitch, certainly the Leicestershire one.
That's a good point. If Stokes gets an opportunity batting at the pavilion end at some point in this match, that's a very short boundary out towards Father Time. We saw Stevie Eskenazi, who's still out of this Middlesex team with that cracked thumb, smack one over the top of Father Time in the blast last year. Stokes has certainly got the weapon for that. His last game for Durham before he moves off to England duty. First test in a couple of weeks here at Lords. One of 3 Durham players to get the call from Rob Key. Stokes, of course, the new captain. On the drive, nice shot, Jones, to get off the mark. To that short boundary. Nice balanced weight transfer, didn't overhit it. Good start for Durham.
Yeah, that'll feel good for Jones. He said it's a big loss to 2 leading run scorers for Durham in this one. Against Mercer, he's going to get a few drivable balls, but it's the judgment of those. Judgment on that, and execution was excellent from Jones. 3 slips in a gully for Mercer to try and work out the right-hander with the ball nipping away down the slope.
Excellent. Back-to-back boundaries. What a great start from Jones. Durham, after being sent in, 9 without loss after 1. Just in the slot for him there from Murtagh.
Wow. Roland Jones wasn't moving for that one, was he? See ya. That was a lovely shot, and that'll feel great for Jones to settle him in. First thing this morning against Mercer.
So Murtagh tore his hamstring on the final day against Derbyshire. Missed 3 games, missed the 3 wins that Middlesex had against Glamorgan, Leicestershire and Sussex. He was back for the draw against Notts last week. Expensive by his standards, and yeah, just finding his fitness again, I suppose, after a month away. Yeah,
tough first day it was for him. By the end of that first day, he looked tired. And you can understand that, you know, at his age, if you've had 4 weeks with a hamstring injury as well, you're not doing much. Calorie intake's probably the same for those 4 weeks.
You can see there in the graphic, pace down in the high 60s, just nearing up towards 70. By contrast, here's Toby Roland Jones. He'll be hitting the radar up closer to 80 and above. He's had a fabulous campaign so far. 20 wickets at 20.6. Down from the pavilion end.
Yeah, Roland Jones has been phenomenal to watch this season, Colo. He's, you know, you can't say he's back to his best because he hasn't got the pace that he had before. He's just slightly down on what he was, where he's mid-80s. I mean, he was never express, but there you see, it just flashes up on the screen at the bottom, 73.5. He'll still push it through up towards 80 now, but he was topping 80 easily before in his peak when he was called up for England.
Yeah, and he was asked to do a different role after missing the better part of 2 years with injury, Roland Jones. That knee twist last year when he started the season so well. Missed 3 months. Played the last 4 games, but that did have an effect, and the year before unable to play the Bob Willis Trophy with a shoulder complaint. But excellent leading this Middlesex attack in the absence of Tim Murtagh, and also Tom Helm, who got out of the gates well but has a side strain at the moment. That's the channel. Getting around 74 mile an hour.
Yeah, he and Afridi together at Cardiff, Sophia Gardens. Afridi blasted through the top 3 down there, including Labuschagne, but Roland Jones's spell was truly a joy to behold from the Cathedral Road end. It was one of the best I've seen him bowl for a long time, and that includes that morning he went through Surrey here, 25 for 7. Surrey collapsed that morning.
Squeezing away is Lee. Short boundary. Might have the legs. Just hauled in. Get back for a couple. So Holden with diving stop. Ooh, shout. Inside edge. Turn down.
I felt close for Roland Jones, but it's that little bit of wood, as you say there, Colo, saving him. There's that slip cordon with Sam Robson waving his arms away at second. The skipper at slip is Hanscom, Holman at third. So Robson back in there. Missed that first game of the season against Derbyshire. Been up at mid-off, mid-on. He did go back into the slips for the last game.
Martin Saggers officiating from the pavilion end. End of 2 overs, 11 without loss Durham after being sent in. And up at our end, the nursery end, it's Nigel Long, so 2 international umpires. So the sun has come out. When the coin was tossed, it was a wee bit gloomy, which, again, going with the old cliche about Lords, that you look up, not down and all the rest of it, but it's turned into quite a nice day. Now, that was the same for the first round here, wasn't it, as well, with Derbyshire, who on day one won the toss, bowled, and then the sun emerged, and it was a big day for the home team.
Yeah, our old mate Chris Rogers, he was always with that mantra, look up, not down, look up, not down.
Track looks good. And it has been good through the season, hasn't it, Kev? I mean, this has been a ground where bulk runs have been found, which absolutely wasn't the case in 2021.
Yes, an amazing turnarounds from Carl and the ground staff here at Lords, Carl McDermott. What you'll see this week, there's a little less grass. Last week here against Nottinghamshire, up at the top end of the square, they left a little bit more grass covering on. There's nothing detectable at all. There was a greenish tinge, only slight, but enough, I think, at the top end, which can be sometimes more the feather bed end of the ground, at the higher end of the square, but at the lower end as we are here, no grass left on at all.
Yeah, it looks a test pitch to the naked eye. Nice carry there from Murtagh. And even the way that Middlesex last year, they only passed 300 3 times. Well, this year they've got 7 players in excess of 40 by way of average, and a whole host of players that have started the campaign well. Robson, 318 runs at 52, a couple of centuries. Holden, 311, 52. Stoneman, 295 at 37. Simpson, 292 at 73. They're good numbers compared to last year. Very good. Outside part of the bat, more runs for Jones. Soft hands, nicely negotiated. And I mentioned earlier, Durham have started brilliantly with the bat too. They've had some very high scoring draws. They had draws against Glamorgan, Leicestershire, a loss against Notts where they were soundly beaten. 2 more draws against Sussex and Worcestershire before they finally got off the mark in terms of the wins column last week against Glamorgan in 5th spot. But it's not been through a lack of runs. They've gone big a number of times. Dixon, Beddingham, Lees, Borthwick. But missing 2 of that 4 this week. I'm gutted Dixon did his hamstring. He was up to about 720 odd runs with 2 games to go in May, leading Pajara, leading Shan Masood. And I thought, well, no one was really talking about him for 1,000 runs before the end of May, but he was probably the man most likely. But now won't reach that milestone. Shan Masood has a chance this week for Derbyshire. He's got about 180 runs to get in their fixture. Past the bat for the first time, Murtagh. Yes, Derbyshire have Notts at Trent Bridge. It'll be no easy task against Broad and Pattinson and co, but he is in with some chance. Masood, those 2 double hundreds, and hasn't been done since 1988, so we'll keep a close eye around the Shires, not least at Trent Bridge, one of 2 other games in Division 2 over the next 4 days. The other, Worcestershire hosting Leicestershire at New Road. Better over from Murtagh. 12 for none after 3.
Yeah, we just touched on Mercer, hadn't we, and Roland Jones, their performances this season. As I say, the last game, it was tough on him. That first day back, he looked tired by the end of it. This man, though, has looked fantastic this season, Roland Jones. That spell again down at Glamorgan, and then here last week against Nottinghamshire. He was the pick of the Middlesex bowlers once more. Tom Helm had a good start to the season. Real blow for him, that side strain, which is keeping him out at the moment. But Roland Jones, fortunately for Middlesex, he's looking good and looking as though there's no problems whatsoever this year. Hip, back, knee. He's had it all in the last couple of years.
Yeah, Helm had 14 wickets, 12 when his side went here against Leicestershire. Having taken 3 wickets to bowl him out inside 2 sessions, I I tweeted at the time that I wouldn't be surprised to see him pop up in a test squad this season, but that'll be on pause for now. Matty Potts got that last spot. Ooh, that's jagged back down the slope. Good from Roland Jones. I was quite looking forward to seeing Matty Potts bowl in the flesh today, but they've seen fit to rest him after playing all the games for Durham so far. And with a test debut, quite likely to be ahead of him in a couple of weeks. That's perfectly rational behaviour, I suppose. But disappointing that we don't get to see him play and that Durham don't have him at their disposal. They brought a spinner back this week, Travascus, into the 11, who missed last week. Left arm orthodox. Salisbury also in for the visitors.
Yeah, it was a highly anticipated game. The back-to-back games, Nottinghamshire and Durham here. To see Broad last week was fantastic. Really got into it in some of his spells. Not that he was holding back in any of the others, but when he was on fire in that game, he really was looking good. But Fletcher again, what a star he is. And then Pattinson. Just watching that game last week, we felt that Pattinson gave them the slight edge, that extra bit of pace.
I was watching the stream for that game and we didn't have the speed gun. I would have loved to have known how quickly Pattinson was bowling in a couple of those spells. Very fiery stuff. When he trapped Pete Hanscom league before wicket, he let everybody know about it. His Victorian and former Australian teammate.
Did you see the greasing that he gave Hanscom for the second innings when Hanscom walked out towards the top edge of the square, so he had to come around the slip cordon where Pattinson was at gully, right in his ear as he arrived in the middle.
No. James Pattinson, never. I remember James Pattinson as a little boy running around my cricket club with a shock of blonde hair, an absolute menace. I'm sure it wouldn't surprise you to hear. He was a phenomenal talent, even at sort of age 10 or 11. If anything, he was. Everyone thought he was going to go on and be a Test batsman at that very young age, but within a couple of years had a growth spurt. He was very quick coming through the junior ranks and made his first class debut as a teenager. An excellent Test bowler when fit for Australia as well.
Roland Jones the same at Sunbury, and as Floydie was making on comms last week the point, Stuart Broad likewise. He had Broad and Roland Jones facing each other last week. Sunbury boy Roland Jones came through as an opening bat. What a bowler he's turned into. Yeah,
fairly willing contest, wasn't it? You look at the talent on display for Notts last week, and that 100 for Robson, 101 out of 130. Proper Test attack. And I know we can be guilty of banging on about this a little bit. 4 overs gone, 12 without loss, but I still think it was of all the mistakes England made before going to Australia last year, I think the biggest blue they made of them all was not taking Robson with them, to have an experienced opener who not only plays in Australia every winter in Sydney club cricket, but has grown up with and plays against the big three, Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood. He's a snifter older than them, but he's grown up against them and familiar with the conditions, has played Test cricket, had a fabulous season last year, 400s, but how difficult it was to bat here at Lords, having to hold that Middlesex side together on a number of occasions. And I understand why they haven't gone with him this week. They were keen to stick with Lees, but there was a case based on form. There's a contrast there to Zach Crawley, who's been out of runs first couple of months of the season in 4-day cricket. But they're making that longer term investment in Crawley, which means that Robson misses out. But yeah, disappointing, because he is a man in form, no question. Squeezed away. So I suppose, yeah, one of Robson's internal competitors for the opening spot would have been Lees, but in reality it was probably Crawley who he needed to edge out. And I wonder whether they made their call on Crawley before that final round last weekend, because they would have been negligent not to have seriously considered Robson in that stretch.
Yeah, some are calling it last chance saloon, aren't they, for a few in that squad. I just wondered, with Broad and Anderson returning, a couple of new faces in as well. Did they want to try and limit the number of changes they made for the first squad? Because I think for sure Robson should have been in. And I actually feel sorry for him with that finger injury, because he scored a century coming into the summer. He looked in great touch coming into the season. Richard Johnson talked about this as, what, game 9 I think it is now for Middlesex this year, with the 2 games, 3 games in pre-season. So yeah, he looked as though he was picking up where he'd left off the last couple of years, Robson, and was ready to go. And you know, you talk about that 1,000 before May. If Robson had played the first part of this season in full.
Finds the edge, squeezes through him on the bounce. Jones into double figures.
It's the challenge for the openers.
I like this, the reverse angle.
As you say, angle bat, soft hands. He's played it well there, Jones, in a couple of glorious drives from him. Left-hander's got just as big a challenge against Mercer, though. Bringing it back in with the slope, getting it to hold its line, as you saw. So end of last over, he finished with a beaut.
Shot. All timing and placement to the fat side of the ground, so they'll only get a couple, but he started well these. And what a great opportunity for him to play at Lords, where he'll be in the 11 opening the batting against New Zealand in just 2 weeks. It's the perfect lead-up. I suppose the perfect lead-up would have included Shaheen Sharafridi in the attack for Middlesex, a bowler who gets it up at the same sort of pace that he'll be confronting when New Zealand take the field here. But nevertheless, it's a strong attack here at Lords. Experienced attack on these surfaces. End of 5 overs, 16 for none.
Yeah, Sharafridi, a big loss to Middlesex, a big loss to the county game. It was an X factor, as we mentioned. Pattinson was last week. But for Middlesex, with Helm out injured, I mean, he does still crank it up, Helm, doesn't he? He can really push it through. Blake Cullen's the quickest of the lot. He was in the squad for this one, but they've gone with the same attack. Anderson was impressive last week. Really impressive, and he'll be the quickest on display of the Middlesex bowlers in this game.
Yeah, it does feel like Anderson's taken another step. A bit of confusion there, but they get back to where they started. Jones to the danger end. With Anderson missing the first game, he's returned with wickets in every innings he's bowled in. 3 for 87 and 1 for 48 against Notts last week. 10 at 33. Has that extra yard that you referred to. Good all-round prospect for Middlesex. Averaging 45 with the bat across those 3 games as well. I should note, by the way, that if you want to talk to us on YouTube, you can do so throughout the 4 days. I've just opened the window. I can see a flurry of comments from some of the usual suspects. Hello, one and all. A couple of questions about Shaheen Sharafridi, where he's gone. He missed last week as well. He had to go home ahead of Pakistan's one-day series against West Indies, which starts in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, so he was due to play this game in the first 3 T20s before that series, but rotated out of the Nottinghamshire game. He took the option to go home early and missed those 4 games.
So Shaheen played those 3 games that Middlesex won against Glamorgan, Leicestershire and Sussex. What a presence against Leicestershire he was here, taking 3 wickets in about the first 10 minutes of the game when Leicestershire had to bat first, and they were bowled out in the space of about 4 hours. Collected 14 at 25, and yes, he'll be back towards the end of the blast in a couple of months. Some questions here about why a Middlesex fielding first. We'll get a chance to ask the captain, Pete Hanscom, that at stumps. Yes, it's worth noting that when the coin did go up, it was quite gloomy, and the sun hasn't completely broken through. It's still a relatively cloudy day here in northwest London. Shot again, Lee's down the ground. Down towards the pavilion, his first boundary. Again, not trying to overhit it, backing his swing.
Lovely shot, put right up there by Roland Jones. Bringing that back down nicely. I saw him score a wonderful century here for Yorkshire. I say wonderful. Gale, in the same match, his captain Andrew Gale, scored probably one of the best centuries you'll see. It was an outstanding knock, and this was against Roland Jones and Mercer in their peak. Finn, it was 2015. I don't think it was the title year. In fact, it definitely wasn't. Twenty 2014 was that Buck Rogers run chase, 472. So it was 2015. He and Gale got magnificent centuries, and but they were completely contrasting. Gale's was dominant, in control. Lee's, it was scratchy. It was hang in there. It was an opener's century. It was a tough day, but wonderful to watch that was.
Yeah, it was his first county championship century, Lee's, that even 100. His only century here at Lord's. He's played 6 matches here, averages 28. He's played 12 matches against Middlesex, averaging 29, with just that century back in 2013, so 9 seasons ago when he was a young gun coming through at Yorkshire. Played in a couple of titles in 2014 and 2015. And now getting his opportunity as an England opener. Made 126 runs in the West Indies at 21. Lee's a high score of 31. I suppose had he started the season poorly, they might have looked beyond him, but batting as well as he has in the championship, 490 runs at 98 with those 2 centuries. It was only fair that it gets first bite of the cherry for the New Zealand series, and 7 test matches in relatively quick succession this summer. 3 against New Zealand, 1 against India to complete the series from last year, weird as that is, and then 3 against South Africa starting in the middle of August. 182 not out against Glamorgan in his first innings at Cardiff, and then 105 against Sussex at Hove, 60 not out against Worcester away from home, and then his first game at Durham was last week against Glamorgan, where he rattled off 44 and 61, so in good nick. Conventional 6-3 field for Murtagh.
Nearly a mix-up. But settling on no in the end. Rightly so as well. They're a tightly packed 6-3, as you say there. Colo up close on the offside. Point in far enough to prevent that single. I think they realise with Point, really that ball's going to hit him. If it doesn't, either side of him, it's a boundary, so you drop him deeper with such a short boundary either side. There's no point having him closer in on the single. Catching as well at Murtagh's place if something flies off square off the edge of the bat. So 21 without loss. A decent start. Yeah, there'll be plenty of eyes on this toss again this morning for Middlesex winning the toss, putting Durham in. I don't think for me that there was any doubt this morning. First thing, there was rain. I was worried it might have been a delayed start here at Lord's, but not so. It's picked up as the morning's gone on. Those rain clouds went on their way. Thunderstorm overnight, thunder and lightning over the capital.
Yeah, that was certainly the case when I went to bed last night. It was thunder, lightning, and I was thinking, gee, I hope this holds off, and it did. The forecast is pretty good across the 4 days from what I've seen.
Yeah, let's hope so, because it's a mouth-watering one. It was a shame in a way that, it was a draw, rain-affected draw in the end. Richard Johnson saying he had every confidence that Middlesex would have batted out the draw on that final day. They'd given themselves every chance, and it looked good, but it would have been nice to see them do it, rather than sit here and watch the rain fall. Could be a very important draw come the end of the season. left alone outside off end of the over, and 7 gone, 21 without loss. You're watching the live and enhanced stream from Middlesex with Adam Collins and myself, Kevin Hand. Thanks to the stream partner, eToro. You can see in the top left there. Scan the QR code on the screen to find out more. All the home games with the live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Good to have you with us if you're watching up in the northeast or anywhere around the world. Do get in contact. If you get in contact via social media, don't forget that hashtag #OneMiddlesex.
Roland Jones had a big game against Glamorgan over at Cardiff, 3 for 34 and 5 for 50. 8 of the 20 wickets he's taken in the season. And he loves bowling from that pavilion end. 3 slips and a gully end weight. I must say, we haven't seen much lateral movement at all inside this first half an hour. Typically, when bowling first, it's on the basis that the fielding captain is expecting to see the dukes moving around off the seam, and that hasn't been the experience so far. It looks a flat one.
It does, it does. And again, the sharp focus will be on this toss, won't it, as we were saying. The little bit of grass covering that there was for the Nottinghamshire game. Probably fancied get in there, try and get in amongst them early. Catch put down early. There's been nothing in these opening overs yet for Middlesex. Pace-wise, it's been a fraction on the slow side so far at the start of this season, but we mentioned in that Derbyshire game, didn't we, that was to the benefit of the game. Had Ryan Sidebottom and Tim Merton not limped out of that game injured, then you fancy there was a result on that, and the ground staff played it to perfection for the first round.
Yeah, I thought that was one of the best county pitches. Well, certainly in terms of the county cricket I've covered in the flesh, not just what I've watched. That was a wonderful surface, and not just because there were runs scored on it either. By the way, it took to spin at different points through the game. Spin was effective. We saw genuine nip and seam throughout the 4 days. Had pace in it, and batters got in consistently throughout the match. So you can't ask for much more than that.
And that man there in the last match against Nottinghamshire, 6 dismissals in the first innings. Let's hope that he might be able to go on and take a 10 for the first time. 3 times he's got 9, which is the record for Middlesex.
End of 8 overs. The visitors 21 for none. So after getting off to a little bit of a flyer, they've been held back here over the last 2 overs. Maidens for Murtagh and Roland Jones.
And that last ball, probably the perfect illustration of the confidence Lees has in this track so far. Angling down the slope from Roland Jones. Does nip and back up the slope, but there hasn't been anything through the air or off the surface so far. For Roland Jones, that little bit from Murtagh that you'd expect. It actually perhaps is a Murtagh morning, even though there isn't a huge amount of swing so far. And the track again, if it was to be one side or the other, you'd say a fraction on the slow side. You can see that by where the slips and the keeper are standing.
Good shout, beating the inside edge. But turned down by umpire Long. Watching it back here. Might have been height. Yeah. Or possibly just outside the line of the off stump where impact was made on Jones's front pad.
But yeah, Mercer with the slope at Lords, you know, we've seen that one that angled across Lees. That's probably the one that's troubled them most this morning, just that one delivery.
Better from Mercer.
You see those last two come back in there from Mercer. Can he just get one to go down the slope now to Jones, who we have seen drive him twice?
Yeah, it wouldn't be often that you'd say about Tim Mercer at this stage of May, 3 wickets at 61. I mean, granted, that reflects the fact that he missed a month with that hamstring tear that we referred to earlier. But still, last week, 1 for 89 and none for 31 here at Lords, and bowled really well against Derbyshire to start. But didn't take much of a role on the fourth day when his hammy went, and that had a big effect on that final stretch. Good punch from Jones, just for one. That's been the major feature from his Durham pair so far. They've not looked to overhit the ball.
I think that was the line that Mercer wanted for that one, but not the length. He allowed Jones to get back, just drop that single into the offside, having had to tune it back up the slope. I think the line was perfect for that one. Just wanted him on the front foot though, see if it would go away down the slope. But again, against Lees, I remember Lees' former opening partner Lythe up at Scarborough. Most wonderful spell for Mercer. It was Lythe in the England side at that point, at the peak of his powers. But Mercer really was tormenting him, ball nipping away and coming back in. I think there's enough on that line for him this morning, to Lees in particular. That's where it feels like Mercer will just have a little bit more joy if he can get one to come back in down the slope to trouble the off stump. But equally, Lees just needs to put that little bit of doubt into the mind of the batter, which he will do, Mercer, just by 1 or 2 deliveries, just going off the straight slightly, or indeed holding their line up the slope.
Yeah, Mercer got an early wicket in his first spell last week, nicking off Slater, then went a long stretch in the first innings and ended up with 1 for 89 from 30. So, yeah, relatively economical in the circumstances, but the sort of day that frustrates a seamer that knows his ground so well. And in the second dig, 12 overs, none for 31. Just before they teed off with Mullaney making that extraordinary 58-ball century to set up the declaration for Notts. Truth told, they probably left it too late, but they weren't to know at the time. Ended 9 overs, 22 for none. If anything, the fact that Notts delayed that declaration, how I interpreted that is that Middlesex have grown in their batting capacity this year. There's a degree of respect being shown to Middlesex, whereas last year a team might have felt more comfortable pulling out a little bit earlier.
Yeah, and not enforcing the follow-on. That'll be something they'll talk about a fair bit. If Nottinghamshire don't go up, or if they finish second, especially to Middlesex this year, then not putting them back in. It was the age-old bowlers wanted to put their feet up. Yep. Also wanted to watch the football. Nottingham Forest playing at 3 o'clock on this Saturday. Would you believe it? Such a thing taking...
I didn't know that. So they were... So Forest were playing at the time. They could have gone and had another trundle.
So, yeah.
Well, that is interesting.
We saw
that was surely, I mean, that must have been at least implicitly a factor.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Luke Fletcher on the third morning, Saturday, and we asked him about the decision not to put Middlesex back in. There was 1 over to bowl on the second evening. They could have put Middlesex in. Fletcher went out as the night watchman, went on to get another 50, so a century of runs in the match for him. But Forest were kicking off at 3 o'clock on the Saturday, day 3, in the Championship playoff semi-final. And as it was, when they put Middlesex back in, they'd seen the first half of the Forest game, but not the second. So when Mullaney did smash his century all around Lords, he then pulled out, which meant that Fletcher and Broad and co all got to see the first half of the Forest game, but not the second half, because the Middlesex second innings began at 4 o'clock then on that third evening. I still think if they'd have put Middlesex back in on that second night, they'd have probably had their feet up by then and been watching the whole game.
Yeah, they had the wind at their back, didn't they, at that point in the game?
I saw Nottinghamshire send out Luke Fletcher as the night watchman that night. There could have been an argument for Robson and Stoneman not to go out with 6 balls left, send out a night watchman.
Did I see Fletcher on the coverage from Nottingham Forest on the second leg a couple of nights ago?
With Broad and Roots.
Yeah, I saw those two. I thought it was Fletcher there with them. I mean, a staggering game of football, that shootout. I don't think I've seen so many anxious faces in the crowd watching it. You understand it, given the tortured history Forest have had over the last 3 decades.
So Durham have the same thing in this match tomorrow, not tomorrow afternoon, Saturday afternoon, when Sunderland are in the Championship playoff final at 3 o'clock.
And there are plenty of Sunderland lads in this 11.
Yep.
And they do it proper.
Yep. So Lees and Jones, the instruction will be back once, lads. 3 o'clock, Wembley Stadium on Saturday.
Yeah, they might have thought, well, if we bowl first and we can take 20 quick wickets, we can be at Wembley. I saw that Sunderland released a very small allocation of tickets late yesterday, whatever was left. Outside part of the bat. Yes, the Sunderland hoodoo at Wembley, isn't it? They've lost in every possible way there in recent decades.
Yeah, this media centre, this ground on Sunday morning is either going to be a very happy place or a very solemn one, isn't it? But yeah, if there's any decision about enforcing a follow-on at some point tomorrow for Durham, I wonder will they do the same as Forest?
Bit high off the inside edge as well. End of the 10th over. Durham 22 for none.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
So 37 minutes gone. Middlesex won the toss, elected to bowl. The sun came out. There are 11 runs taken from the first over. And they've dragged it back, the openers, Roland, Jones and Murtagh, conceding just 10 runs from the next 9 overs. In league commentary, I pass back to Kevin Hand.
That was a nice little viewing spot you just saw there a moment ago. Mike, who basically solves every single IT and technical problem all around Lords. If there's ever something that goes wrong, he's the man that gets it sorted out. Just down below us. Oh, he's above us. He's above us. I thought that was going to be down below. So, not a bad place to have a morning meeting. Let's head up to the top tier of, I think we're going to see the top tier of the Compton then.
If you get it absolutely right in the Edrich stand this week, owing to the fact that we're playing so far over across the square, so the opposite side to that shot, you'll see here, right behind the bowler's arm, if you're a right armour, that is the best seat in the house. The stuff you dream of as a spectator. So if you're sitting right behind Tim Murtagh, it doesn't get any better. Maybe on the second deck if they're allowing people to sit there above the sight screen. You wouldn't want to move. It's always nice when you get a commentary spot like that above the sight screen.
Oh, saved 4. Nice shot.
Yeah, absolutely did. Straight back into the woodwork. Had the good fortune in Rawalpindi a couple of months ago in Pakistan of rocking up and realising that if we wanted to, we could move our commentary table to be not only outside amongst, not the crowd, but amongst the noise, but kind of on top of the sight screen under strict instruction that if we move, we're going to be embarrassing ourselves with the game stopping, and we sat very still for 5 days and called the test. But you felt like you could put your hand over the boundary and shake hands with the fielder on the rope when the bowler's starting their run up.
Similar experience, not quite the same settings. Was that Murtagh versus Leeds at Scarborough. Sat outside, perfectly behind the bowler's arm, the perfect level. In amongst the fans, Wath Cricket Club were there for that one, sent up a lovely cake for us. But yeah, the absolute perfect view out in the open, right behind the arm, and it was wonderful to watch Murtagh bowling.
Oh, I've got a confession to make. I've never been to Scarborough. And I've done most county grounds and outgrounds around the country at one stage or another, but Scarborough has evaded me so far.
Have you had a look this year to see where they are, where you are when that game's on?
I sure have. I'm in Sri Lanka doing a test match that week, so I'm unfortunately, I did look at it. I said to my partner, how do you feel about us having a little family holiday in Scarborough? And she wasn't closed off to the idea, but yeah, unfortunately it's not going to quite work in season 2022. Maybe
She
next year.
wasn't closed off to the idea, but had you dropped the cricket in at that point?
Yeah, I kept that out, I think. The other one is getting to Colwyn Bay in North Wales for a trip. I wouldn't mind going to that Glamorgan game at some stage. I think this year, yeah, it is. So it's nice in the channel there. I think this year 11 overs gone 22 for none. Another maiden there from Murto. He sent down 2 of them. Yeah, I'm fairly sure the Scarborough game is the same week as the Colwyn Bay week this year in the middle of the year when they come back from their blast hiatus.
So the other one to look out for, Colwyn Bay is lovely, and actually, I guess maybe the better of the two in terms of the family. I mean, Swansea's obviously the famous one, so Sobers hit the 6 sixes, but Ebbw Vale, where Stephen Finn made his debut. I'll never forget that venue. That was a lovely one. You're steeped in amongst the valleys there, and a bit like Arundel, where the pavilion is high up and you have to come down the bank. There's a huge bank that leads up to the pavilion at Ebbw Vale, even bigger than the one at Arundel. And that is a lovely venue to watch cricket. Not a bad part of the world either. Finney was saying it was Abergavenny. It nearly is. It's close by. It's not quite Abergavenny though. Here's a change bowling at the pavilion, and it's Ethan Bamber on to replace Toby Rowland-Jones. I think a mark probably of the fact that there hasn't been much out there this morning. We said maybe it's a Tim Murtagh morning, more than a Rowland-Jones. Not too much seam movement, but just maybe this man skidding it a little bit more from the pavilion end. What a beautiful shot that is from Jones. Just nipped in slightly to him, but in position. He saw that early, and away it goes up towards the highest part of the ground, popping over the boundary rope there below the Warner stands. That was crisply struck.
Nothing much wrong with the delivery. Maybe a little bit over-pitched first ball from Bamber, but yep, through the line of it, whistling away to the rope in front of the Warner stand. Lovely batting. Jones has a couple of boundaries now.
Just dipped in nicely into the slot for him in the end.
Having a slightly strange start to his season, Bamber. He's been in the book taking wickets in 7 of his 8 innings, but never taking more than 2 wickets. I mean, the contrast, of course, to last year when he took 3 for after 3 for, finished with 52 wickets at 21. He and Murtagh combined for 110 wickets across the season. Loves playing at Lords. He's got 62 scalps here at just 21, but yeah, so far in 2022, that's 11 at 44 across the country.
So he was highly critical of himself after the first day last week. What was the word he used? Something along the lines of unacceptable. Quickest ball of the day there, I'd say, 77 miles per hour, which again is another note for him replacing Rowland-Jones. Now, last year, he opened the bowling with Murtagh, didn't he? And Rowland-Jones was change. He's been change bowler this year, and not only that, against Nottinghamshire, they started him up with 3 overs from the nursery end, and then sent him up to the pavilion end to replace Rowland-Jones. Nice looking shot again. Rowland-Jones, the fielder. Those first 3 overs from the nursery, not bad. Actually bowled some nice spells down there, but then when they moved him up to the pavilion end, in that particular stint, it took him a couple of overs to settle. It was only really the 3rd over he settled, so he was a long way into his day because he went straight from 3 to 3 at the other end. It was a quick turnaround. All of a sudden, there was a first spell gone on him, and I felt that was a little unfair, unkind on Bamber to switch him so quickly. Ends. Sharp, beautiful shot up on his toes, Jones, and he'll get full reward for that one again. Even with the overnight rain and the long boundary up towards the grandstands, all the way up the hill as well. That one still keeps its legs and keeps going. Beautiful from Jones. He's on to 20.
Yeah, taking his opportunity here, Jones. Unlikely he would have played had Dixon and Beddingham both been fit. Made that maiden first-class 100 earlier this season at Chestiller Street against Leicestershire, but was dropped 2 games later, which says a bit about their depth at the moment, Durham, in the batting stocks. But yeah, originally out of that Lancashire Academy. Been on Durham's books for 4 seasons.
Straighter ball, just watchfully played by Jones, respectfully pushed to mid-on. End of the over, 30 without loss.
Jones, a Scottish international. He played a number of one-day internationals back in 2018, 2019, but was called up to the T20 World Cup squad last year in the UAE. Didn't get to play. He was there as injury cover, but yeah, there and thereabouts as far as international cricket is concerned. And yeah, taking his chance this morning, 20 from 40 and 4 nice boundaries as part of that. Laying the foundation. And even though Bamber went for a couple of fours there, what I would say is that he was bending his back, getting up towards 80 mile an hour, which by the standards that we've seen from him before, where we saw him on television last year on the Sky game against Surrey at the Oval, being clocked at more like 72, 73, that's an extra yard for Bamber. So, yeah, that's noteworthy.
Interesting move here. Gully's taken out and put in a silly mid-off that you can see. Luke Holman. Onto the hips, that won't be caught. Takari's Stoneman chasing it down the slope. 4 for Lees, moves him to 14, and yeah, just went that little bit straighter, Mercer there, with Gully having been taken out and the silly mid-off in.
Yep, easy pickings, especially to the short rope. Some back out again. They've got the short catching cover now. Change of field.
That tells you a little bit about the pace of this pitch. That already you see that short catcher in front of Lees. That's a lovely shot. Oh, brought the bat face down beautifully on that one. Just eases it away. It's not going to go the whole way. It's a big boundary, as we were mentioning, down to our right-hand side, but a lovely shot for 3.
I'm usually fairly careful about criticising captains who elect to bowl first on the basis that I don't think it happens enough. I think captains are too conservative due to the criticism they cop when it goes wrong. But on the available evidence, this doesn't look like a bowl first pitch in terms of the pace, lateral movement, and the ease that this pair have been scoring. Granted, Murtagh and Roland Jones dragged it back a little bit, let's say in the middle half an hour of play that we've seen so far out of the 45 minutes. But yeah, they can play through the line without real concern of being beaten on the outside edge. That's not a great sign for Middlesex.
There's so little that's gone past the edge so far this morning. I can only really think of that one ball that you called when Lees was on strike to Murtagh that just held its line up the slope, basically, and that was just holding its line.
Yeah. I mean, last year we were seeing overs bowled where if you didn't see 3 balls beat the bat, it was a net win for the batting team. Only one side made it beyond 300 here, and that was Middlesex on the opening day of the season, which gave some sense of just how challenging it was here at the home of cricket. But a different story in 2022.
And these two have been excellent. Huge credit to the batters as well. You know, the fact they put away the runs that have been there also, which has put a little bit of pressure, cranked it up slightly. And there's Stoneman. How much of a say he and Robson would have had this morning, whether they'd have fancied being out there if the coin came down the right way for Hanscom, how much Murtagh and Roland Jones would have been able to lean on Hanscom's other shoulder and say, no, look, the cloud cover's there. I was going to go back and see our morning preview video for social media and see exactly how filled in, because memory it was fully filled in at that point just before the toss, wasn't it?
Yeah, we saw a couple of bright spots, but it was cloudy all morning.
Straight line again from Murtagh, just seeing what he can get.
And there have been a lot of runs scored around the country this year. The fact that with Pujara and Shan Masood and Dixon all being, well, at least a puncher's chance of 1,000 runs before May. I know with Dixon out of the team, there's no chance of that happening now because they don't play again in the month of May. They're off to white ball cricket next week, but it's a blunt measure, but it gives you some feel for the runs that have been scored around the country. Into the over, 37 for none. Up there at the Warner stand. I actually sat up there, the game I wasn't doing 2 weeks ago before heading overseas for a fortnight. I spent the afternoon sitting up in the top deck of the Warner. Beautiful setting to watch county cricket.
Did you get into the restaurant?
No, I just sat out there, feet up on the chairs. Probably not allowed to do that, but we were. Glass of wine or two. watching Stoneman and Robson bat.
Yeah, that restaurant, it's incredible up there. I mean, obviously, I'm sure it'll be just the same, but just behind the glass, feeling like it's framed the whole ground from out there. I really didn't quite understand how good that view is at the back of the Warner until I got up there. Bamba's second over. That's a good leave. Again, that tells you a lot about this pitch. That's a... You know, Lees and Jones have looked very confident in leaving the ball this morning. So there's been nothing really off the straight, and already the opening spell of Martin Anderson now, I think, is coming sharply into focus. We mentioned Shaheen Shah Afridi and the impact that he had, Middlesex winning the games when they had Afridi. Now, look, he was out-bowled in a couple of those games by Roland Jones and Helm. But just his presence as part of a quartet, that extra bit of pace, it's that kind of pitch, isn't it? As you said, runs have been aplenty at the start of this summer up and down the country. And it has been, there have been better batting surfaces, there have been better overheads, there's been a lot of talk about the ball. The latest report on that is that there's been a new batch issued by Dukes because of the disgruntled bowlers up and down the country, so a replacement batch is now in place.
That's a touch rich, isn't it? Bowlers complaining about the batch of Dukes, given the assistance that ball gets. And by the way, that's a great thing. I love the idea of ball having more of a say in 4-day cricket than it can in different parts of the world. It does in England due to the Dukes ball and the conditions, of course. But issuing a complaint to Dukes about what they've been dishing up, that's a bit much for me. To be fair, I've been out of the country for the last fortnight, so I haven't seen much of this coverage. So this has been publicised.
So this all started up down at Glamorgan for me when I was privy to a conversation between a couple of bowlers. I'll say which one of the Middlesex one it was. It was one from Middlesex and one for Glamorgan. Toby Roland Jones. It was. The three of us were in a conversation with the Glamorgan bowler, and that was the first game. So Middlesex had round one. Glamorgan had 2 rounds by that point, and they were saying these balls aren't right. The Dukes batch this year. And so it developed then over the couple of weeks. Word is obviously going around the country that everybody was. So the last match last week, when Luke Fletcher had said to us downstairs that there's less stitching on the Dukes balls this year on the seam. And the seam is softer, it's not as pronounced. The balls are going out of shape. I think in last week's match for Durham, I think the ball was changed 7 or 8 times in the first innings.
Oh, wow. Okay. So a bit going on there.
Lizzie Ammon, I think, 2 Sundays previous to the piece with the Times, maybe it was the Saturday indeed, end of the over 37 without loss. Just saying that, yeah, there was disgruntled bowlers up and down the country complaining about the batch of balls, which would be the batch used for England as well for the Test matches, and that was the point that was put to us. Let's see when this is on TV. This isn't going to look great if the balls are constantly being changed.
Yeah, so you go back to the season of 2018 when they loved that batch of balls, so much so that goes the story. James Anderson said, just hold a few back, will you, for the Ashes next year, with Australia coming in 2019. And they were a batch of balls that went. That 2019 Ashes series, when you can, all you need to do is watch the series of dismissals for David Warner to get some sense. He seemed to walk out a number of times when the ball was doing loads, especially with Broad. Got a change here with Martin Anderson getting his first crack of the morning just before the end of the first hour.
Yeah, bowled well against Nottinghamshire. This is going to be really important, I think, this spell from Anderson. Middlesex need a little something different here. They've tried everything, really. Bamber and Roland Jones from the pavilion end, Mercer from the nursery, so everybody where they want it. Everybody's been in place where they want to be this morning, but they haven't found the rewards. So whether just a little bit of extra pace from Anderson might up the ante, we shall see. Starting leg side, a comfortable single. So yeah, the Guardian ran a piece a day or 2 ago saying that Dukes are sending out a new batch of balls to replace the current crop, which apparently a little bit lighter in colour as well, Luke Fletcher was telling us. Just said they're not right, they're not happy with them. Once they're gone, these balls as well. Although there was, bizarrely, a suggestion that they all of a sudden do come to life very late on in their lifespan, towards the end of the allocated 80. It's not an allocation, is it, the 80? 80 before you can get a second new ball. 78.2 there from Anderson. That's the quickest ball of the day now so far, and that's what we're saying, isn't it? That up the hill now from from Anderson, replacing Mercer. Can he just find an extra little bit of oomph? So yeah, if it's a surface like this where the ball isn't offering much either, then this is one where the bowlers have got their work cut out. They've got to keep a very disciplined line and length. Same down at Hove a couple of weeks ago. That record run chase, 370 for Middlesex. You've got to keep it absolutely on the spot. Or there's going to be runs to be had, and that's what we've seen on pretty much all the surfaces up and down the country. And I think, again, a very good March plays into that. The ground staff had a lot more preparation time this year. But again, this batch of balls the bowlers have all been complaining about. This right-handed, left-handed partnership as well at the top is doing a fine job as well for Durham, isn't it? Martin Anderson, just a couple of leg side deliveries, first to the right-hander, now to the left-hander. They need him to settle quickly into this spell.
Yeah, interested by that speed reading there as well, 78 mile an hour. We know that Anderson can bowl up into the mid 80s when he's played on television. They'll need that extra pace on a surface that doesn't look to have loads of it so far.
That's
these two, I mean, you're seeing again around the country, teams are getting starts. There isn't that sense of wickets falling here, there, and everywhere that we've had in previous seasons, and that does, I think, reflect the fact that the ground staff did have a good run of it in March rather, and then a good first week, and those pitches were celebrated in week 1.
Down to just 2 slips already.
Yeah, no ball there. Anderson overstepping. Called by umpire Nigel Long, officiating this week.
It's a nice shot. Points dropped back. Very short boundary. So the right call now, I think, for Point to be back. So they're going to ask Anderson to be bold here and attack, I think, and really try and crank up the speed, find something different. But this is, I mean, this has been one of the arguments, Colo, about county cricket over the years, April and May in particular, and September. The pitches aren't there to reward bowlers who are up towards 90 mile an hour. This is a surface where you need one of those X-factor bowlers. And that's why if Anderson can get it up towards the mid-80s, then just maybe he can offer something different. End of the 15th, 42 without loss.
Yeah, just 5 wickets so far across the country nearing the end of the first hour. So counties who have been inserted or elected to bat first have done well. Durham 42 for none. Leicestershire 35 for 1. Away to Worcestershire. They were able to bat first after winning the toss, and the other game in Division 2, Derbyshire at 34 for 1 after Notts won the toss and bowled at Trent Bridge. Let's see whether that was Shan Masood. It was Shan Masood, gone for 18, so the degree of difficulty for the Pakistani international reaching 1,000 runs by the end of May goes up yet further. I suppose the other way of interpreting that, if you wish, is that he will definitely bat a second time, you would think, and Masood has added 18 runs to his 826, so up at 844. He'll need 156 in his final innings of May to get to 1,000 by the end of the month. The last player to do that was Graham Hick in 1988. The problem he had earlier in the season was he was only getting 1 hit. They were making so many runs, Derbyshire.
It's interesting that the last player being Hick, and I'm going to think this through live on air, which isn't always the safest thing to do. But the amount of cricket that we play in April and May is obviously increasing year upon year.
Yep.
But nobody's done the, so Hick played, and all of those that did it prior to Hick had done it off far fewer games.
Yeah,
than currently.
All 3-day cricket, wasn't it? That was probably the main difference. They were playing more games over shorter windows of time, and there was a better opportunity last year. There was actually more cricket in April and May in 2021. We've got one fewer weekend. Last year we went all the way up to the end of May. And that's where David Bettingham from Durham, who's missing this week, was in a wonderful position. After 2 games he'd already reached 500, but then he kind of limped through May and finished the season just above 1,000, albeit taking all the way to September to reach that mark, averaging just over 60.
I'm trying to think back to when it was. I mean, it would have been when the Blast expanded from the T20 Cup to the Blast, and they had 16 games, I think, at one point, wasn't there?
Yep.
That's got away fine of De Carey's. He's rapid, running hard after this one. He will keep it in. Back for a third. 45 without loss. So when the Blast expanded to 16 games, that was when all of a sudden you were seeing 7 games in April and May. So that's 14 innings by the end of May. So, yeah, going back to Hick and those prior to that. I mean, there was always a debate about what the earliest was when they started in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. I think they were saying the earliest was the middle of April. Deep point setbacks, so just a single. He's easing it away. So, whereas now you're seeing 2 rounds played, week 1 and week 2 of April, and a block of 8 by the end of May. Usually you'll have played 7. I think some teams could have even played 8 by the end of May, the way the blocks have worked. But that's that's 14, nearly 16 innings for some by the end of May. But nobody's done the thousands since.
Yeah. I think Shiel Berry wrote about this last year when Beddingham was in with a decent chance. Remember, it's only been done 9 times, and 3 of those were a bloke called Bradman you might have heard of. 16 overs gone, 46 for none. I think he did it in. Did he do it in 7 innings in 1930? Something preposterous like that. There is that, and I think Grace did it even quicker again. Grace might have been the quickest and Bradman the second quickest. Anyway, it's all there to read. But the Shield made the point that, kind of what you're saying too, that when the season started later, there was just fewer innings to play, and now they've blocked the season up so cleverly, you could say, also elegantly. Not that everyone agrees with that, but if you were to take that glass half full attitude towards the way the season's blocked up, it does give players a better chance to get out of the blocks in fine form, and we've seen that in this Durham team with Matty Potts. I mean, he was not on the radar at all for national selection 2 months ago. Had a good season in 2021, but just wasn't. He wouldn't have been in the first 12 names, maybe not the first 15 names that you would cite as far as getting a national call-up. We're seeing umpire Long putting the ball through the rings. First look. Tim Murtagh doesn't like it.
Told to get on with it.
Yeah, the rule is it has to go through one and not go through the other. It's met the criteria. Away they go. But Potts has used the championship to catapult himself into a depleted England seam attack, which is depleted yet further this morning. I mean, not that Jofra Archer was going to play Test cricket this season anyway. It was fairly widely reported that he was only going to play in the 100 this year, and maybe some other white ball cricket at the very, very end of the summer. But if you haven't seen the news, I regret to inform you that he's got a back stress fracture. So joining Saqib Mahmood with that diagnosis this week. Matt Fisher as well, who played Test cricket back in March in the Caribbean for England. So it's a long injury list, and Potts gets his chance when he's in form, and I think this is important. So Potts is taking wickets week in, week out. Took 7 for 40 to win the game against Glamorgan for Durham last week, 11 for the match. And he'll start, if he plays, he'll start that first test here against New Zealand feeling like he's got a lot of cricket in his legs, a lot of bowling, a lot of form, and that all-important mythical rhythm that you can get and lose so quickly as a quick. Well, he's got it right now. And also he'll be rested, not playing this week.
Those Grace runs, was that before or after the Grace recount?
That's the yeah. I think the Grace recount goes to the, was it the 3,000 run season or 2,000 run season, whatever it was, when he retrospectively as Wisden outlined in the almanac this year, they retrospectively went back and added 5 or 6 innings that no one else in the game had added to their first class numbers apart from Grace.
Even overseas, I knew you wouldn't have missed that one.
No. Hard to miss that with the almanac going to the alternative interpretation of the stats, which adds a couple of first-class tons to Jack Hobbs, and yes, removes a few from Grace, and just alters the parameters a little bit on his illustrious career. But I don't think that was the season where he reached 1,000 by May. But yeah, I just think that's an interesting part of this. So yeah, Archer gone, wouldn't have played anyway, but Saqib Mahmood, had Saqib been fit, he was probably playing the first test, or at least he's in the 12. And now they go to the championship. They thought, well, who is the in-form bowler in England right now? It's Matty Potts. Let's forget about where he might have sat in the depth chart 2 months ago. Let's get him into the team. And I think that's the way it's meant to be, isn't it?
Oh, it's a lovely shot by Lees. Big old chase for Mercer down the hill as well here, which is the difficulty. Oh, that was tight. We'll be going upstairs to have a look at that one. I think it'll be signalled as 3, but that must have been really tight to the foot hitting the rope there just as he flicked it back in. Hard for the fielder to know. But I'll chase for, yeah, it's 4. Difficult for the fielder to know when you're on the slide like that. A drinks break being run out. 49 without loss after 17 here. So they've run 3. It means Lees has strike. One thing, Colin, that Middlesex haven't done yet this morning. And Anderson's only had 2 overs going for 8, so fine that he's exhausting options first. But Middlesex haven't come around the wicket to Lees just yet. With the ball not doing much, trying to get around the wicket, especially with the slope here at Lord's. Bamber, whether he thinks about it, doing it soon enough, just seeing if the slope itself, with that angle right arm around, attacking the off stump, getting it to perhaps just slip down the slope, just one. They've got to try something here because there's not much happening for them.
Yeah, and Bamber last year when operating around the wicket, he was able to beat batters on both edges. He has that knack of going up the slope, even from around the wicket. Very skillful operator. So yes, Jofra Archer out for the entire season. That's a huge blow. Just thinking back 3 summers ago, it was May 2019 when he made his international debut against Pakistan, plays in the World Cup, bowls a super over here. They wouldn't have won the World Cup without Archer. There's little doubt about that. I don't think you could mount a credible case that they would have made it through the way they did without Jofra Archer leading the attack the way that he did, and holding his nerve in the super over. And who knows where his career will take him from here. Still young enough, of course, to recuperate and get back in the test team soon enough. But yeah, it's been a strange couple of years for the England superstar. Because remember, he was the player of the IPL two seasons ago. It's not as though he's not played any cricket. It's just that he's not been fit at the right time for it to pay off for England. And yeah, this injury is a big blow. Of course, you can stay in touch with us on the YouTube comments throughout the 4 days. We've got a message here from the Earl of Kay. Sadly, I can remember Glenn Turner, the prolific New Zealand opener who played for Worcestershire, being the first batsman to score 1,000 runs by the end of May in county cricket since World War II, and that was in 1973. So that probably goes to your point, Kev, around how late the seasons were starting, and they're playing a little bit less first-class cricket than was the case before the war.
Oh, that gets through, only just. Holman completing the fielding. I think it was Max Holden picking himself up with the first stop, which was a great stop as well, because that would have been no catching that at all. Things like that crucial on a day like this for bowlers, that the fielders, and Pete Hanscom's really hot on that, isn't he, to say that the tempo is set in the fields for the entire match.
I brought up the list for you. Let's go through it. 1,000 runs by the end of May. Grace was the first in 1895. His golden summer, as it was described at the time. He did that in 10 innings. I think he did it the quickest as well. He started on the 9th of May and had it done by the 30th of May. So yes, in 21 days he reached 1,000 runs there. Tom Hayward for Surrey in 1900, took him 46 days. Hammond also did it in 22 days in 1927, albeit in 3 more innings than Grace. Charlie Hallows for Lancashire, 27 days in 1928. Bradman did it in 1930, the first time in 34 days in 11 innings. He hit 926 of those runs in the month of May. Then in 1938, how about this? 7 innings for Bradman, blitzing the field. That was his last tour of England before the war. So 30 days, but just 7 hits through April and May. Bill Edrich in 1938, 15 innings, 32 days. The aforementioned Glenn Turner, 18 innings in 38 days in 1973. And Graham Hick, 11 innings in 41 days in 1988, of course, including that 405 not out against Somerset, the last quadruple ton before the 500 of Brian Lara some 6 years after that in 1994. So 9 all up. And unless Shah Massoud makes 156 in the second innings for Derbyshire, there won't be a 10th.
There is the Edrich stand. We saw Mike, the IT man, sat. It looks like it might be a tour or two going around on that middle tour at the moment. I think it's an MCC IT meeting in the bottom left where we saw Mike earlier. That
is the best view at Lord's right now. That if you go the back corner, back right corner, so a little bit lower than the back left, but you can get a shot over to the west, and it's a beauty.
Yeah, they've been widely they've been accepted quite widely, haven't they? These two stands now, the new Compton and the new Edrich, or the latest new Compton and the latest new Edrich. With incredible views. I still haven't done it. I haven't got up to the top. I know you did both in that first round, didn't you? The Compton and the Edrich. Got up there and had a look.
You can sneak in. Here's the hot tip. They might have a little bit of a don't go through here, but no one's policing that. You can get up to the top deck if you're sensible about it, and don't go and smash any windows. You can get up there, and I recommend it. I think the Edrich is open this week. I'm not sure if the Compton is. They've been rotating based on where the pitch is, but yeah, that's part 2 of the development. Part 1 was the Warner stand. It opened in 2017, the new Warner stand. Part 2, Compton and Edrich, and part 3 they go over to the Tavern stand and the Allen stand in the opposite corner to where we are this week. I think they start work there in 2026. That was the original MCC plan. The Tavern stand's been there since the mid-60s. Of course, the original Tavern stand was where the hotel was here at Lord's, where the original commentary was back in the Ashes Test of 1934. The Verity match was on top of the roof there in the Tavern stand, top of the pub.
A little bit of bounce there for Anderson, underarm throw from Bamba, and Anderson it does feel as though he's just found a little bit of extra bounce at this nursery. And the first thing for us to really look at from a bowler's perspective this morning, that is the 50 partnership. The 19th over, they just racked up a couple of dot balls there, Middlesex, putting it all together. So rotating the strike will be important for these two now. But brilliant start from Lees and Jones, put in at Lord's, and an hour and 15 minutes has gone pretty well for them. Yeah, you mentioned the top of the the Compton being shut and the Edrich being the good viewing point. It was the top of the Compton for the perfect line to watch Stuart Broad running in last week.
Oh, right.
I mean, that's a domestic level away from international level to be in the perfect line on a view like that at Lord's, watching, which is pretty much where the camera at the moment is looking. So you're looking straight down on that Broad track last week, which was below the away dressing room to the right. This track below the home dressing room to the left as we look there, but there's the Allen that you were talking about in the background as well, and the Tavern to the left. Pretty well populated. They've got a good viewing spot. You can see the, as it always is, tilted, or feeling tilted, the pavilion, but tilted to the left for all the spectators viewing this one.
You've got to get down this week. That Edrich stand, the opportunity to sit in the new stand right behind the bowler's arm. I mean, our camera isn't behind the bowler's arm because we're on the camera gantry, which means that you actually can't get that angle. If you get a better angle this week by sitting at the cricket than you do on the broadcast. I'm not saying you shouldn't watch us between times, of course, but if you are down at the ground, you will get the best possible view, which often isn't the case. So if you are in London across the next 4 days or further afield, come down. Great value for money. Getting to watch Ben Stokes as well, the England captain, his last Durham match before he takes the England Test armband. And Middlesex on top of the ladder. Luke Holman gets his first chance spin. 75 minutes into the first day, Kevin.
I wonder, is he going to change ends here for Anderson and Bamba? Because it feels ruthless otherwise, this from from Hanscom. We haven't seen a bowler go around the wicket yet to Lees. And Bamber, in particular, from the pavilion end, will be somebody who has been and is excellent at that. So yeah, I wonder how experimental this is. An hour and 15 minutes in. I don't think this is what Pete Hanscom thought he'd be doing when he won the toss this morning, throwing the ball to Holman after an hour and 15. He's had a tough couple of weeks as well, Holman. Took some tap at Hove. He's bowling against the slope as well here. This was a big chat in the last game, where bowling from the nursery end, the leg spinner is bowling, turning the ball with the slope, the stock delivery into a left-hander away from a right-hander. But he's having to turn it up the slope here, his leg spinner, to the left-handed Lees. Drops a little short on that one, not quite the room for Lees to be able to get it away. Tried to find it.
One further thought before we move off our YouTube comments that helps support some of that conversation. It's now being, you need to now register to comment. I think that's a big thing, and I'll explain why after this delivery. There were a lot of bots and trolls who are getting involved in the comments and making it difficult to conduct a civilised conversation. Well, that's been tidied up. You need to register to get and subscribe effectively to get into the chat room. Very easy to do, and once you do, there's some brilliant conversation going on here. Familiar names and faces in the avatars, advancing the conversation hour after hour, which is great, and we try and interact as best we can. I'll be in there too, commenting when I can from the Final Word Cricket YouTube handle, so if you see that bob up, that's me.
Now, I know you love your spin collar, so I don't think Holman played the first round, did he, against Derbyshire? As I say, he's had a tough couple of weeks, and we had a close eye on him in the last couple of games. Being Luke Holman, he's able to handle it. He's got broad shoulders, as you can see, and pretty thick skin. He's a good character. He's always in and out. So we'll come back to that in a few moments as 20 overs gone, and Durham put in their 52 without loss.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Anderson to continue, nursery end. Just 2 slips. And Lees has started well. 26 from 64 balls, doing just as he's expected to do. Occupy the crease, take the shine off the ball, put in a shift. Doesn't have to be pretty. That's exactly what England want him to do throughout the summer up against New Zealand, who were brilliant in this part of the world 12 months ago. Winning at Edgbaston, winning the World Test Championship final against India at the Rose Bowl. Quickish shingle, but through comfortably. Then that one-off test match, which it'll effectively be a one-off test match against India. It's the 5th of the series last year, but I don't think many people will necessarily see it through that frame. And then 3 test matches against South Africa. All 3 countries have very strong pace attacks, and they need a player like Lees to bat for hour after hour. The runs aren't that important for him. It's about giving them a base to work from. We saw in the Ashes in Australia, Kev. I mean, England were 2 for not many pretty much every innings of the series. It was getting quite ridiculous how often Joe Root was walking out at number 4. He needs to be supported, as does Stokes at 6 as the new captain, and they're backing in Lees for that role. See, that's part of the reason I would have liked to have seen Robson with experience and kind of batting without ego and being able to occupy the crease for a long stretch of time, but they've gone the other way, and it'll be a big test this summer, having had such a dismal winter for England, to face up against the World Test champion in New Zealand, India, who were brilliant in this country last year, and then South Africa, who boast some of the most dynamic quicks on the planet. Jones is ticking the board over, doing it well.
This was the Pete Hanscom problem for me last year. He was constantly coming in the second and third over, wasn't he?
Yeah.
It was over after over, match after match for him that he was in right up at the top. But Robson now with Stoneman. It's felt those experienced heads. Of course, they've had to change it around a bit at 3 this year. Middlesex with Eskenazi being out at the moment.
That must have been quite the injury, Eskenazi's. Inside edge here, runs. When you consider that at the time we didn't really detect there was a problem. Great catch late in that game against Derbyshire just to open the door after tea. A juggling effort at the pavilion end. We just didn't know till afterwards there was a problem. At that juncture we thought, well, maybe he misses a week or two. He hasn't played since. He's missed this long stretch of county cricket. He'll presumably be fit for the Blast next week.
Yeah,
I think 2s this week.
I think exactly that. They've basically said just focus on the Blast now. I think at a stretch he probably could have made this game.
Right.
But with the Blast coming up.
It's quicker from Anderson. First genuine short ball we've seen from him. Up over 80 mile an hour as well. 21 overs gone, 55 for none. There we are, back at the top of the edge, Rich.
Yeah, and a short ball going at over 80. As you say, it's one of the quickest this morning. I haven't seen many that have topped 80 just yet.
I think that might be the quickest ball of the day.
And when it's banged in short, generally the speed gun doesn't detect quite how quick it is. The fuller a length it is, the more you're able to detect that speed for the speed gun. When it goes that little bit shorter, it's sometimes a little bit lower than it actually is.
Yeah, so we haven't had the benefit of a speed gun on our stream before, and yeah, it is of interest because it's all guesswork, isn't it? When you're watching from our vantage point, you're relying on your cricket IQ, I suppose, to an extent, and how much you've watched to detect how quickly a bowler might be going about it. But yeah, this is quite instructive, seeing that Anderson has been the quickest on show so far, and that Roland Jones with the new ball, I mean, he was in the mid-70s, not above 80 as we might have thought, and Tim Murtagh mostly down in the 60s, and that's fine. I mean, he's playing a role, but yeah, it's good to actually have empirical evidence on how quickly a bowler is sending it down.
Yeah, didn't have it last match, the speed gun, the Nottinghamshire game, which is a shame really actually, because it would have been interesting to see Broad and Pattinson and Fletcher. It's a nice looking shot. We couldn't avoid it in the Leicestershire game though. That was the one game where we had a look at the speed gun so far this season on the home games, and Mercer played first round, didn't play second. There was no speed gun first round, so we couldn't avoid the topic that the club captain had said, "Yeah, I'm not playing this week. You can have a speed gun now."
He's got a thick enough height, as it were, that he wouldn't be too worried about jibes around his pace. He's 41 in August, and he's taken more than 900 first-class wickets at this pace, so he won't be too worried about that at this stage of his long and storied career. Could still reach 1,000 wickets. It'll take a bit, I suppose, from Murtagh. He'll probably need to play all of this season and possibly 2 more due to that injury and stay fit. End of the over. 22 gone, 58 for none. Just 3 coming from that Holman set. Bowling up there as we see his speeds. Roughly 48, 49, 50 mile an hour. I must say, Kev, I like seeing, despite being Australian, despite being a big fan of the metric system, broadly speaking, I think for cricket and speeds, I like miles an hour, because it sets 100 as this sort of this mythical threshold that's been passed a couple of times. Shoaib Akhtar, Brett Lee, Mitchell Stark in a test I was doing it a few years ago at the WACA, albeit a full toss, and we still don't quite know how that was clocked at 160, but still. The quest or the the surge towards 100. When a player can get up in the high 90s, it's pretty special. I don't think it feels quite the same when a bowler is at, say, 154 kilometres an hour. That the mystique isn't quite there. So, yes, it kind of goes against everything I would normally say about how we should measure stuff. On the pull, lovely cricket. There's the weight transfer, the timing. Lees overtakes Jones. That's his third boundary. Targeting the short rope out towards the mound stand. Yep. Compact, straightforward, classy.
And it feels like Middlesex are missing that bit of pace in this game, aren't they? Yes, Anderson's pushing it through into the 80s now, the low 80s. But that bracket between 70 and 80, it feels like they need someone mid-80s at the moment. Tom Helm, Blake Cullen, who is in the squad, Helm injured at the moment, and Shaheen Sharafridi, he's gone. He was pushing towards mid-80s in that Leicestershire game.
I think Helm's the one for me. Watched a lot of him the last few seasons and had his issues with consistency, but always liked by England. He was part of that 55-man training squad during COVID. He's been in a couple of England white ball squads, including the Pakistan series last year. The way he bowled against Derbyshire on a good track for batting, and the spell he bowled against Leicestershire at pace, moving the ball both ways. Oh, there's the edge. Found at last, but no one at third slip. Lees gets another boundary. Let's watch this back, Kev. Getting the reverse angle. Anderson just outside the line. Thick edge, catchable height, not to be.
First loose shot, really, isn't it? From Lees. You saw one from Mercer angled across him earlier, which beat the edge. But this is the first one this morning, where you look at it and, you know, they've batted so well, haven't they? We can't heap enough credit onto them.
Just watching that last replay, did that clip the fingers possibly of Robson? That might have just reached him. I mean, barely half a chance at that pace, but might have just touched one of his fingers on his left hand.
Yeah. Yeah, it was third slip's catch. They've put in a cover, haven't they? And that deep point. It's a difficult one for Middlesex this morning. They obviously tipped the balance quite quickly, didn't they, in terms of attack and defence. Pete Hanscom decided at this pitch there isn't that much sideways movement.
Yeah, towards that man at deep point. Yeah, it's coming back to Helm and that extra yard. My sense was he probably wasn't far away. And we're talking about Matty Potts. Ended the 23rd over 67 for none, Durham, after being sent in. Leeds 37 of those, Jones 28. Still 73 overs left today. They've not been galloping through their overs. We're an hour and a half in. They've only sent down 23. Yeah, the window was probably there, unbeknownst to a bowler like Helm. But there probably was an opportunity because of the injury list that we've had. Saqib, Fisher, Wokes has been unable to play a role so far in the season. Won't start the Test summer. Robinson's been left out because he's not quite ready for Test duty yet either. And then the timing for Helm after that 3-wicket burst against Leicester, only then to fall to a side strain. Have we got a sense of just how problematic that might be for him? I know the Blast is coming up. The T20 form of the game has been where he's done his best work in the last 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. I'd imagine they're hoping for him to be back for that. That seemed to fit with the initial time frame that they released.
They're quite conservative with side strains though, aren't they? There's the wrong one from Holman, well negotiated by Lees. During the Australian summer, we saw Josh Hazlewood with a light side strain in the first test at the Gabba. Didn't take any further part in the series. They were so mindful of adding to that strain. If that becomes a tear, you can miss up to 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, it started with stiffness. It was the first diagnosis of it all. And yeah, he fielded that third evening, then didn't field the final day, I think was the way that it worked, or wherever the innings fell for Leicestershire. But
what was he being clocked at in that first innings? He would have been in the 80s, wouldn't he? I'm putting him on the spot, to be fair. It was a month ago.
I was trying to think. So the numbers that really sprung to mind for that game were Afridi was coming in around 80, 82, and then would push it up to 84, 85. But Ben Mike was coming in at 85, 86.
Good cricketer, Ben Mike. As an all-round option, he can't be that far down the pecking order. I didn't realise that he bowled up in the mid-80s. That's a fair claim to fame. On the dance to finish, over the top goes Jones towards the Allen stand. That's his 5th boundary into the 30s. Good cricket. Just picking the last ball of Holman's over to go on the advance. Just about getting to the pitch. 72 for none into the over.
Well, I wondered whether it was just going to be a change around of ends with Holman. Just give him a little go and send Bamba down to the nursery, where he bowled really well in the Leicestershire game. Just going back to the Leicestershire first innings. They were skittled for 149. Shaheen 3 for 54. Blasting out the top 3, Azad, Ackerman and Kimber. Roland Jones 1 for 30. Helm 3 for 23. Bowled nicely in that game. Bamba 2 for 23. Now Bamba bowled the majority, if not all, of his overs at the nursery end in that, and he bowled really well in that game. Then the Nottinghamshire game didn't quite go as well for him, starting up at the nursery and moving back to the pavilion. Roland Jones was clocking about what he's clocking in this game. Helm, the quickest we saw of the match was Mike, I remember that, and that was 85, 86. Shaheen would push it up towards 84 and 85 when he really bent his back, and Helm, I think, was coming in somewhere around the same as Shaheen in low 80s. Mike was definitely the quickest of the game.
Okay.
The extraordinary thing for Ben Mike, that Middlesex first innings, Mike was the 7th bowler used. He only bowled 7 overs and he took 4 for 15, picking up Simpson, picking up Holman first in the 98th over. Simpson in the 102nd. The point being, it was nearly 100 overs in before they threw the ball to Ben Mike.
It's quite the luxury. And he walked back in at the good times roll, didn't he, with the bat?
Yep, left stranded on 99 when Bjorn Hendricks was bowled by Roland Jones. And poor old Ben Mike with 99. I mean, boy oh boy did he make his point in that game. Every time I've seen him, he's looked great. I've been really impressed with him, Ben Mike, but wasn't fancied in that Middlesex first innings. They went Wright, Hendricks, Barnes, Mulder, Parkinson and Ackerman before they eventually arrived at Mike. Middlesex racked up 370 in that first dig in reply to the 149, so
yeah, really
there's something not fancied.
Yeah, it flattened out, didn't it, that pitch? It was, there was a bit more there on the opening couple of hours. I was at the back interviewing Rob Key, who'd just been appointed as the czar of English cricket. I wasn't commentating on that game. I was off abroad the following morning, so I just came down here to do that job and get out of here. And I heard a couple of roars. There were school kids in, weren't there, in the mound stand that morning. A couple of loud roars for Shaheen, which put him on a hat trick. And I sort of popped my head between the Compton and the Edgeridge to see what was going on and watched the hat trick ball. It wasn't to be, but yes, he lit a fire in the Middlesex for 3 victories in 3 weeks and got them to where they are at the moment, top of the table. But yeah, they're in a bit of a hole already here. This is drifting, to say the least. So they have to stay patient. Lees will retain the strike easily off his hip. He's 39 at 73 for none. We've got 25 minutes until lunch.
Yeah, they've got to come up with something here, haven't they? Pete Hanscom, the senior heads, they've got to come up with a plan. They decided to bowl first. They'd have known that if this sun broke through as quickly as it did, then it would have been difficult. They'd have seen the track. They know Lords well enough. They'd have fancied first morning backing themselves, backing Roland Jones, backing Murtagh. And Pete Hanscom, you just see in the foreground of his shot, they're having a chat with Luke Holman. So they've got a bit of thinking to do. You mentioned Tom Helm there. So yeah, Afridi, like I say, Ben Mike was the quickest of the match. Afridi pushed it up towards Ben Mike. Helm was somewhere in between the two. So he was low to mid 80s, didn't quite push it through. Like I say, Mike was the one who was quickest of the match. So if Helmer's playing in this game, you fancy that he'd have been in for Anderson. They've got Holman, so they've got 2 all-rounders in Holman, the man you can see in shot there, and Anderson. If Helmer available, he'd have probably got Anderson's spot. There must have been some temptation in that they played Holman, that they maybe gave the nod to Cullen over Anderson, just to give them something different, to give them that extra little bit of pace, that ferocity that Cullen can display.
I think the other side of that is that Anderson's averaging 45 with the bat, and he's still the quickest on show. And not to sort of slaughter sacred cows here, but I mean, there are some genuine medium pacers playing for Middlesex who don't have the same revs, who I wonder whether that might have actually been closer to the discussion. I mean, it's difficult to even open the door to this, but on a track like this, which hasn't got much in it, you've got, granted, Bamber's been quicker this morning. He was up in the mid-70s, but he and Murtagh, who were perfectly suited to this surface last year, who aren't having the same kind of returns this year.
Yeah, I think as you said, the 7 averaging over 40 for Middlesex. I mean, what luxuries. Batting's been their problem for a number of years. I think Anderson bowled so well in the Nottinghamshire game, you couldn't drop him for this match. You just could not drop him, batting and bowling.
Short mid-wicket in. So it's a deep point. Struck nicely out to that man Bamber.
They like using Holman from the pavilion ends, Middlesex.
Where are you, Ben Stokes? Present, please. He's probably listening at the back there. Give us a wave, Stokesy.
We both sat up straight there, didn't we? A Stokes watch to see if we could spot him. I think saw Chris Rushworth was actually up here a little while ago having a look around the media centre. He obviously fancied then that Middlesex got the toss wrong. Wasn't going to be a morning collapse here. That 50 for 8, that famous morning when Langer declared before lunch with Somerset 50 for 8. But yeah, they seem to like Holman from the pavilion end. I didn't like it in the Nottinghamshire game. I prefer the young leg spinner bowling with the slope from the nursery and turning it with the slope away from a right-hander.
Well, he's bowled well from the pavilion end in the blast, hasn't he? Because he comes on and attacks the stumps with that overspinner. We don't see quite so much of that with him in 4-day cricket, though. He gives it a bit more air, as you would, as he does there. End of the 26 over. Good one there. 76 for none. Holman's conceded 12 runs from his 4 overs. Anderson's bowled 6 from the nursery, and I wonder whether we might be seeing a change, a return to Murtagh for a second blast before lunch. We've only got 22 minutes, so probably 3 overs left from this end. And have I called that right? Looks like there might be a change. Just trying to detect who is coming on. It's going to be Ethan Bamber. So he started with 4 overs as first change from the pavilion end, none for 12 with a couple of maidens. And as has been the case for Bamber through the season, they're happy to use him at both ends and try and find a bit of that natural variation. Probably better suited to bowling down the slope. His off-cutter, the most dangerous weapon, but can get it to stand up as well and bring the slips into play. Super fit as well, Bamber. He can bowl all day. We've seen him bowl some very long spells. And there's Toby Rowland-Jones trying to advance the case to Nigel Long that the ball's not right. And Nigel Long saying, sod off. Not interested.
They've got to do something, haven't they, Middlesex? You can imagine getting the ball changed is a big part of it. See if they can get some sort of Merters in on the act as well now. Pray for Nigel Long.
It's going to be constant, isn't it? I often think with the change of ball that there's a bit of a process you need to go through as a fielding team. As Bamber prepares to start his second spell. 2 slips, 2 out on the short boundary, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, deep point on the fat side of the ground. And that's the direction that Lee steers the first delivery. He's 42. I think of it as like a suspension of standing orders in the Parliament in question time, or in PMQs is over here. You need to develop momentum as the opposition before the Speaker will grant you leave for a suspension of standing orders. It feels the same to me with changing the ball. You need to build up momentum with the umpire. You need to go time and time again and develop your case before the Speaker, in this case the umpire, will say, okay, we'll give you what you want.
It used to be 3. It used to be 3 was the way I used to gauge it. You had to have 3 really good complaints to the umpire about the ball before you got a sniff.
So back off the seam, up the slope, Bamber.
But now they've got these handcuffs, haven't they, to put the ball through. Bamber from the nursery end, just going back to that Leicestershire game, he bowled Kimber with an absolute beauty. I was saying how well he bowled in that game because Shaheen was playing, Roland Jones was playing. They got the pavilion end in that game. So Bamber was playing the Murtagh role, opening from the, or bowling from the nursery end, as Helm did as well. Shaheen opened from the pavilion with Roland Jones in that match.
Simpson up. And Jones punching with ease.
But the ball that he got Kimber with from the nursery ends was just a beaut. Pitching, leaving the right hander, taking the top of off. Kimber, well, he wouldn't have believed it. He got 2 pearlers in the match. First from Shaheen in the first innings. Left arm around to the right hander from the pavilion end, coming back down the slope and taking the top middle off.
That was a legitimate unplayable, wasn't it? I mean, you see a bloke walk in and walk out like that, you think, well, it's a rubbish game sometimes. It's a rubbish game most of the time for batters, or so they think. Not for Lees here, though, doing it with ease. Scoring off most deliveries he faces at this stage. He's gone through the 30s quite quickly. He'll be well beyond 50 by lunch on the rate he's going. We've still got 18 minutes, so probably 4 overs after this.
And then the ball he got from Bamber in the second innings, as far as a match goes, he'll probably walk away from that thinking, if I ever get 2 balls like that again in my career, you know, to go first and second innings to deliveries like that, they were absolute belters. And that at that point, you looked at Bamber and thought, wow, nursery end. We bowled so much from the pavilion end for Middlesex through his career so far. And that in part being because of Roland Jones' injury. He took the Roland Jones role at the pavilion end opposite Murtagh from the nursery. But I think this could be an important spell to see if he can get something going here from the nursery. That was why I thought they brought Holman on initially, was to see how Anderson would go, where he'll bowl that little bit faster, maybe that little bit shorter from the pavilion end, see if one keeps low up there perhaps, get Bamber up the slope.
On the finger of Simpson, just judging by the way he threw the glove away, but those hands are battle hardened. He does rip the glove off at the end of the over. 79 for none, 27 gone. But yes, that last ball did bite off the surface. Simpson, who does come up to the stumps routinely to Bamber, who's bowling a little bit quicker than we might have thought. He's got an extra yard on Murtagh, that's for sure.
Yeah,
I watched it back on my delayed feed here on YouTube. That didn't look nice.
No. Yeah, that wouldn't be what Middlesex would want. Another injury, especially Simpson, who's in the form of his career with his bat. Yeah, he's having another look at it there, isn't he? That finger.
Occupational hazard.
That innings down at Glamorgan, I said at the time I thought it was the best I'd seen him, best century I'd seen him make. Richard Johnson said the same, asked Simpson, is it your best? And he brought up a few other innings, Somerset over the years down at Taunton.
They really needed him that day, didn't they? When Simpson's in form, he does lengthen the Middlesex batting demonstrably.
And that's the thing, this year batters have put their hands up for Middlesex, which, you know, something the old coach talks about, wasn't it, Stuart Law? Someone's got to put their hand up, say today's my day. Hadn't happened. They need a bowler to put their hand up today, Middlesex. You'd imagine they'll go to Murtagh straight away again after lunch from the nursery end. Roland Jones from the pavilion. If it's still not working for them, they've got to work out a plan. Again, one thing we haven't seen this morning is Middlesex come around the wicket at all to Lees. Now, maybe that's because they know Lees' game very well and they feel that that perhaps is not the way to play into his hands, or it does play into his hands if you stay over the wicket, maybe getting him stretching for one. But it does feel odd that nearly a session in, they haven't come around the wicket to the left-hander once. Especially with that slope from the pavilion end.
Enjoying all the comments coming in here. One here from Jeff Collier, who's getting stuck into us for backing in Peter Hanscom rather than bagging him. Well, Jeff, you can just scroll back in your feed and hear all the conversations we've had around the toss. If you see fit on YouTube, you can go backwards and watch the whole thing. So, Jeff, I'd recommend that. If you want to hear further conversations around the toss and the pitch, and what Middlesex have elected to do. course, you can comment to us throughout the day. We're here picking all of those up and feeding them in as we can. On social media as well, Middlesex_CCC.
Good finish from Holman there, wasn't it? Right on the spot. Yeah, and look, things can change very quickly. You all of a sudden start the afternoon session. 2 quick wickets, and Durham haven't gone that far. Middlesex have controlled the scoring rate this morning. They've at least done that. Reined it back, so it was a pretty quick start. They got away a few boundaries early on, didn't they? There's the balcony. You've got it all to think of. Eskenazi on the left, ready for a return. Cullen in the middle of that trio.
So Middlesex start their blast campaign at Radlett on the 26th, so a week from now, against Gloucestershire. The day after that, they've got Hampshire at Southampton. Then 2 days on from that, Glamorgan at Radlett. Great outground that. They finish off their first 4. A bit of a block there on the 3rd of June against Sussex at Hove.
I'll be giving the service stations an awful lot of money those 3 days. Down to Southampton, back up to Radlett each day.
Yeah. Might catch a ride home with you from Radlett, mate. Then Durham start against Leicestershire on the 26th at Grace Road, Northants at Wantage Road on the 27th, Warwickshire at Edgbaston on the 29th, and on the 1st of June they have Worcestershire, their homecoming game, so to speak, at Chester Street. It is, yeah, it feels slightly odd that we've had this glut of outstanding county cricket. We have to wait a month, but such is the way with blocks. I actually prefer it that way, to try and tack on blast games to county rounds. We had that twice last year, and it just felt like neither was getting the attention they deserved. Like there were those 2 county rounds, which we enjoyed, but it was just, it didn't feel fair to the players, asking them to shift gears in such a pronounced way.
Well, we had that year when they stretched the blast across the entire season. So the blast was fixed on a Friday night. Championship starts Sunday morning. Players just didn't like it at all. But we've now had that PCA review this year, haven't we? The report and the surveys, which says that players accept. They want the 2 short formats. They want the blast. They want the 100. There's no great surprise there, because they are the biggest paying formats, well, particularly the 100. If you can get a contract, obviously the blast is part of your county contract. So they want both short formats. To have both short formats, they accept there might have to be a bit more blurring of formats rather than the blocks. But it doesn't fit well.
Yeah, I don't think they're like a million miles away from where they'll have to land this year. This feels like an improvement on last year, that we will have those 4 weeks of county championship fixtures that come effectively after the blast, and then we get a further stretch in September. I think we could probably tweak it a little bit and have just a little bit less cricket in April, May. I personally would start deeper into April after a clump of Royal London 50 over stuff. I reckon that might not be a bad time to weave that in order to give that a bit more of a shop window, because it does at the moment compete against 100, compete against Test cricket. I know it's a lovely competition and the outgrounds are used there well, and last year there was a lot of support for it in the school holidays, but I also wonder whether that might get more of a showing if we played it at the start of April, and even into, as we discussed the last time we were commentating, in March abroad, where a lot of the teams are doing their camps and so on. They might be able to clear a few rounds in the southern hemisphere. They want to extend the season. End of the 29th over, 80 for none.
Yeah, I mean, 2 things. I think, one, they might have to think about scrapping a few rounds of the blasts. Is the blast too big? That's highly unlikely, because you're going to have to get 2/3 of the counties voting to reduce the blast, which is a big money spinner for them. Now, unless gate attendances start to drop for that as a result of the 100, then they're not going to vote that through. But that would be one way. Play fewer blast games, go back to the old T20 Cup format perhaps, because if you've got 2 short formats, you can't ring them forever. You can't ring them out. And the blast is the one that is going to have to take the hit ultimately.
Wasn't the thing with T20 when it started that you could play day on day? And they're doing that. Those schedules I read out there, I mean, that's effectively 4 games in a week. I wonder sometimes whether there is too much fat in the middle of the blast season where teams don't play quite as much as they should. I mean, I think at one stage here, Middlesex...
You look at baseball.
Exactly. That is the best comparison there. Roland Jones will get one more opportunity before the luncheon interval, 10 minutes until that juncture. Yeah, whether there should be an emphasis on, a rest day, sure, but not 2, 3, 4, 5 rest days. I think Middlesex have a week off in the middle of the Blast this year, maybe 9 days off. Good from Jones again, finding a single in the offside. He's done that a number of times this morning.
Yeah, and the other thing is where there's just not enough cricket played in August by the counties. Now, as you said, you could move some of those fixtures to the start of the season. Perhaps play home and away in the one-day cup and start it at the start of the season, and try and put a few more into August as well, where there just isn't enough cricket played by the counties. And again, that's meant to be a period where you really can sell that to the kids in the summer holidays. But from a commercial perspective, or perhaps the best way of putting it, a financial perspective, shrinking the Blast and expanding the one-day cup is not something you're going to sell easily to the counties, unless the gates for the Blast do drop year upon year with the 100. And the time you're playing, because look, the Blast is starting at the end of May this year, not at the end of June, where it perhaps sits better for optimising sales.
Contributions on this from our listeners. Ooh, shout. And it's given. Completely against the flow of play. Toby Roland Jones back into the attack and gets Alex Lee's leg before wicket for 44. He looked a long way forward, but up went the finger of umpire Saggers. Looking forward to the replay of this. That's a big moment late in the first session of this match. Lee's looked set. Roland Jones over the wicket. Pitches in line, yep, on the knee roll. Height would have been the only question. And the decision goes the way of the bowler. Durham lose their first wicket with the score on 81.
That's massive. Just before lunch. What a difficult morning it's been for Middlesex. You could see the... was it relief? I mean, look at it. There was a mixture. I think it was a mixture of relief and aggression in that celebration from Roland Jones. Just an outpouring. What do you reckon on Height on that angle, Colo?
I think that, look, he's a long way forward, right? Which is, well, maybe not a long way forward, but forward enough that there was a time when you'd get the benefit of the doubt on that basis. But DRS has changed the modern game, and the second replay, the side-on replay we've got, is quite instructive. That's hit him in the middle of the knee roll and maybe not quite as far forward as I initially thought. So it's in the book. Lee's leg before wicket for 44, and Roland Jones gets his 21st victim of the season just before lunch on day one. And boy, they needed that. If you insert a team at the toss, as Hanscom did this morning, and the pitch flattens out and you don't take a wicket before the first break, you're up against it. But now they have something to work with Keegan Peterson, the South African overseas, walking out just before the long break. They get a chance here.
Yeah, this is huge, isn't it? Absolutely huge. I mean, if Middlesex walked off the park with 2 down now, what a feeling it'd be at lunch for them. And how often do you say that when a side's won the toss and put the others in? But yes, a big chance here against Peterson. Once he has 9 innings so far, 33 his average. So missing those big names, Bedingham and Dixon.
Yeah, it's his last game, Peterson, in the championship as part of this stretch. So a couple of 50s, averaged 33 across his 5 matches. Made 78 last week against Glamorgan and 50 the previous round against Worcestershire. So he's built into his work. He's played 7 test matches, played wonderfully against India earlier this year. Indeed, he was player of the series in a low-scoring series. His highest score was 82, but he was consistent throughout those 3 test matches and got that gong. First game at Lords as well, up against Roland Jones.
What Middlesex have done better this morning, as opposed to Nottinghamshire, there's not been those 4 balls. That was the chat on day one. And Middlesex admitted it themselves that evening. Too many 4 balls. Hasn't been there this morning. Didn't let Jones and Lees get away from them. And Lees is a player who can get going. And if they were to walk off at lunch, if they could have Lees and Peterson, then wow, what a morning that'd be for Middlesex to turn around just before the interval.
before the successful over's done. Let's have one more look at the leg before wicket dismissal. In our comments, some say it's plum, others say it's not out, which means it's probably a good decision, but they're behind Roland Jones here, slowing it down. To me, that looks like it's pitching in line and hitting in line. No concerns on that front. Only a matter of height. Pitching in line with leg, hitting or impact on off. I mean, we're all DRS experts these days, aren't we? Had it been reviewed, so to speak, maybe umpire's call on height, but Lee's gone 44. Last ball, Peterson in behind it. A successful over for Middlesex, first of the day, 81 for 1 after 30. We've got 4 minutes until lunch.
Roland Jones really tight to the stumps on that dismissal. It pitched in line, no two ways about it, and as it hits him, you can see an awful lot of off stump. So from a pavilion end in particular, right arm over to a left-hander, it's not often that you're able to say that's pretty plumb. But I think Roland Jones produced a beaut there. As you say, the only doubt would have been height, but that side-on angle that we saw, I think, dismissed any issues of height on that one. They knew they had him as long as there wasn't bat involved. That was my gut instinct. If there was no bat on that first look, I thought he's in trouble. So huge wicket. Can Bamba follow it up here before they walk off the field?
Might be the last over before lunch. Simpson up.
Guessing that Durham will find a way to make this the last one before lunch. A little chat.
Well, they should do. The smart play here for Jones would be to tie the shoelaces up or whatever it is you can lose 30 seconds from. Walk out to square leg. No need to rush here. He's done so well, Jones.
It feels like there's time for it if Middlesex are quick about their work. It feels like there's time for one more to start the Roland Jones over, which again is just massive. If they could find one more, what a turnaround this morning.
Still got the deep point. Yeah, my clock, which should be the clock that's in line with Lord's, I'd imagine, if they're all aligned, based on, I think these days, one company seemingly supplies the world clock to all of us, don't they? All our devices are from the same place. It says 57 and 18 seconds, so with 4 balls to get through, Bamba straight back to the top of his mark. They should get one more in from Roland Jones. Good second spell this from Bamba. He's been tight, asking good questions with Simpson up to the stumps. So protection at deep point beneath Father Time. A long leg, got a long boundary in front of the Warner stand, but other than that, fairly conventional. Couple of catches. Past the edge. Super stuff. Very good from Bamba to finish a maiden, and he's through it in 3 minutes. That means Roland Jones will get one more over before the break, so long as the umpires are aligned with us. They should be. Bamba, 7 overs, 4 maidens, done for 15, and that's acknowledging that he had 2 boundaries taken from his first over. They cannot be walking off. They just can't be walking off. It's just not right. It's not 1 o'clock. It's not 1 o'clock. I mean, what is going on here? Anyway, we see this too often. How we can be using 1 clock for the entire world and another clock for the basis of when lunch is taken. That is just not right. Anyway, it's lunch here at Lord's on day 1. 81 for 1 is the score. It's still not yet 1 o'clock, I tell you. But Peterson, having faced 3 deliveries, is yet to score. Jones, 35. Michael Jones, Kevin, into the team today in the absence of Beddingham and Dixon, who are out injured, and he's taking advantage of this opportunity of the Scottish International. A couple of boundaries early on. He steadied and looks as though he's building a great foundation for the visitors.
He's done a really good job. As I say, he got off with those boundaries, didn't he? And then Middlesex did rein it back. And I think well done to them. Ethan Bamber's figures, you can see at the bottom there, runs per over 2. He's done excellently. That was what Middlesex needed to do. They needed to keep control of this session if it wasn't going well. They managed to do that. Umpire Long was the one, you know. He was looking up constantly at that boundary, at that score, old scoreboard, and above it, old Father Time and the clock face below. And he was the one who was so tight on that and then marched off. You could just see in shot there, Ethan Bamber. Oh, look at the smile on his face. He's about to be presented with his county cap.
Yeah, a lovely moment. The club president, Mike Selvey, is down there pitch side, about to present Bamber with his cap. He bowled a really good second spell, especially 7 overs for Ethan Bamber. The only wicket taker was Toby Rowland Jones, 1 for 8 from his 6. And the man to go was Alex Lees, the England incumbent, out leg before wicket, just before lunch for 44 from 99 deliveries. The fall of wicket was 81 for 1. The score is 81 for 1. We'll keep these images running as the cap is formally here presented to Ethan Bamber by Mike Selvey. A lovely moment for a lovely young man who will be a big part of this club's attack for a long stretch of time. Of course, receiving a county cap is one of the highlights of any player's career. He made his debut in 2018. 27 first 11 matches for the club, 103 wickets at 25. He's got 62 here at Lords at an average of just 21. Mike Selvey, club president, has presented Ethan Bamber the cap. And on that note, Kevin Hand, we'll take our break here at Lords on the Middlesex Live and Heart Stream. At Durham, 81 for 1 at lunch after being sent in. We'll catch you all in about half an hour.
The MCC would now like to invite you onto the field. Please keep well clear of this control area and follow the directions of the schools. Please ensure you're wearing suitable footwear that will not damage the playing surface. This includes heels, and note that no hardball games are allowed. Finally, please do not bring any food or drink onto the playing area. Any spectators who come onto the ground must leave the playing area in good time for the resumption of play.
Well, cloudy skies at the toss, but it quickly burned through. And certainly this afternoon, it's a lovely blue sky over London. And a great opportunity for Durham to push on. But they did lose Lees just before lunch. So Toby Rowland-Jones, LBW, a big wicket just before the interval. And a chance for Middlesex very early in this session to try and get back quickly at Durham. And all of a sudden, try and make that wickets column look a little bit better with 2 more wickets and 3 down with circa 100 on the board. Just means Durham will have a little bit of work to do, mind their work this afternoon with the bat. Middlesex will feel they bowled well this morning, so that'll be a little bit of concern with regards to the decision to win the toss and bat first. You're watching the live and enhanced stream from Middlesex with Adam Collins, myself, Kevin Hand. And it's going to be Toby Rowland-Jones after lunch. Right arm over, and Colo, again, in 2 deliveries, Middlesex can all of a sudden make up an awful lot of lost time this morning. That's what Durham just needs to be careful of here.
Yeah, I think that's right. So the criticism of Hanscom and Middlesex for electing to bowl on a surface that doesn't look to have an awful lot in it at this stage is valid and fair. But you're right, 2 wickets and the conversation changes very quickly.
Right on the spot, Rowland-Jones. That's where they've got to leave it after lunch. Just keep hitting that off stump, and that's why they've got to leave it all afternoon. This will be an unforgiving pitch for them if they're wide, if they're short. But keep it on that off stump, and they will, well, be able to put that little bit of pressure on immediately after the interval. But it'll also try to keep the scoring rate down. It just won't want to serve up those 4 balls that they did in the last match against Notts. Let them get away. But it's been much better from the Middlesex bowlers this morning. Not quite got their reward yet, though. Picks out the fielder. That's what we were talking about in terms of those 4 balls early in the session. Peterson, he'll feel good, feeling bat on ball. They'll be delighted, Durham, this morning. Jones and Lees. Jones will feel a little bit rough. Was it high? It looked all right on the few looks we've had now from the varying angles, the side on. Didn't offer a chance, either of them, this morning. There's an opening pair first up at Lord's when you put in. No edges, just that one out of reach of second. That was Lees looking to drive, but well out of reach of Robson at second. They'd gone down to 2 slips pretty early on. Haven't gone back up to 3 for Peterson just yet, which I thought maybe they would.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? That we saw 2 slips and a catch and cover within, what, 20 minutes? Near enough, which said a bit about what they thought the ball wasn't doing. And look, I must admit, I wasn't privy to the discussion you've been having with bowlers around the actual Dukes balls this season, which is interesting too. They've tried to change it a number of times.
Leg stump half volley and put away. First boundary for Peterson, first boundary after lunch, first runs after lunch, 85 for 1.
Yeah, help yourself stuff there for a player of Peterson's experience. Gentle leg stump. Thanks very much. Into the advertising boards in front of the tavern stand, where there are quite a lot of fans in. Lovely crowd talking to our team of camera operators through the lunch break. The message was loud and clear. It is warm outside. It is a lot warmer through the morning session.
Oh, it's got through. It's a lovely shot. Gets away for a Murtagh. At mid-off, it's Anderson, in fact, who slid over the top of it. Stoneman's the one who's given the hard chase to go and get it up towards the Warner. And they've run 3. Peterson's on to 7.
It wasn't particularly warm when we got here this morning, Kev. It was, I wouldn't call it a sort of a jumper and coat kind of morning, but you wouldn't want to be in shirt sleeves necessarily upon arrival at 10:30, 11 o'clock. And now it's turned into a gorgeous afternoon. Sun beating down in northwest London. Durham looking to take full advantage.
First over after lunch, 7 off it, 88 for 1. Tim Mercer after lunch to open up from the nursery ends. None for 22 from 7 this morning. 2 maidens. Just had one ball that angled across. Now, is Mercer going straight to ask a question about this ball after lunch? He is. It's the third time they've come to the umpire. The old rule of 3 has gone.
well, they've changed the way they've done it. So before lunch, Tim Mercer was going up to Nigel Long repeatedly, and now he's gone over to Martin Saggers and says, how's about it? And Saggers is going to put it through the rings by the looks of things, or is he going straight to the third umpire, straight to the reserve umpire to see what might be possible in terms of changing the ball? I think the latter.
Yeah,
I think he succeeded.
Yeah, I think it didn't on the... when he threw it to the ball, he went to put it through that little pair of handcuffs, and it just looked as though it sat in it. It didn't go through. It sat perfectly on top of it.
We need to name it one day. Yeah, the handcuffs, I don't mind that.
No, we can come up with better than that.
Yes. Needs to, I guess, circumnavigate the ball as it does.
Just a quick look there, Colo, at these balls. So one of the things that they came up with as well, you could just see it on the right-hand side there, actually. Luke Fletcher was saying this year the batch of balls that they've got are much lighter. Perhaps not so much as they've turned that one around. But they said that the batch of balls they've got, one, there's not as much stitching in the seam, and two, the balls are much lighter. They're not as dark a red as they usually are from Dukes. So a couple of visual aspects, and I guess the feel of it as well with regards to the seam. But that was the first thing that was said to me by Roland Jones and a couple of others. Just the seam doesn't feel right. It goes soft too quickly. It doesn't feel right in the hand.
Interesting there watching that process gone through by umpire Saggers. I mean, he's looked at 8 to 10 balls there. I think he went back to the first one that he pulled out. But yeah, it's not sort of pot luck, is it? I mean, they have to do their best to get a ball that's roughly the same age. So in this case, it's been, 32 overs have been bowled, haven't they? So you're not looking at an old ball. You're looking at a ball that's got a little bit of wear and tear, but quite possibly, Kev, a ball that was used last season. Sort of building on your point before.
That was what I was wondering, because from the first game when they were getting these balls replaced, well, it had to be the previous season's batch, didn't it? So yeah, you can full well imagine why Middlesex have gone so quickly this morning to try and get it replaced. But clearly it's out of shape. There's no it's pretty black and white. It either fits through that ring or it sat on top of the ring as it did on the latest look. Oh, now that could be close. Comes back in, beats the inside edge, or did it? Just maybe got a little tickle. Height looked a problem on it as well. He wasn't a long way forward, Peterson, but it looked as though it hit quite high up.
So we're not right behind the bowler's arm at the nursery end just due to the pitch they're using. So it's difficult to assess impact on the basis of that. My sense is it probably was in line with the off stump, so it's a question of height. Umpire Long turning it down. It was pretty high on the flap, I think.
Yeah, it looked as though, as you say, if it caught the flap, it certainly hit high up on the back leg as well, didn't it?
We're about to get the side on here. So here's the replay. Peterson, not a tall man, slowed down nicely to see where it whacked him. Yeah, high on the back thigh pad, so no concerns with that decision. Well done, Umpire Long.
Now we've got a pretty similar angle with the naked eye as you've got on the camera at home for it, not quite in line behind Mercer. So it's hard to judge whatever sideways movement there was, whether it straightened. Got away with that one, Mercer. That was a beautiful flowing drive from Peterson, wasn't it?
That has made the most gorgeous sound out the middle of the bat. Deserved 4 on that alone. But Max Holden said no in there at extra cover.
The excitement from Middlesex on that appeal, I'm guessing it did a bit as well. Now we're not quite in line to have seen it, how much it did sideways, but the way they went up with such confidence as well, hitting so high up on the back leg, whether it straightened on him or it did just nip back in.
Well, first delivery with the new ball as well. I say the new ball, the ball after getting it changed. How often do we see it? When you get the change of ball and it brings a wicket almost straight away. There was consternation in the England camp back in 2019 at Edgbaston when Australia got the chance to change the ball, and next ball James Pattinson, I think he picked up Joss Butler at a vital time on that second day. And of course, it's like seeing a wicket after a drinks break, seeing a wicket after the ball's been changed. It's just baked into cricket law, isn't it? Murtagh getting what he wants as well. Again, right out the middle of the bat, Peterson. We noted before lunch that he didn't have a great start as the overseas. This is his final game in his stretch. He's played 5 games, averaging 33, but a half century, 78 last week at Chestella Street against Glamorgan, and even 50 at New Road the previous week against Worcester, and a couple of starts before that, a 37 not out, a 21, another 21, so he's built into it. Now gets the chance to play his first professional game here at Lord's, batting on the first day.
And Mercer's first over after lunch. Success in terms of getting the ball changed. 88 for 1.
Yeah, that last ball down at 67.9 miles an hour.
Even I bowled quicker than that, Colin.
I don't like getting fixated with Murtagh and his pace. I mean, he only bowled at roughly 70 mile an hour when he bowled England out here in that test match back in 2019. It's what he does with it, and we've seen a number of bowlers in modern times have a lot of success bowling at low 70s in miles an hour, such as Muhammad Abbas, who reached number 1 in the world rankings in the ICC for a while there. Vernon Philander, the other obvious member of that crew.
Put up there by Roland Jones, see what it does. Nicely driven.
And Chad Sayers should have played more Test cricket for Australia. The only reason he didn't was when he was at the peak of his powers. The side was being selected principally by Darren Lehman, who had no time for you unless you bowled 140 and were able to hit someone's block off. And that was never going to be the case with Chad Sayers.
What's your take on that? I mean, we're watching, Rob Key, I can't remember if it was after he was appointed or before. He did a piece in the Evening Standard with Will McPherson, who's downstairs for this one, isn't he? And he talked about, he named Murtagh and Stevens, that they shouldn't be effective. Looking at the pitches, the time of year that we play, April and May. Now, either side of his appointment, I can't remember which way it was. He mentioned, the 70 mile an hour bowlers, the 75 mile an hour bowlers. They're not going to prepare batters for Test cricket. How do you feel about that, though? Because again, you mentioned Abbas, you mentioned Philander, and you look at what Tim Murtagh did in a Test match to England here at Lord's.
Look, he's probably right in terms of the central case, is that does facing Murtagh Stevens at 60, 70 something, more often than not, it's not going to be a like for like for Test cricket. But ever so occasionally a bowler arrives on the scene who can do it at that pace and still be so consistent and have a deep bag of tricks and deploy it on the big stage, and you probably want some experience against that. So yeah, most of the time no, because the difference between facing, just to pick one bowler, Pat Cummins and Darren Stevens, you may as well be playing a different sport. But occasionally you do see one of those bowlers make it, like Muhammad Abbas, who teams around the world struggled against. I remember that Test match here in 2018 when Abbas took 9 wickets and was player of the match. He was borderline unplayable that week, and that was probably more in line with what we see in the Championship by way of miles per hour than what you would typically see in Test cricket. So I actually think it's quite a lovely thing that Test cricket still has space for bowlers like that. I'd hate to think we'd reach a stage where raw power was everything, and I suppose that's when you get an operator like James Anderson, who started off as a bit of a tearaway, who was consistently above 90 mile an hour, and the way he's evolved in the second half of his career. Anderson was talking about this on his podcast on Tailenders last week. He was watching a video back where he knocked over Brendan McCullum. I'm pretty sure that was 2008, that delivery swung around corners at sort of 91 mile an hour or something like that. And he explained that he doesn't have the same range of movement as he did back then. But of course, is Anderson a better bowler now than he was in 2008, despite not being quite as quick? Of course he is, because he's developed other areas of his game. He's so much more accurate, and the way that he can get the ball going both ways, he's a master practitioner.
Oh, that's possibly the best ball that Roland Jones has bowled of the morning, including the one that got Lee's.
Yeah, that was a beauty. Had to play the line. Brings him forward. Well, yes, not a lot Peterson could have done about that.
Slope's always going to keep Middlesex interested here, and that, I think, is, you know, they'll just say, look, make sure. Listening to Richard Johnson's pre-match yesterday, talking about the basics, and that was something we talked about a lot in the Nottinghamshire match, that they possibly didn't get enough of the basics right. They've done that this morning, I think. They've been there or thereabouts. What they've got to do is make sure that they keep that now.
Just turning to our conversation from the previous over, Peter D in the comments. Pace isn't 100% everything. It is an asset, though, and I think that's probably where it boils down to, isn't it? That, yeah, Matty Potts taking wickets the way he's been taking wickets. I've not seen him clocked yet, but watching the highlights, I mean, some of those deliveries are very sharp. You can say the same for the way that Jofra Archer made his name playing for Sussex in Division 2, bowling balls that were just, I mean, it was county cricket and he was dominating, but it was quick. And you could see it, you could detect it. Ollie Stone, another, who has this great highlights reel of moving the ball around corners and taking stumps out of the ground, but at pace. So that's going to be what's attractive to selectors for obvious reasons. But, yeah, occasionally you see a bit of a diamond in the rough type situation, and there is some romance to that, and I hope that's always the case. And I'm glad that Tim Murtagh had the international career that he did with Ireland, because he was able to show that over the stretch of about 5 or 6 years that he was a world-class bowler. He just didn't bowl as quickly as the others, and that's fine. And Peter D adds to that point. A 90-mile-an-hour bowler who sprays it everywhere isn't very effective at test level. I could not agree more. We see those bowlers come through quite a bit, don't we, who rely just on pace, not on accuracy, and they go around because top-quality class players can negotiate pace, and pace isn't a point of difference at that level on its own.
Yeah, but the other thing is a 90-mile-an-hour bowler who doesn't move it off the straight. That's not that troubling for a top-class batter. You've got to be able to do something with it. Just searched for that one a little bit. Jones outside off, but gets the single.
Yeah, it might seem like a strange comparison when we're talking about out-and-out quick bowlers, but that's the Mitchell Marsh story in a nutshell. When he was a quicker bowler as a younger man before a couple of injuries, he didn't really move it off the straight, and he wasn't effective at test level. He's cut his pace down, Mitch Marsh. He bowls it probably right on 80 mile an hour, maybe a fraction below that, but now he's a genuine swing option. Now, hasn't played test cricket in a couple of years, but if he does get an opportunity in Sri Lanka later this month or early next month.
This will be a single down to long leg. Hands on heads all around. It was a thick inside edge there.
He'll be a player who now in his 30s has worked out that his unique selling point, if you like, as an Australian all-rounder isn't bowling quickly. They're sorted for that. I mean, you know, look at Cameron Green, for example. But what Marsh can offer them is a genuine swing option, which he did at the Oval back in 2019 when bowling England out. So it's a bit of a case study in how bowlers can make their own mind up about how they can best advance their own career. And you know, the best example of that, of course, is Anderson. Not as quick as he once was, but still so mightily effective.
Into the 35th, 91 for 1.
Which isn't to say that Anderson's slow, by the way. I think that what he was clocked at last summer and the summer before was quicker than he had been in the previous 6 or 7 years. It's more just that he isn't running in thinking purely about, he isn't thinking about what he's going to do with the short ball, for example. He is thinking about how he can deploy all of the tricks that he's got, how he can shape the ball, threaten the stumps, threaten the outside edge and work a player over. And that wasn't the case earlier in his career when he was relying more on pace. Sure, he had a great outswinger, but it was more about how quickly he could get it down the other end.
I think what I'd say on the bowlers like Mercer and Stevens is there's a place for everybody at domestic level, I think, in this country. I mean, that's the argument, isn't it? Is there a place at domestic level or not? I think there is, because you've got the skill that Mercer's got, or Stevens has got. Yeah, it's clearly skill, isn't it, at their age? It's as much a mental challenge that the batter faces. can you, ball after ball, have your inside and outside edge challenged constantly by those types of bowlers? It's a long, long way to get through an innings against that kind of challenge. And technically, it's a very good examination as well. So, because this match is a very good example. Middlesex right now could clearly do with somebody 85 plus, just to give them something a little bit different for Hanscom to turn to. But equally, the guys that they have got are doing an extremely good job of keeping this run rate down. 2.5 and over. And all being fit and available, Middlesex did plan on having those range bowlers, those bowling speed bowlers.
Yeah, and I wonder what the depth chart looks like. I mean, if everyone's available, including Shaheen Sharafridi and Helm, I wonder where. I mean, I suppose the beauty of having a lot of county cricket early in the season is you're not really forced to pick 3 necessarily, because you're implementing a rotation policy. And it's worth noting that Murtagh wasn't available when Shaheen was playing either. The 3 games that Shaheen was available for were the 3 where Murtagh was out with that torn hamstring. But yeah, Murtagh and Bamber sort of fill one part of the puzzle. And it felt as though Shaheen Sharafridi was the clear out-and-out attack leader for all he brings as the overthrow here. And then you had sort of Helm and Roland Jones in the middle. I mean, theoretically, you could say that one of Bamber Murtagh, one of Roland Jones Helm, and then Afridi on a good day would be the best way of setting up this Middlesex attack, and then having the luxury of Anderson as the 4th seamer batting at number 6 or 7, depending on where they, on how they set up with Simpson, the wicketkeeper.
Just thinking of that match down at Hove last year, where they went with Wallaluita and Holden, didn't they? Went with the 3-seam attack on that one. Anderson, I think, gave him a bit of a problem for this match, to say, because he's batting and bowling so well at the moment. And that restricted that option of going to more of the rookie in Cullen. It feels wrong to call him a rookie, though, because he's done so much and impressed greatly when he has played. But he's the one that can obviously really bend the back and get a bit more pace out of it. So that would have given them just that different option in the attack, which is the whole reason Shaheen Afridi was brought in, really, was because otherwise everybody's right arm over of a similar place, but for Cullen and indeed Helm.
Yeah, there might be some questions asked as to how's Cullen only played 1 game this season. You can understand those queries, because he did look the part, didn't he, last year in the blast in the 100, 36 overs gone, 93 for 1. In his limited 4-day opportunities, he's also looks like he's got plenty to offer. Didn't have a great time of it in the 1 game he did play this season. I think he took 1 wicket and conceded 146 runs. That would have been against Sussex when Pujara teed off. But yeah, I mean, he is a bowler who you could mount the case he's the next most likely to play for England out of this Middlesex team. Yet he isn't in the 4-day team, but he will be in the 100.
Well, as I say, this is the classic example. This is the pitch that you want those kind of bowlers playing. I think it's just the way the fixtures have fallen. With Mercer's injury as well, you're not going to drop Mercer for this game. You're not going to rotate him. Roland Jones likewise. You just want that experience of Roland Jones, that little bit different that he offers. Oh, he's got him! Mercer bowls Jones, nips one back up the slope. Little inside tickle onto it, I think. And Jones has gone for 37, 93 for 2. And that is a brilliant start to the afternoon session for the club captain.
Just such a tight start for Middlesex after lunch. You've really given them nothing. And you called it spot on. It was back up the slope, hit the seam. How many times have we seen Tim Murtagh do that over the years? Might have just kissed the inside edge of Jones back onto middle and leg stump, but it was through in any case. And Jones was set. Murtagh, you sense he needed that wicket, his 4th of the season.
And that's exactly what we were talking about with Mercer. With everything that they've thrown at Durham this morning, and Durham have resisted so incredibly well. I mean, Lees and Jones put on a brilliant opening stand. But Mercer has just produced that little bit of magic there. And that's where, as I say, bowlers like Mercer, for me, have their part, because this is a pitch where we're talking about you need a 90-mile-an-hour bowler. You need an 85 to 90-mile-an-hour bowler to give you the X factor. Look who it is who produces something pretty special.
As is so often the case, Tim Murtagh leading this team late last year and early this season before giving the reins back to Peter Hanscom, but very much the senior pro in this Middlesex team. And after a relatively quiet start last week against Nottinghamshire, coming back from injury, into the book here just after lunch, and it brings the Durham captain to the wicket, Scott Borthwick.
The man who has a ridiculous average against Middlesex.
Yes.
Bothersome Borthwick, as he was dubbed by Mrs. Mercer. Karina, you'll be tuned in at the moment, but hiding behind the sofa, I'd imagine, listening to us as he walks out to bat. Yeah,
averages 53 against Middlesex. He made a pair of centuries against the club back in 2014, one at home, one away. .176 here at Lords in that season, where he averages 38 in 6 first-class games. So his highest score in first-class cricket is against Middlesex. That was the 100 he made at home at Chester Street. After returning from the Test squad, he came straight back and plundered that big double against Middlesex early in the season. And 176 at the end of the season.
It's a compound about as he moved to Surrey.
Yes, that's right. As soon as that season was over, well, not that season, after 2016 was done, he went to Surrey for 4 seasons.
Don't seem to remember him hitting quite the heights for Surrey against Middlesex that he did for Durham. There was a spell where Middlesex just couldn't get past him at all, and this now is a crucial partnership, Peterson and Borthwick, with the leading run scorers this season in Dixon and Bedingham out of this match. Just after lunch, if Middlesex could get through these two early, then this would be trouble for Durham, who would have been so happy with that morning session as well.
Yeah, Borthwick, one of the Durham players who's done really well this season, passing 53 times, highest score of 90 against Glamorgan last week. He made 89 against Worcester the week before, so a man in form after a modest start. Now, of course, the club captain and one of those Sunderland types who'll be watching the football on Saturday. Yes, hadn't considered that. He's the captain and a massive Sunderland fan, isn't he?
So well played. Yeah, that's fielded by Stoneman at cover as well. Could be some interesting chat out there between those two as well. I have to check out who Stoneman's team is.
I'm sure it won't take long on the comments on YouTube. Who does Mark Stoneman follow? If you know, let us know on YouTube. All you need to do is register on the YouTube page and you can comment.
Actually, how much would Stoneman be giving it to Borthwick and Co right now, given he's going to get an awful lot when he's batting, I bet? Oh, a little inside edge. Oh, that would have been a lovely way to bookmark the over. Oh, there's one more to come from Mercer, but goodness me, good over.
It's the changer ball that done it. Murtagh, after lunch, says, I do not want this one, I want another one.
And as well, one of the age-old things with the Duke's ball is 30 overs old. The shine just really has started to come off one side. You're still keeping it going on the other. There's enough in that ball that it's almost at the peak age at 30 sometimes. Sometimes from the off you get something happening, but sometimes it's 30 overs and that's when it comes to like. What's happening here after lunch for Tim Murtagh? Just a little bit for short. 93 for 2. Wicket of Jones in that over. And then nearly something to boot at the end.
Loose. Now this little swat there from Borthwick to finish, the captain. Yeah, and we'll talk more about this later, I'm sure. But Stoneman has never actually played a first-class game against his former club, Durham. He never faced up against them when he was at Surrey for those 5 years, or 5.5 years, whatever it worked out to be. And the first time that Middlesex have played Durham in a first-class game since he joined the club for the latter part of season 2021. They did play a one-day game, didn't they, last year, that bonkers game at Radlett, which was affected by rain and was reduced to a 4-over slap at the end. And Middlesex nearly did it. Quite an entertaining day at the office, that one. Ethan Bamber.
High and down the leg side, but excitement for Simpson behind the stumps.
Yeah, again, Bamber up at mid-70s to start his new spell. It's clear, isn't it? He has picked up pace in the off-season. Which isn't to say his lack of pace, again, bolstering your point from before, was a problem last year. He was fantastic last year, taking 52 wickets at 24 or whatever it was.
That's a lovely ball. Just drew Peterson into it outside off.
That's what Bamber did really well last year, bowling from the pavilion end. You're seeing here, he's happy just to bowl a fraction short of a length of right-handers. He isn't relying on the miracle ball through the gate down the slope. He just pulls it back a wee bit and looks for the outside edge up the slope. Kind of counter-cyclical movement that is difficult to play because even on that length as a right-hander, you're expecting it to come down the slope. So you are getting into your defensive posture. It brings first and second slip straight back into play. As does that. Yeah, 77.2 mile an hour there. I think he hit 78 just before lunch. So yeah, up around 80 mile an hour.
Which is fine. You know, at this level, there could be no complaints about that. You know, nobody could talk down of an 80 mile an hour bowler at domestic level at all.
And that was the criticism of Bamber earlier in his career. You see Simpson come up to the stumps and you think, well, you know, maybe he's bowling at the same pace as Murtagh. But yeah, there is enough of a difference there. And that was the case when he played England 19s, wasn't it? There was concerns as to whether he'd be good enough, or quick enough, I should say, to make it there. And he had a very good tournament back a few years ago now, but it was the same decision-making process, really. It's that, well, he's just too good to leave out. True enough, we've got an answer to my question. Johnny Mack, Stoneman is a massive Newcastle fan. So he said, Johnny, here, that he's gone off him as a result. But I wonder how that'll work out. He'll want nothing more than Sunderland to lose at Wembley on Saturday, of course.
That's going to give a great opportunity for him to be sledging come 3 o'clock on Saturday if he is in the field.
Well, yeah, imagine that. Imagine he's in the field and Borthwick's batting. A few score updates, true or otherwise.
Flips away nicely. Holman down at long leg will get round.
Can give a running commentary. I was in the field. In fact, I was bowling when the Aguero entered the 2012 Premier League. I was playing in a game up in Cambridge, end of the over, 94 for 2. And we were in the field and missed the end of the greatest Premier League season ever, well, greatest finish anyway. And the other team were trying to tell us over the rope what was going on. I mean, even having the running commentary, it doesn't do justice to what an extraordinary couple of minutes that was in the history of the sport.
Did you hear Martin Tyler from Sulimadov? Aguero!
He's the voice of Australian football, Martin Tyler, so he's been calling Australian international since I was a kid. So it was nice from an Australian perspective that he was on the tools that day. Wonderful piece of commentary. It's his side hustle. He calls all the Socceroos games for television back to Australia.
That's not a bad side hustle, is it?
Yes. He's got that honorary Australian thing going on in the way that Richie Benaud was kind of the voice of English cricket over here for so long.
So I thought on Bamber, what he does and his pace, of course, in recent years has been, or relatively recent years, has been two great examples at both these counties. First was Graham Onions at Durham, who actually he probably was I was going to say James Harris for Middlesex. Onions probably a fraction quicker than Harris. Harris went to Loughborough and changed his action to find a yard or two of pace, because that was what was said. It was a swing bowler from Swansea, Needed a bit more pace to get in the England side, and it never happens. Only ever made the Lions James Harris. Onions, who did go up and play for England at test level, but again, what was put of him wasn't quite quick enough. Struggled massively with back injuries in his early days. Graham Onions.
Didn't affect him in that 2009 Ashes where he was brilliant. Onions, Freudian. And Chris Rushworth being the other bowler in this game who kind of falls into that same category.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, for Harris, my mind was going to him first because of the change of action and how that affected him then and affected his career. Because he definitely lost a lot of accuracy when they changed his action. Simpson standing up now. He changed the action to try and find a couple of yards of pace, put on a lot of muscle as a lot of bowlers do now. Did go on and take that 9 for here against Durham, didn't he? The second best bowling figures at Lords and the second best post-war figures for Middlesex, and it was an incredible spell from him, but he just never hit the heights often enough after the change of action. And I think it was started last season. He said to me he'd gone back to a more natural action, which he believed increased his accuracy again. Just a single.
I don't think you'd see that interventionalist approach with actions quite so much these days. I think there's kind of an acceptance that you are the way you are as a fast bowler, and you can tweak, but you can't overhaul. And in a way, that's the story of James Anderson early in his career. I mean, remember, he could have easily been part of that 2005 Ashes team. He made his test debut in 2003, made his one-day debut in the summer of 02-03 in Australia, and got that early run as a test bowler. And then in 05, I remember watching him play a game for Lancashire on television, end of the over, 95 for 2. And the entire conversation was around how Anderson's action had been destroyed, that they'd intervened too much, that he was too front on, and he would never make it, that Anderson fella. He was flash in the pan. Little did they know he'd go on to take in excess of 600 test wickets. But, you know, had they let him be at that point, maybe he would have been part of that 2005 team that will always be seen as a great side for what they achieved that famous summer. But he was there and thereabouts. I think he was 12th man for a couple of the games. But the broader point here is that he'd just gone through that part of his career where everyone wanted to have their say about what he needed to do, what he needed to tweak to take it to the next level. And in the end, effectively went back to where he started, and the rest is history.
He arrives at Middlesex. Andrew Strauss said of him that he was like a young Jimmy Anderson. Of Harris, obviously a little slower than a young Jimmy Anderson, but everything else was there. He'd swing it, he'd seam it. And yeah, his finest day with the ball was against Durham, by a long way, of course. But accuracy just wasn't there for him. But yeah, like I say, I mean, the whole conversation's about all the different ways that you can go about it as a bowler. Oh, now that's good from Bamba. Really, really good. Middlesex just got something happening with this replacement ball after lunch. Peterson drawn into that one.
Give us one of the 2021 balls, they said. Give us one from last year. That's a delivery from last year. That's what Bamba did so effectively. I mean, yes, bowling with the assistance of the slope, but this point can't be stressed enough. It was what he did up the hill that made him such a danger. Fraction fuller there. Super cricket.
That one comes back down the slope. Well bowled, Bamba. Definitely more happening after lunch here with this replacement ball replaced immediately after the interval.
Maybe this was all part of it. I don't know how they get the balls together as replacements. I'm not sure what the process is, but let me speculate wildly. Maybe that the responsibility is on the shoulders of the host club to have a number of cricket balls that are ready to roll. Maybe Middlesex have a bunch of balls lying around from last year that did bits. And they've been able to go, all you need to do is get through the first 30 overs or so, and you'll be able to change the ball, and you're laughing.
I mean, this has to be this has to be a ball from last season, doesn't it? Although, you know, again, the number of changes that there were for Durham last week. Well, why were they changing last year's ball so often as well? That was going out of shape as well. But they can't have enough balls in the replacement box that are all from this year. So you'd have to bet that this is last year's batch that they're bowling with now.
I wonder how precious they are. Are they like a vintage of a wine? When you go back, oh well, it's the 1972 drop. Where that's going to be worth an awful lot more. I wonder whether there are some of those 2018 Dukes balls that they used to carry on about and preserved for the 19 Ashes. Whether Jimmy's got a box of them somewhere that he can just kind of throw around as required. He might have kept a couple for this summer, or maybe for the Ashes in 2023. Guys, just keep a couple back for me, will you?
It's pushed away nicely. They'll think about two. They'll settle on one. 40 bowls on day one here at Lord's. Durham put in their 96 for 2.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
So 9 overs after the lunch break. The score's moved along by 15. But they've lost the wicket of Jones, bowled by Tim Murtagh, who'll continue away from us. Nursery end to Peterson. Looks in good touch. Simpson up to the stumps. I did know that I shouldn't have made a declaration around football before, Kev. I said that the end of the 2012 Premier League season was the greatest of all time, or words to that effect. I've been duly corrected by Duncan Lindo, although I must say that wasn't the Premier League, was it? That was, anyway. He says the greatest end of a Division 1 football season was the 26th of May 1989. City's win was dramatic, but beating Liverpool in that era at Anfield by 2 goals clear with 1 minute left is another level. Must be an Arsenal fan there, Duncan. So during the ad, we were just saying then that maybe there's something to this, allowing the balls to age, to pluck them, to pick them when they're ripe at just the perfect time. I mean, you get all sorts of theories, don't you? Especially from old fast bowlers.
So
I'm really setting you up here.
So Don Topley,
old fast bowler. Love you, Don.
Very old. He was Essex playing today, and is he involved? I'm sorry, aren't playing, so Reese isn't playing. So there's a good chance Toppers is tuned in at home. He's doing all right. He was telling me that in days gone by, the Dukes balls would be made and not, you know, constantly rolled out like a conveyor belt as they are now. They'd actually sit on a shelf for a while and age.
I love the idea of that, sort of monitoring their colour and their texture day to day. It's like an avocado. You know, you can't dive into an avocado too soon. That'd be folly. You need to wait until you can just squeeze, but not squeeze it too much. You don't want to bruise it. I like the idea of the same process being undertaken with the Dukes.
She gets to sit on a certain side. Oh no, you can't sit on the seam.
If you rest it next to a banana, it'll ripen quicker, like an avocado. Close to the off stump. That's the line, that's the Murtagh line. Fourth stump channel. Borthwick's already had a flash at 1.
He did tweet about this the other day, Toppers, so I'm going to see if I can find that tweet. Oh, there's that picture you were asking about as well. Broad roots, Big Luke Fletcher, Darren Fletcher, the NFL and football commentator. All at the Forest game the other day.
I enjoyed watching Broad when the pitch invasion was taking place, which he wasn't part of, by the way. Broad. End of the over. Or not. Yes, it is the end of the over, 97 for 2. Just a couple of balls behind on the feed here. But watching Stuart Broad, he's taking it in. Just having a moment on his own of contemplation. The long-suffering Forest fan. Very relatable, isn't it? Even though Stuart Broad's been involved in endless high-profile sporting moments himself over his distinguished career. Not done yet, that he can still have that sort of childlike love of his football club. And surrender to that, give in to that. Something we all know and appreciate as sports fans. Nicely played again. Peterson's middling everything right now. Just working his way into the innings. Bamber up at 77 miles an hour. 10th over.
All right, I found the Don Topley tweet. This was in reaction to the fact that in the last Durham match, there have been 6 changes of the ball across the first 2 days. Topper's saying, as a former Essex ball picker, and this is the other thing, the bowlers will pick the ball before the start, but if it changes, it has to be the umpire who picks the replacement ball. I don't think balls mature like they once did. They don't keep as many in stock today, produced, sold, used. Years ago, they had a great deal of stock on the shelves, but no longer, just produced and used. Adding that it can't just be the lesser seams this year. Luke Fletcher saying he felt there were fewer stitches in the ball this year.
Okay.
But yeah, so there you go. Maturing like Don Topley. It doesn't do it anymore.
Very good. Yeah, the ball picker's another prize role on a team, isn't it?
Mercer for Middlesex.
Murder for Middlesex. I remember when Craig McDermott was the Australian bowling coach. We're not going back too far for that. Probably 2015, 16 or thereabouts. He had the job. He did it a couple of times, and they trusted McDermott, even though he wasn't playing anymore, to do the job ahead of sort of Stark, Cummins, Hazelwood and co. Like, no. Craig McDermott, he's who we want picking our cricket balls. Not sure who does it these days. Probably Cummins, I'd say. Strikes me as the right kind of character for that role. Anderson does it for England, I think.
It'd have to be one or two, wouldn't it? He or Brody. Who's the grumpier of the two? It's always going to be the grumpier one that gets their way, isn't it?
That might be even more important than who bowls the first over. Who gets to pick the balls? Oh, past the edge. Bamber full to finish. He's bowled 10 overs, none for 19. Durham 99 for 2, so adding just 18 runs in 11 overs since the resumption of play. Won't be long, I don't imagine, before we see Holman again. He bowled 5 overs before lunch, none for 13. And it looks as though Martin Anderson is going to be turned to for the first time since lunch. He bowled 6 overs from the nursery end before lunch, none for 23. He was the fastest of the bowlers we've seen, but yet to really threaten. A couple of short balls to Lees that look good, but different challenge now with 2 batters who aren't quite set, although Peterson looks like he's ready to pounce. He's faced 47 balls, and Borthwick just off the mark in the previous over with a single. Lots of cricket left. 54 overs remain today.
Yeah, this is an important spell for Middlesex. They've done well. They've kept it really tight since lunch. And again, they did that well all morning. There was first up, as you'd expect, there were 4 balls put up there in terms of let's see if the feet are moving, put the ball up there, they're going to risk the drive. They did that. So some runs, some boundaries squirted away first up, but they really brought the scoring rate down, which they need to keep up through this afternoon session.
First ball, the new spell, taken for an easy single.
And that's what these two need to do, rotate the strike whilst the 4 balls aren't there, because they'll happily sit in. They won't be overly concerned with the scoring rate at all. That's the 100 up for Durham. 253 balls.
Yeah, laying a foundation. If Durham can be deep in the day, 3 or 4 down after being sent in, that'll be the perfect foundation. Should be a nice weekend. Forecast to be. Pulling well through the gap, Peterson. Comfortably out to the rope. Just a second boundary since lunch. Both from the batter Peterson, both through the onside. Just looks in control, doesn't he? His defensive shots are all coming right at the middle of his blade. And sure enough, immediately beaten outside the off stump, albeit the ball didn't quite get up.
This is where Anderson's spell is going to be so crucial. They backed him, they put him in again for this game. Those runs, as you say, so crucial that they wanted Holman as the spin option. De Caires had to get through so many in that first game against Derbyshire when they didn't go in with the spinner Middlesex.
Squeezed out.
Yeah, Anderson, very, very difficult to change either he or Bamber. I think with Bamber as well, who didn't have his best match against Nottinghamshire, it was a very un-Ethan-like Bamber performance. But they wouldn't want to, he was so critical of himself in that first innings. I don't think they wanted to hit his confidence by dropping him.
Well, he was undroppable last year, Bamber. He was rotated out of the team a couple of times, but it was never on the basis of form. Indeed, he would have been much of the season in the top, or the first 3 names on the sheet, I reckon. But yeah, where Bamber fits, I mean, that was a lovely presentation at lunch, wasn't it, with Mike Selvey acknowledging his contribution to the club so far into his 5th season, Bamber. Capped, always a lovely moment for a young player. End of Anderson's first over of the new spell. 7 runs coming from it though. Durham 106 for 2. Peterson into the 20s. Yeah, there will be at some point a transition away from Tim Murtagh, and then he will effectively play that role. He will be asked to become the next Murtagh, and the attack will, I assume, be built around Bamber. The question is, how long does Murtagh go on for, and will there reach a point in the short term where there might only be room for one of them? I'm not sure. It's just speculating that with Tom Helm, Toby Rowland-Jones, if Shaheen Sharafridi comes back and plays more championship cricket, and the luxury, which is Anderson being inside the top 6 but also bowling seam up, they'll want a spinner in that configuration, which means Holman or Wallaluita will always be there in the side. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch that pair of bowlers in the next season or two. Bamber starts a fresh over, straight on where he needs to be, to the relatively new man Borthwick. Remembering, of course, they took 110 wickets between them last year, and they both looked born to bowl at Lords. So yeah, it's not going to be easy, and that's a good problem for selectors to have.
Yeah, I think for Anderson, the fact that he's bowling at the nursery end at the moment as well, Helm actually operates quite nicely from the nursery end also. And that's a great problem to have, a big man like Helm operating nicely from the nursery, and that's where he bowls a lot of his 2020 stuff as well, Helm, isn't it, from down below us. So that was the fear for a long time. How do you replace Mercer? But all of a sudden you've got 3 who could almost be longer-term nursery end bowlers in Bamber, Anderson and Helm. Again, that ball that picked up Kimber in that last match here against, or the previous match here against Leicestershire, sorry. That was an absolute beaut from the nursery end, and just looked like, yep, that's all Ethan Bamber ever needs to do from the nursery end. Just keep nipping one away every now and again, nipping them back in as he does from the pavilion end. It's not a bad time to be a Middlesex bowler either. Head of men's performance at Middlesex, Alan Coleman, who's come through every age rank as a bowler, set up his career as a bowling coach, set up his career as a coach from a very young age. And injury ended his Middlesex career at a young age in his early 20s. Richard Johnson, the head coach, former bowling coach here, former bowling coach at Surrey, and Jade Dernbach, recruited in at the behest of Richard Johnson to be the bowling consultant this year. Red and white ball cricket. Of course, they've got Owe Shah in now as a white ball coach to help Mark Ramprakash, the batting consultant. But yeah, on the bowling front, they're well stocked on experience and very highly regarded coaches as well. I know Alan Coleman, who stepped up, it's effectively into that managing director role that Angus Fraser had, different title, but he was very highly regarded as a bowling coach.
One of the shots of the day, if not the shot of the day, from Scott Borthwick. His first boundary. Not given loads of width there from Bamber. Compact on the front foot, punching through the line, short boundary. Couple of 90s in the last 2 weekends, Borthwick. Yet to reach 3 figures this season. Ooh, shout! Pitching outside leg, I fancy. End of the over, 110 for 2 the score. Watching back that last delivery. That's the boundary from the ball before. We'll also get a look at the response from Bamber. Here it is. Umpire Saggers officiating from the pavilion end. Yep, pitching well outside the leg stump. Easy decision. Very consistent, that pace there. Every delivery in the over between 75 mile an hour and 76.4. So into a nice rhythm after lunch, Bamber. 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 23, his analysis so far. Back to Borthwick, who returned to Durham last year after a 5-year stretch with Surrey, which was an exercise in trying to get back into the England team after playing that one test match back in early 2014. Sort of identified himself as a leg spinner who could bat a bit, and then, as you often see with spinners who work in both disciplines, his batting took over. Steve Smith, the obvious example, but there are others we've seen over the years who end up becoming batters first, and he was very close to a second England call-up in 2016. The start of that summer, he raced out of the blocks batting at 3 for Durham. In the end, they gave Nick Compton one more chance for that Sri Lanka series. That didn't work out. He failed in all 3 test matches. He was dumped, and there was a decision to make between Borthwick and Gary Ballance. Gary Ballance got the nod for the Pakistan series, and just happened to coincide with a bit of a dip in form for Borthwick, and hasn't really been in the frame since. Some big sort of moments there, wasn't there? Early 2016 when they had the chance to make a move away. That's going to be a boundary. Borthwick gets it fine enough into the rope just before the Allen stand. My first impression was that was an easy single down the long leg, but the extra pace from Anderson, yeah, nicely tucked. Old-fashioned leg glance. Borthwick's second boundary into double figures. Yeah, but I think about that period of time before the 2016 Test matches against Sri Lanka. There were effectively two positions going. One was the opener spot, which Alex Hales had bedded down. You could say it was three, but one was Alex Hales, who'd opened in South Africa, albeit without too much success. James Taylor, tragically really, wasn't able to take his spot in the side that summer when his career came to an abrupt end. And then there was the question around Nick Compton. And they went with Compton, they went with Hales, so they stuck with the two players as part of the winning team. And that didn't give the chance. Good stop there at cover for either Borthwick or Robson, who was the other player who got out of the blocks with a double ton here. It's Warwickshire, wasn't it, to start the season in 2016. And in Robson's case, not a million miles away from Borthwick either. After not getting picked, he fell away back half of 2016. Very similar careers, Borthwick and Robson, on that basis. They both played Test cricket around the same time. Got comparable records. Borthwick 20 centuries, 54 50s. I think Robson's up to 26 centuries now, something like that. End of 45 overs, 115 for 2. He's over 10,000 runs, which is the milestone that Robson passed on opening day last season. Borthwick now 32, Robson 33.
That's the odd thing with Robson for me that it just keeps bringing me back to Robson all the time, is he was 24 the last time he got his chance for England. So he's clearly a far better player now than when he last played for England. So to not give him another go, to think that he'd play through his career and never pull on an England shirt again at Test level, just seems, you know, an extraordinary decision by England. Because he's clearly a better player now than he was then. He's got 8 more years experience. 8 more years experience as a player and as a human being, you know, in terms of the psychology of it all as well.
Yeah, and you add to that the conveyor belt of openers that have got an opportunity since Alistair Cook retired, and even before that really. He was one of a number of players that were rolled through after Strauss's retirement. And with Robson, it's not as though he was omitted purely on the basis of form. It was the desire to get Jonathan Trott back into the team in 2015 in the Caribbean. Oy. They had what was effectively a bat-off, didn't they, in the tour game. Trott made runs and he got the spot. So it wasn't as though Robson was like dumped, if you like, or sacked, omitted. He was still in the squad when he wasn't picked. Yeah, never to return. Wrong there from Holman, maybe a top spinner. Either way, Stump's nearly in play.
And there's no doubt, I put it to Robson at the start of the season actually, on the press day here at Lord's, which he didn't bite. But you know, at the time, cast your mind back, I know we've discussed this already this season, but it was a straight pick between England and Australia. What are you going to do? Who's going to pick Robson first?
Absolutely. Extra flight. Peterson equal to it. 2 to the fat side of the ground.
Quite rightly, Australia picked Chris Rogers, but in picking Chris Rogers, they picked him over Robson. So that basically ended, you know, England went for Robson, and you know that ended Robson's chances of playing for Australia. But they put him in early is the point, and it feels as though they've punished him since.
Help yourself. Nearly gives a catch. In fact, they don't even take a single. It got there so quickly. That'll make for an interesting replay. So Peterson was almost caught unawares by the half tracker. He could have popped that into the mosque. Landed just a couple of yards in front of Martin Anderson out there.
Was he frozen to the spot by that? Did he think he'd put it down the fielder's throat?
Well, he must have. Otherwise, why not take the single?
I think he fears that he's got out to the dreaded bad ball, you know, which takes, as we know, historically through cricket, bad balls take wickets. And Holman got 2 absolutely filthy ones here against Leicestershire. Real long hops. One was top-edged and one was just steered virtually to mid-wicket. Yeah,
when you get balls like that on this side of the ground, the boundary is the minimum distance this week. I think 55 yards, is it, or 60 yards? Whatever it is, it's a pitching wedge for players of this capacity. You don't even need to overhit it to pop it into the stands. We see that when they play short form, 2020 cricket on the pitch on this side, that it can be it can be a lot of fun to watch. You can see just there's the pitch that's covered up in green. That's the test pitch. And we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pitches over from that. Which again emphasises just how far over we are and how easy it is to clear that boundary, pop it into the fans there, rather, in the mound stand.
So I've talked a lot about where Holman, I think, should be bowling from which end. But whatever happens, when Ben Stokes is batting, Luke Holman must not be bowling from the nursery end here at Lord's.
Yes.
Especially right arm around the wicket to the left-hander, because that leg side is going to be very juicy.
Well, we saw Stokes hit 34 off and over a couple of weeks ago. This is not reflecting on Holman at all. Anderson, new over off the hip, nicely clipped. But with Stokes and what we've seen with him over the years with his range hitting, it's entirely within the realms of possibility, regardless of where Holman bowls it, that he could get deposited into that stand 6 times in a row, if bowling from that end around the wicket, like you say.
But they did this with Mercer last year, didn't they, against Barker, when Barker absolutely tore into him. And Mercer was coming right arm around the wicket to Barker from the nursery and hit into this short boundary, and he peppered the stand.
Past the inside edge.
80 miles an hour again from Martin Anderson, who's been the quickest on display. One's just nudged up towards 82 from him so far. And that was the story of Anderson all the way through youth ranks, an 80 mile an hour bowler, and they were extremely excited about him, but a couple of back injuries. What it has meant is that his batting has had an awful lot of work, and he's a fine all-rounder now. So well played. Just rotate that strike around again. That's something they must do.
So the player I felt for out of the Ben Stokes 34 and over, it was Josh Baker, wasn't it? From Worcestershire, the 18-year-old off spinner. Not because he had 34 taken from him. He was 10 yards away from having an after-dinner speaking gig for life. At age 18, Malcolm Nash style, who of course Sobers hit for 6 sixes down at Swansea in 1968. A televised game too. That was the first year that BBC Wales were televising games in the Championship, 1968. And it just happened to be that day that Sobers was there, and sort of the rest is history. But everybody knows the name Malcolm Nash, and obviously he was a much better cricketer than that one microcosm affords any of us, or most people, would ever know. But still, it sort of made his name in cricket. And Baker, he might go on and take hundreds of test wickets for all I know. He's only 18, only played a handful of first-class games. But even if he doesn't, even if he goes on to have a modest professional career and he's out of the game by 22 or 23, had Stokes hit that last delivery 10 yards further, that would have ensured that he'd be on the after-dinner speaking circuit forever, not to be cruelly robbed.
He's really highly regarded as well, isn't he? Young 18-year-olds, and for a spinner to be that highly regarded at that age as well.
Squeezed out again.
Just hope it doesn't knock the youngster.
I don't think it will. I think that end of the over, 47 gone, 124 for 2. The fact that Stokes got straight on WhatsApp to him that night and said, look, don't worry about it. I know what it's like to get hit for multiple sixes in a row.
Yeah, that's classy, isn't it?
Yeah, it was good from Stokes, I thought. In the sort of an apologetic tone. I don't know. It feels to me like a missed opportunity, albeit just.
Not so good from certain others on social media that night, I must admit.
Yeah, there was some who just like to get quote tweeted and retweeted and need to be in the headlines every other day. They've just got this ongoing desire to see themselves quoted. So yeah, some had a bad night on social media. Must be that deprivation when you stop playing the game, when you just need to be reinforced how good you are. Ooh.
This we've focused a fair bit on Middlesex's options here and how they go about all of this.
Oh, well bowled, Luke Holman. Borthwick goes back a fraction fuller, a fraction quicker, and it sneaks through. He gets the captain for 15. So Holman over the wicket. Just pushed him back. Might have caught the inside edge on the way through. Durham lose their third wicket with the score on 1-2-4. Holman's in the book. He's in the game. And he did chop on there, Borthwick.
Wasn't there for it, I don't think, was it, for Borthwick? It's a great wicket for Holman. Well done him, well bowled. He did everything he had to do. Borthwick, fellow wrist spinner, is bowled. He won't like that at all, Borthwick. But, well, maybe thinking with the slope. That one sliding down and he'd be able to go with it. Error in judgment from Borthwick. It wasn't quite there for him. That's a huge, huge wicket for Middlesex. And I was just about to make the point before, which would have left me guilty of being the commentator's curses. Here comes the man we've been talking about, Ben Stokes. There's the applause for the New England captain.
So it will be Ben Stokes facing Luke Holman initially, albeit not from the nursery end as we were joking about before, Kev. He's bowling from the pavilion end. But wickets now with the score on 81, 93 and 124. So Middlesex hang in there after a tough start. Not taking a wicket for the better part of 2 hours. They took two either side of lunch. Lees and Jones, both openers, gone for 44 and 37 respectively. And now the captain Borthwick. We're about halfway through the day. Nicely placed as Ben Stokes walks out, the England captain.
This is huge for Holman as well now, isn't it? 21 years of age, after all we've just talked about with Baker.
And they'll start with a deep point, deep cover in front of Father Time. Two out on the leg side, albeit both well inside the rope. They're tempting Stokes. They've got a deep backward square in Bamba. He'd be 20 metres inside, albeit to the very long boundary. That must be the better part of 90 metres that way, 80 metres plus at least. And a deep mid-wicket that's not all the way. It's holding out there. Well bowled by Holman. A wicket maiden, removing Durham's captain, Borthwick. It's 124 for 3. Halfway through day one. Stokes has played 2 games this season. Of course, the 161, the extraordinary 161 he made against Worcestershire that we were talking about before. And last week against Glamorgan, 82 and 26 in that winning effort. 17 sixes out of that 161, and the second quickest ever in county cricket or first class cricket history, moving from 50 to 150 in just 35 deliveries. Still didn't overtake Ted Allison, who got there in 31 balls for Notts. Trent Bridge, I should say. New over. Anderson, he'll get his chance at Peterson again and then subsequently at Stokes. But Peterson, the senior player now, he's faced 62 deliveries.
He's gone up a place here, Stokes, hasn't he, in the absence of Dixon and Beddingham. I was going to say he'd gone up 2, but of course there was a night watchman in the second innings of the match against Glamorgan. But number 6 is where he's been so far, so up to number 5 for this. Yeah, we were scrambling for the record books last week when Mulaney was casting it around Lords. Fletcher in that match, the first player to score a century at number 1 and number 11 in the same match, a 50, sorry. Mix up, but they'll be okay. Yeah, Mulaney. We're scrambling to see quickest 50s and all sorts in that. It was well short of the quickest 50. Overall, Ended up on 100 off 58 balls. Quickest first-class century for Nottinghamshire. Anderson. Let's get a look at Stokes as well. Stock delivery from Anderson does bring it back into the left-hander. So although it's a little different, a spinner bowling to Stokes from this end, even still, Anderson will just have to be wary of that short boundary. Deep square back, deep backward square leg, round to long leg.
Got that rung before. It was 36 balls for Stokes to go between 50 and 150 against Worcestershire. I mentioned Ted Allison, who did it in 33 balls for Notts against Sussex at Hove in 1911. That's one of the more bizarre stories in cricket history. It was his only first-class 100. There's an entire book written about it by John Arlett, which was sent to me recently after I talked about it on my podcast, that there is a whole book written about one innings from 1911 where he came in after lunch with Sussex up against it. Oh, sorry, playing against Sussex. Right? I'm confusing myself here. Playing for Notts. Oh, swing and a miss. And he just teed off after lunch. Hit 8 sixes and hit 142 of the 152 added for the final wicket. At one stage he hit 115 runs in 7 overs, so that it's kind of comparable to what Stokes was able to achieve down there at Worcestershire, albeit not batting with the number 11. Off the mark here.
I was just harking back to the Mulaney one last week. So his 50 came off 31 balls. And then he brought up his century off his 55th delivery. Wow. So his second 50 came off 24 deliveries.
Very nice. Stokes-esque.
Yeah.
Who's back on strike here. They're going to stick with Holman. Don't mind this. So that deep mid wicket, it's gone back a fraction. I'm just seeing how they're going to play this. Mr. Carey's out there at deep mid wicket. Reverse sweep Stokes. That's his first boundary.
So Duckett went after Holman in this way last week, and in the end it was Holman who came back and got him. He was out for 23 off 18 deliveries. Duckett reverse sweeping Holman. Good 3 times, maybe 4, before he eventually top edged one. Deep backward point on the reverse sweep to Pete Hanscom. So this is going to be a big temptation here for Stokes, the reverse sweep as well, with a very short boundary.
Full. Happy with the single to the Careys.
He's been up against it the last couple of weeks, Holman, bowling a lot to Pujara down at Hove, which again, having a chat with him after the game, you know, it's just a great learning experience, isn't it? It was really tough for him, and he beat himself up over it. But, you know, the bowling to Pujara is actually what you want to do to learn how to develop. Find out about yourself, find out about your game, find out about the game. You know, you're bowling at the best, so learn from the experience. One of the marks of Holman since he got into the Middlesex side as a wrist spinner for me was that he just landed it so naturally from the very beginning of his spell. Just seemed to find a good length. Didn't have a trouble locating his length as so many wrist spinners do at the start of their spell. This year it hasn't quite been the same for Holman. He has had a little bit more trouble, so this is going to be really interesting against Stokes.
Watchful. Yeah, Holman last year, that 10-wicket haul at Hove, just the 4th time he played a first-class game. Was it the first 10-wicket bag by a wrist spinner since 2009 with Adil Rashid in the championship. So he's got the skills. Stokes to retain the strike. 50 overs gone, 135 for 3. Stokes has 8 of those. 7 of those, rather. We'll take a break.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
With the England captain on strike, league commentary returns to Kevin Hand for the next 10 overs.
Yeah, down at Hove, he none for 60. Sorry, down at Hove last week against Nottinghamshire, none for 61 again off 8 in the first innings. In the second innings, 3 for 77 from 13. In the previous week at Hove, he'd had a tough time of it against Pujara and co, but managed to pick up Slater, Duckett and James, as they were attacking last week in that second innings, Nottinghamshire, but fair play to him for hanging in there, because they were trying to target him. That's powerfully struck through the covers, little use of the feet, and rocketed away.
Enough premeditation from Stokes. Just that little shimmy into position early. No one better at clouting the ball through cover than the England captain into double figures.
Away it goes. Cover might have half a chance here to Carey's, and does just flick it back in. He's done a great job. He's got a real scamper about his sprint to Carey's.
And a good arm too, cannoning it back into Simpson. Excellent fielding. So Stokes tried to repeat the dose. Just a little... Yeah, it's not a dance down the track, is it? It's just half a pace to mess with the length of Anderson. Copped it on the front foot second time around after slapping from the crease the first. From the balls of his feet. Yes, to Carey's. Saving 1, but that's what they want to see. The captains love that. Get Stokes off strike as well.
81 miles an hour that last ball. Be interesting just to keep an eye on Anderson's pace against Stokes, whether he's trying to put a little bit more in.
Yeah, it's a chance to, I mean, you shouldn't really be thinking about it this way, but it's hard not to. It's an individual team sport, and everyone out there wants to play for their country one day. Anderson, no different. He'll be thinking, well, look, I've got a chance to bowl at Ben Stokes here. He's going to be the Test captain for a time. What better opportunity to knock him over and make your presence felt. He may not know much about Martin Anderson. In fact, I'd go as far to say it's very unlikely he knows much about Martin Anderson.
He wants to take his place as all-rounder.
Well, who knows? 3 or 4 years' time, when Stokes gets towards the end of his Test career, maybe that's when Anderson's blooming. 81 mile an hour there. But yeah, it's not everything, but it's not for nothing. We saw the way that James Vince first got into the Test team way back when. It was on the back of a century against that very strong Yorkshire attack. And that helped him jump the queue. It might be the same for Anderson here if he knocks over Stokes. 51 overs gone, 143 for 3.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on that. So the ball that went for 4-3, and then the single, they were all in excess of 80 miles an hour. It's then back down to 78 for the ball to Peterson. Sorry, it was the single he took, was Peterson. That was back down, wasn't it, to 78. So just worth keeping an eye on. It won't be every ball that it'll be a concertina effect up and down, but...
Well, we did see Anderson up towards, would I be right in remembering, 83 mile an hour in that TV game that where Surrey hosted Middlesex on Sky last year. So he's got that club in the bag. He should only get quicker as well, Anderson. He started off as an out-and-out quick. Now 25 years of age, but he had that double back stress fracture when playing club cricket in Adelaide. Had to return purely as a batter in 2019. Then got a sustained run in the first team in 2020 through the Bob Willis Trophy truncated season, also in the Blast, and became that permanent all-rounder at 6 or 7. But often Middlesex's quickest seamer.
Just drops a little short on that one. Stokes resisting any temptation to go after him with the deep mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Just drops the single. Mustn't lose sight of this man. Peterson on to 30 now. He's in. He's set. Coleman gets away with that one as well. Again, this is as much a psychological test for Holman now as anything, isn't it? With this pairing, really. Right-handed, left-handed. Stokes the aggressor. Peterson settled in for a long innings here, and that it is going to be a stark contrast between the two at either end now, I'd fancy. But there's still a bit here for Durham to do. They do have to be careful in terms of the bigger innings context. They got up to lunch just 1 down and very nearly none down at lunch before losing Lees. So you know, they'll have seen the way that this has gone, and you know, having had a few get-ins, someone's got to go on now. Now that goes up in the air. The cry is catch it, and he's gone. Holman picks up Stokes. Roland Jones with the catch at long on. 146 for 4. And the England captain departs to the 21-year-old wrist spinner of Middlesex.
Just the tempter there, wasn't it? And setting mid-on back, but not all the way back, has brought the reward for Middlesex and Peter Hanscom, the captain. The temptation would have been to send all the fielders on the leg side back to the spin of Holman in towards his pads, but he wanted Stokes to go over the top. And that's exactly how it's played out. The miss hit to Roland Jones. That might well be the most crucial moment of this first day. Stokes gone for 15. Durham 146 for 4.
What a wicket that is for Luke Holman. After the last couple of weeks, Pujara, then some tap from Duckett, then he got him. Didn't really take any tap from Stokes at all, but removes the England captain. That's massive. And just what we were saying as well for Durham, having very nearly got to lunch, none down. Let's be careful of being 4 and 5 down very quickly here into this afternoon session. I know we're halfway through the day now, so we are well advanced, but in terms of their match position, 146 on the board, they haven't quite gone anywhere just yet. As out comes Ned Eckersley, one of Ealing's finest.
Well, they've lost 4 for 65 either side of lunch. The runs dried up initially. Then the wicket of Lees just before the break. Roland Jones leg before wicket. Jones through the gate, Murtagh gone for 37. So the 2 set men either side of the break, and then Borthwick bowled by Holman, and then Stokes holes out from the bowling of Holman. So the leg spinner's got 2 of the 4. What a big early moment in his career. Picking up the captain and the England captain in quick succession, both in this spell from the pavilion end. That'll do him the world of good. He's very much in this game, an all-rounder, Holman. Getting 2 early wickets on the first day, putting Middlesex in a much better position than they were a couple of hours ago.
Top ball to end the over. Stokes has gone. Well bowled. Luke Holman, 146 for 4. Roland Jones holding on to the catch. Big old wicket that, and I dare say you hear that applause go round. Sounds busy out there today. Looks busy over in the pavilion. Perhaps a good few extra just turned up to see the England captain.
A lot of people here today. I don't think it's too bold to say it's the most attended day we've had of county cricket at Lords in season 2022. I'm sure there is the Stokes factor. Lovely day here in northwest London. The final championship game of this stretch. Yeah, the punters are voting with their feet. Great day for it. Nice bit of push and pull. At one stage, Durham out to 81 for no loss, losing their 4th wicket with the score on 146. A nice competitive balance between bat and ball. And looking back through it, it was when Tim Murtagh, just after lunch, said, I want to change the ball, and that has changed the fortunes of the home team. As Ethan Bamber returns for a 3rd spell, his 2nd spell from the nursery end. He's bowled 11 overs, none for 23. He's been close to the outside edge on a number of occasions. A little bit surprised, Kev, that he's not been brought back at the pavilion end. That was a really good spell after lunch. I know they've got to rotate their seamers and play the game accordingly with Holman going so well from the pavilion end, but yeah, just the way we saw Bamber hit the seam a couple of times and stand up straight and beat the outside edge of the blade up the slope. I would have thought that's the most dangerous he's been.
One thing I've noted more about Hanscom's captaincy this year than I noticed last year, and certainly of Middlesex deployment over the years, he chops and changes them a lot more than I feel he did last year and previous captains did. And chops and changes the ends a lot as well. So whether Roland Jones, whether he'll be the man next in line at the pavilion end to replace Holman when they feel the time is right, or whether he'll replace Bamber at the nursery.
There is the captain at first slip, wearing the white-brimmed hat. Warm day, the only player going for the white floppy at this stage. Comfortable in the court, used to wicket keep. Doesn't do that so often these days. Hanscom, a part of the Australia A squad that will be in Sri Lanka, arriving in June for a series of games, both red ball and white ball.
You out there for that one, did you say?
I'm there for the test matches. I won't be there for the Australia A bit, but I'll be there for the 2 test matches. Although it must be said, the selectors have got quite an open mind to that squad. So they've picked a test, I think it's 15, but they've said, well, look, you can pretty much ignore what we've said. If you do well in the A squad, or if you do well on the one-dayers and the T20s that immediately precede the test matches, well, you might get elevated. So that's been the message to Glenn Maxwell, for example. He's not in the test squad. He's not played a first-class game in 3 years, or near enough to it. But they've been pretty clear to him that if you're in good nick in the one-dayers, we're going to pick you. And the same will be for players like Pete Hanscom and Matt Renshaw, who have been brought back into the fold after a couple of years in the international wilderness, so to speak.
With the Shield season that he had, Hanscom, then the feeling is a good season for Middlesex now, and he's really going to be banging the door down again. Yeah,
he's close. I mean, I think partly because he's the Victorian captain too, having another senior player in that dressing room. And look, Australia have had a pretty good 12 months, so there's no obvious vacancy. I mean, even Travis Head, he might be the most vulnerable in the top 6, but he was player of the Ashes, what, 3 months ago, with 2 barnstorming centuries at Brisbane and Hobart.
Just thinking of those championship games in the middle of the summer for Pete Hanscom. Ended the over and maiden for Bamber, 146 for 4. They've got the June 12th fixture at Chesterfield, then they're at Trent Bridge at the end of June, Middlesex. And they've got 3 championship games in July. And obviously all the talk about Pete Hanscom is his technique and how is his technique going to hold up to an English summer, particularly April and May. But the time where he'll really want to be racking up the runs in England is in July.
He'll be back by then. The Australia A Tour runs from the 8th of June. There's 2 white ball games and then 2 red ball games that are finishing up on the 24th of June. So presumably he'll be back here by the end of that month. So he might miss 1 first-class game.
So June 12th is Chesterfield. End of June, I think it's last week of June, is Trent Bridge.
Yeah, he should be back for that.
Right. Chesterfield's a road. Trent Bridge, it depends on the overheads as well, much like here.
So not the game to miss then.
Yeah, can he call the Aussie selector, see if they can
he
switch that series around?
I was going to say, he'll be playing at Harb and Toda in those 4-day games. That's an absolute road. And the 2 one-dayers, or the 2, they're not one-day internationals, but the list day games are at Colombo. Provided the tour goes ahead as planned, that's, I mean, no sure thing, I suppose, with the instability in Sri Lanka at the moment. But all things being equal, the Australian senior team play T20s in Colombo and Kandy, one-dayers in Kandy and Colombo, back to Colombo, and then 2 test matches in Gaul, which is what I'm going over for at the end of June through the 1st and 2nd weeks of July. Back-to-back tests both at Gaul.
Not the best flag to show you, but the wind's just picked up a bit here at Lord's. It's really buffets in the media centre. You can hear it creaking away, and indeed the wind's coming from the back of Luke Holman.
Yeah, nothing compared to opening day of the season with Derbyshire, where I don't think it's exaggerating a point to say the media centre was shaking. And it was just a dreadful day for spectators. Even though the sun was out for most of it, they all went home with windburn.
Good stop. Although think about the single, and they will get it comfortably. It'll be the end of the over. I've never heard the media centre creaking here at Lord's, and that's what it did in the wind. It just did a few minutes ago here, which just made me look up at that wind and realise as well that Ben Stokes was hitting into that wind. So I was thinking first about the flight of Holman. Holman's got that strong wind at the back, although that flag was the most dormant of the three. It seems to be a particularly heavy Middlesex flag, so it was the same last week against Notts. Notts had a much lighter flag, it seems, right. But the pennant on top of the grandstand at the moment, quite a heavy pennant as well of the MCC. That's at full extension, but yeah, Bamba's running up the hill now into the wind. Holman, the leg spinner's got the wind at his back. It also meant that Stokes was hitting into the wind down to long on. End of the over, that was 148 for 4. Back to where we were. For Hanscom, he was held so highly regarded. There's a few others, obviously, hoping to get back in the mix.
Yeah, Matt Renshaw, I mentioned him too. He hasn't been in an Australian squad for a few years. He did get taken to Pakistan for the one days as injury cover, but wasn't in the main squad that went earlier in the year. But Renshaw started the season well for Somerset, so he gets another opportunity. 26 years of age now. Marcus Harris, who isn't in the Test squad, is going over with Australia A, so he'll miss a little bit of cricket with Gloucestershire. Mark Steckety, not sure what his arrangements are over here at the moment, but he's also in the A squad, having missed out on the senior Test squad this time around. Yeah, Australia playing Test matches in Sri Lanka. Then they're a very busy team. They're playing white ball cricket through the back of the winter against New Zealand and Zimbabwe, reportedly, which would be good. Have Zimbabwe over to Australia for the first time in a long time. A World Cup, T20 World Cup in Australia. Then England come over for one-day internationals, would you believe? Which seems a bit odd, but there you go. They're already there for the World Cup, I suppose. Might as well cash it in.
That's clipped away fine. Peterson, he'd nudged his way into the 30s quite a while ago. 150 up as well for Durham, 152 for 4.
And nicely played by Peterson. Hasn't played a false stroke yet. Moving up to 36.
He'll know he's got to really anchor this innings now. With those that are missing, Stokes had gone one higher, so too Eckersley as a result.
And from there, the Australians have a home summer Test matches against the West Indies and South Africa. Then they're off to India for 4 tests in February, March. Then they go to the West Indies for Test matches before coming to England for an Ashes series in the middle of 2023. And then a World Cup in India in October 2023. So pretty much doing as England did for 2 years there through the pandemic and playing constantly, making up for lost time. Having barely travelled through the pandemic years, the first couple of pandemic years, I should say.
End of the over, 155 for 4.
England have got a crazy winter as well, don't they? They go from finishing their home series, they play white ball cricket in Pakistan, the World Cup in Australia, they go back to Pakistan for Test matches for the first time since 2005, then they play another series of test matches in New Zealand, I'm pretty sure. I think went back to New Zealand again. There's another white ball tour they squeeze in there as well before the end of the World Cup one-day Super League cycle. Then back home to do it all again, an Ashes series against Australia, and then the one-day World Cup retention for them. Well, they'll be trying to retain it under the leadership of Matthew Mott, who got the job as the new England white ball men's coach during the week. There's been so many appointments for England, hasn't there? Key, Stokes, McCullum, now Mott.
There's a lot of chat about how England, or how the ECB, the fixture list would shape up ahead of the defence of the 50-over competition. Bearing in mind there's 2 short format competitions in England now, and so few Royal London One Day Cup games.
Wrong'un.
Just dropped quite short the ball before, didn't he, Holman? This one was fractions short again, but as you say, sending the other way. But yeah, the feeling was that there would actually be a real shift back to 50-over cricket domestically to give England the best chance. Oh, that's a good leave by Ned Eckersley.
He looked to be shuffling. For the briefest moment, I thought he'd shouldered arms whilst out of his ground, but must have had his toe back and trusted that he wasn't going to drag that back foot. Good cricket there from Holman to flight that above the eye line.
Very open stance, isn't it? This time he does use the... Oh, Holman gets a touch on that. Peterson hadn't left his ground. That would have been a horrible way to go for Peterson. But yeah, Eckersley, Oxford born but kneeling cricketer off to Leicestershire.
Having a dreadful time of it this year, Eckersley. Just 77 runs at 11 coming into this game. Former player here at Middlesex years ago, played in the twos. He was on the ground staff as well. One of the young cricketers. End of the over, 157 for 4. Yeah, a bit of a journeyman, Eckersley, from the MCC Young Cricketers program on the ground staff here at Lords. He was asked to subfield during the 2009 Ashes Test match here when he was in that job, played some Middlesex twos, finally made his way into the professional game via the Unicorns, into the Leicestershire team where he did so well over a number of years before leaving in 2019. 3 full seasons since his move to Durham. He's averaged 40, 25 and 31 with just 2 centuries. So, yeah, I don't think it's unreasonable to say that Eckersley's career is just about at the crossroads at the moment. He's played a couple of games at Lords, never really made a contribution here. Made a century against Middlesex back in 2011 for Leicestershire. It was his maiden first-class ton. The week that Middlesex won Division 2 up at Grace Road. But a century in a losing team. His first in professional cricket. He was made the Durham captain in 2020 as well, briefly, albeit when Cameron Bancroft was unavailable. So, yeah, journeyman. And before this innings, just 77 runs at 11 in 2022. So, in need of runs before they break for white ball cricket. Now 32 years of age, well over 7,000 runs.
Horrible thing is, I remember him being a gritty youngster breaking through. Time went and got a proper job, isn't it?
You're telling on yourself there, Kev.
Told Stephen Finn a couple of weeks ago down at Hove he's never allowed to retire, having done his debut. He's never allowed to debut at 16 as well. Never allowed to retire.
It does reach that point, doesn't it?
Yeah, Eckersley, well, like I say, one of those first ones, it would have been close to his debut at that point. One of those first innings I saw him for Leicestershire, it really was a dig-in moment, as it is here for Durham now. I think Middlesex putting them in, they'd have thought 250. Haven't done for 250. That would be very much in Middlesex's sights if they could pick up a couple quickly. And again, from Durham's perspective, having nearly got to lunch and undown, they'd have been thinking about doing a Nottinghamshire, which is very possible as well, especially with Peterson there. He'll have the strike, and he'll have a man who will very much be looking to bat time at the other end for him there in Eckersley. 157 for 4. Middlesex Live enhanced stream here with Adam Collins and myself, Kevin Hand. Just showed you a message a minute ago from Stephen Eskenazi, who's at the ground today. So can we pop up and do a bit at some point, say hello on the stream? And Monty Panesar is in the house as well, now working for Middlesex as well. Matt Floyd and I last week, we were scrambling to try and get Owen Morgan on the mic when he appeared in the media centre downstairs. As did Rob Key actually at one point as well. Couldn't get a hook long enough down the stairs to grab him up and bring him upstairs with us.
We're going to have a few guest commentators coming through, Kev, through the afternoon. We've got Monty Panesar in the back of the box. I think he's about to join us momentarily. We've got Stevie Eskenazi, the injured man at the moment. Of course, you can contact us any time at the moment on the YouTube stream. Always there to jump on the comments. We've got some, as always, lively conversation taking place. Comments here from Tim Wilton Davies, who clearly wants his name read out, saying that we're not very good, which is fine. We have face for radio. Well done, Tim. Good on you, champion. I've got some a number of others who are enjoying what we're doing. Get involved on YouTube.
I was a bit disappointed on the camera with you this morning, though, Colo, when I realised you've just come back from abroad, so looking heavily tanned, and I've looking pretty pasty white. The tan is just about worn off by the time you're off again. Where's it to next Sri Lanka? You've just come back from UAE, haven't you?
Yeah, it was good. The Fair Break Invitational, which was I think the kind of competition that seems unlikely when you try and explain it to people, but it works so well that I don't expect it'll be long before it's an annual staple of the women's cricket calendar. So the premise is bringing together associate nations with full member nations. There were 90 players across 36 countries, would you believe? So as far-flung in cricket terms as, I suppose, all different parts of continental Europe, Malaysia, Singapore, Bhutan had an excellent left-arm seamer representing one of the 6 teams in operation there.
Why so unlikely? You said it seems unlikely to some. Why so? Oh, it's edged through the gap. It'll be 4 down to the vacant third. Only 1 slip in place now. Again, we've talked about the pace of the pitch. The ball hasn't beaten the edge much today. Middlesex perhaps have adapted to this pitch well to pick up the wickets they have, but that one was pretty orthodox. Line and length and a thick edge, but only 1 slip in place.
Haven't seen many of those today. Genuine edge, but yeah, would have needed 3 or 4 slips in place for that to have realistically been a shot.
Both from this end, funnily enough. There was the one that went out of reach. Was it Lee's off Murta, maybe? He was stretching for one outside off, wasn't he?
Coming back to your question before, I think that the idea of having a tournament that's private equity, funded by private equity, played in the UAE, although it's run by Hong Kong Cricket, with 50 associate nation players, many of whom are amateurs, against some of the biggest names in the world. Heather Knight, for example, the England captain, a number of the South Africans, Australians, English players over there and New Zealanders too. That it just seems like a mix that may not work, but it worked tremendously well. Very competitive tournament. It was telecast in 142 countries and gave a lot of women the chance to be paid to play cricket for the first time on TV and all the rest of it. And yeah, it was quite nourishing being out there for that. It'll be in Hong Kong next year, so yeah, I'm pleased to have gone and been part of the first edition.
You've been to Hong Kong before?
I have in my former life. When I was a political flunky, I went to Hong Kong years ago.
I won't ask anymore. Inside tickle down to long leg, single for Eckersley. Yeah, there was a couple of the Sunrisers and indeed Middlesex women in that one as well, wasn't there? I did the Sunrisers game last night.
Tash Miles was playing.
Sure, I saw Cordelia Griffith. I'm not going mad.
She didn't play in that comp, but Tash Miles, who's
John as a subfielder,
who's been part of the
I'm
Middlesex.
Sure, I saw Griffith.
Cordelia, unless she was there as a tourist who came on and fielded, unbeknownst to me, she wasn't part of it. She certainly wasn't part of the 90. But yeah, Tash has been a long-term Middlesex player, former captain. She took over from Izzy Westbury back in 2018. Tash played for the Tornadoes, who won the competition, actually.
I could have sworn it was Griffith. I put on the TV and saw it. It wasn't. It definitely wasn't, because she has been here. Ollie, well done. She's been here all summer, hasn't moved anywhere.
But on Tash Miles, just to follow up, the Middlesex player, she recently started playing for Hong Kong again. She played one game for Hong Kong, I think 15 years ago or something like that. Returned last year for the World Cup Asia qualifiers. Did well. Got herself a contract in the fair break. 59 overs gone, 164 for 4. And now is going to balance out playing both domestic cricket here, international cricket for Hong Kong, and whatever else comes along the way. So yeah, great stories like that. There was an Argentinian opening bowler who's a football goalkeeper who found cricket most unexpectedly. An Austrian doctor who took 2 weeks off her day job to come and she was the Associate Player of the Year last year, but she took 2 weeks off from being a doctor to come and play cricket in the UAE.
Do you know what? I'm going mad. It was Tash Miles that I saw, wasn't it?
That's okay.
Apologies, Cordelia Griffith, putting you in another part of the world. Probably dobbing you in your day job. Tasha Miles, who led out Middlesex women for the first time here at Lord's a few years back. But yeah, it was absolutely Natasha Miles that I saw in that one. It's because it was a late finish last night at Chelmsford. Sunrisers going down with an extraordinary finish there, I have to tell you. Overthrow, Darva Milan-like overthrow from 2008, when Milan overthrew in T20 finals. It didn't end up costing Middlesex in 2008. It did cost the Sunrisers last night. He did 3 to win, 2 to tie. It was a single to long on, and the overthrow from long on went for 4. Here's Roland Jones back into the attack, replacing Luke Holman. 1 for 18 from 9, 164 for 4. Ball into its 60th over now, so what have we got until tea? 5 overs including this until tea.
So keep those comments coming in. Tim Wilton Davies, his Stokes passed it. That's our correspondent from before who thought we're no good. Going well.
That's a brilliant piece of fielding by Mark Sloman in there. Nicely struck. Eckersley would have felt good with that one. A couple of looseness from Roland Jones. 67 and 68 miles an hour the first two. This latest spell, it is an older ball. Sure, he won't bend his back quite as much with this one, but he'll crank it up in a minute. See, he wouldn't have had too much with this ball. He'd have had a stint with it just after lunch, wouldn't he? The replacement ball that they got. I was thinking that a few overs back, that did they give Roland Jones enough of a chance with this ball?
Yes, they gave Roland Jones a quick blast just when the ball got changed, didn't they? And then they reverted to Bamber from the pavilion end for his best spell of the day so far. Yet to get in the book, but he's bowled 4 spells, 2 from the nursery and 2 from the pavilion end for 15 overs, none for 36. Roland Jones just into his 10th, so he'll bowl through to tea presumably, just 5 overs from now, 5.5 overs from now. Pretty good over rate today from Middlesex. So says the scoreboard. They're on neutral. They've got a 0 next to their over rate, which in county terms is pretty good. We often see them -2, -3 at this stage of the day and try and make up the overs after tea. Going well.
Pete Hanscom has done a great job of that instantly, changed it overnight. Owen Morgan was at one point back with Middlesex, and he was given the job to solve the Middlesex over rate. Not as captain, but as a fielder. And wherever he was in the field, the onus was on him to get Middlesex around quicker in the fields. And even Morgan couldn't do it, but Hanscom's come in and done it overnight.
I think the way the county system sorted out over rates, generally speaking, is a model that can be looked at around the world. They still have to get the overs in, provided the light's right. And even if they do, if they're behind the mark, they still lose points, which works for me. The difference there, of course, being at test level, you lose potentially World Test Championship points, but the probability of that being a factor is so slim. And there's no in-play penalty, end of 60 overs, 164 for 4.
Yep, 4 overs to tea.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
4 overs until the tea break, first day here at Lord's. The home side won the toss, elected to bowl. It was a relatively sluggish start on a surface that didn't look overly responsive, but they picked up England's opener Alex Lees just before the long break, leg before wicket to Roland Jones. Michael Jones, the other opener, was out just after lunch, bowled by Murtagh for 37. Borthwick, the captain, was dismissed for 15, bowled by Holman. At that stage it was 124 for 3. And then the big wicket of Ben Stokes, the 4th to fall, the 3rd of the session, 146 for 4. So honours broadly even as we near tea. Kevin Hand's taking a breather. I'm about to welcome Monty Panesar to the commentary position as Josh DeCaries gets his first opportunity with his off breaks. He's picked up 1 wicket this season. It was a big one. Shan Masood on 91 in the first game of the year against Derbyshire. Gives it some air, gives it a rip. And Peterson defends the first ball into the offside. Hello, Monty Panesar.
Yeah, good afternoon. I think it's been a good day for Middlesex, especially getting the key man Ben Stokes. He's looking very dangerous.
Especially when you consider they were 81 for none and they looked to be cruising. A ball barely went past the outside edge for the first 90 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. That first session definitely was, Durham, and they batted really well. And he was kind of thinking that, well, they're going to look to build that partnership. But I think, Middlesex sort of got themselves together during lunch, and I think since then have been, it's all been Middlesex really. They've done really, really well.
DeCaries gets Peterson dancing. That's how he picked up Shan Masood in that first game of the season here. Had a leg before shout from around the wicket, on with the index finger. Next ball, Masood danced. He went well wide of the off stump, and Simpson stumped him, did the rest. It was clever bowling from... He was then a teenager. He's turned 20 since that game, about a month ago. So you're watching DeCaries bowl your former craft, finger spin. Have you seen much of him bowl as yet?
Yeah, I've seen him actually bowl at the start of the season and the first game here, and I think he bowls really useful off spin. much more handy than a part-time spinner. You know, it's a lovely action.
Yeah, what do you make of his actions? Talk us through what he's doing right.
I think he's getting, you know, good pace on the ball. He has real strong balance at the crease, and when he gets over that front leg, he really puts that energy on it. So you can see the batsman can't really dance down the wicket, and he's got a nice stock delivery. He should be bowling more often, in my opinion. You know, he should be even just before lunch, a couple of overs. You never know, could get a couple of wickets, and kind of, you know, use him as a partnership breaker, or even just to hold an end up to give the seamers a little bit of a respite.
Ended the over 166 for 4, his first of the innings. Looking at the pace there, he was down at about 46 mile an hour and up at about 51. So a decent range there in terms of mixing up his pace.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, if you can just work on a little bit more of, you know, trying to complete that fingers, get a bit more turn if you can. But, you know, on a surface like this, first day pitch, if you can just, you know, just try and bowl a few dots, get the batsman coming forward, and he's bowling good tight lines, so that allows the pressure. So someone like Roland Jones now, who's bowled a nice sort of last over, this is where they, as a team, you know, you look to put pressure on the opposition.
2 slips back in for Roland Jones. He'll have 2 more cracks at it before tea, so they'll take tea after 64 overs, as is the custom.
Yeah, he's bowling nicely. The pace is going up, and it's, you know, he's obviously coming back from injury. You know, that sort of pace, we expect him to bowl 80 plus. You know, once he gets his, you know, body in a good place, maybe we'll see that. But he's getting the best out of himself. He's bowling really good lines here, and he's putting, you know, under pressure, you know, the Durham batsman.
Such an accurate bowler, Roland Jones, isn't he? When Stuart Law was coach, he said, I think early last season, that he wanted something slightly different from Roland Jones after those, well, I say injuries. He was injured for a number of years with different ailments, the shoulder, the knee. He wanted them to be bowling within himself, bowl fuller, and be a bit of a holding option as well as an attacking option. I think that's been noticeable, that change of length. He's not so much a hit the deck, get up around the ribcage anymore, is he? He's a bit more attack the stumps, find the outside edge, maybe go through the gate when on song. On the back foot punching, there is Eckersley, but can't beat point.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's trying to just, you know, get the best out of himself. He's obviously coming back from injury, and you know, sometimes you're a little bit cautious, aren't you? You don't want your body to, you know, pull any muscle or anything like that. And it's you know, sometimes, you know, as a coach or as a team, you know, you're trying to get the players, get the best out of each individual, and he's doing a great job here. Look, he's only gone for under 2 and over, and you know, another wicket here, and then suddenly Durham are really under huge pressure.
Against the out-of-form Eckersley. He really needs runs here before they break for white ball cricket. Durham need their number 6 today.
Yeah, look, I think people obviously question about, you know, the standard of county cricket compared to Test cricket. This obviously isn't exactly what you're going to face at Test level. But again, Roland Jones bowling, what, 70 plus, but the lengths, look at the lengths, he's looking to hit the top of off. It's any fast bowler in the world would be looking to do that anyway. So he's bowling, you know, really well, and it's good to see him back playing again.
Durham missing 2 of their heaviest run scorers this season. Dixon, 750 runs already at 68 with a torn hamstring, and David Beddingham, 453 at 57. They both have fantastic starts to their season, so just sort of reinforcing how important it is that Eckersley makes a contribution today. Having already lost Stokes, who was elevated to 5. He was batting at 6 when he first returned to the Durham team, where he'll bat for England. He said he wants to be at Test number 6 here on in. All finds the edge to finish. Played with nice soft hands. So 2 overs until tea, 166 before the score.
Yeah, look, it's good to see Ben Stokes, you know, back in form, and I think that's attacking style of play. It suits him at 6. Gives a bit more responsibility to the likes of Ollie Pope at 3, Jerry Root back at 4. So, you know, it's good for Middlesex today. You know, you know, not Ben Stokes getting a lot of runs, but he seems in really good form, and I think that's a really good sign for England. You know, him sort of playing his natural, you know, attacking instincts. That's the type of, you know, that's when we see the best of Ben Stokes.
So what are you up to at the moment, Monty? You've been studying, haven't you?
Yeah, just graduated, MA in International Sports Journalism,
Brilliant.
St Mary University, and lovely to make my debut here, with you. Obviously I heard you over the winter on BT Sport, and I was glued to the screens. I absolutely loved your updates and your commentary. So and also in Pakistan as well. So it's lovely to be the same sitting with you.
It's very kind. De Carey's his last over before the breather. So doing some work in the media. We've seen your YouTube channel in recent years as well. So you sort of, that's the next stage of your life professionally, working in the media. Good spin there from De Carey's.
Yeah, absolutely. That's obviously the goal. Is to go into broadcasting, commentary and more on TV sort of work, and that's obviously the goal. And as I'm saying, it's nice to see how obviously he's bowling beautifully.
Yeah.
This is exactly what you needs to do as a spinner. You're not bowling to attacking fields, getting some dots, but also gets it slightly wrong. You never know. Get an LBW or a catch.
And that catching mid-wicket now in position, a fraction closer. So no slip, but mid-wicket, 8 metres from the bat. It's got a deep point protecting the short rope and a deep square leg, the fat side of the ground, and a long on beneath our broadcast position, about 15 metres inside the rope as well. Do you miss it? Do you miss bowling yourself, day in, day out, a professional game, or is that part of your life suitably put to bed that it's not sort of something you're dreaming about when you go to bed?
Well, I was thinking myself, I would love to do a job right now for Middlesex, bowling 20 overs from the media stand end.
Love it. De Carey's to finish, well bowled. Good over that. 166 for 4 after 63. Are you playing any cricket through the season? Some club cricket?
Absolutely. I play Twickenham on a Saturday, and we played Teddington first game of the season, and I must say that they were a very strong side. They got a couple of really good fast bowlers. Which I think they got a chance to even play second team cricket for Middlesex.
Right.
And you're always looking at club cricket. Any good youngsters coming through the system. They tend to say that even when I was at Essex playing there, when the first class team was really strong, the club cricket is strong as well, and you can see that. With Middlesex having a fantastic season, top of the division with 83 points. And that remarkable win against Sussex, that really kind of you could just see this team is just getting better and better as the season's progressing.
So you must get plenty of attention when you're playing club cricket. I mean, you're the great Monty Panesar. You must roll out on a Saturday. The opposing players must be sort of queuing up not only to face you but to talk to you as well.
Yeah, they do. The batsmen are determined. Either they want to hit me for a 6 or not give their wicket away. And I do sometimes only pick up 1 or 2 wickets, and I don't regularly, pick up the 3/4. So yeah, they do make it a tough job for me.
That's fantastic. Still making a contribution to the game down the pyramid, as it were, in clubland. So is that the first division of the Middlesex Premier League, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's something I would encourage, young sort of Middlesex Academy players, or age group cricketers who are playing in the Middlesex leagues, to play in there. You learn so much about your game, and if anyone scores 100 against me, then I can always, tell the second team coach or Mark Lane, who's a youth development here at Middlesex as well. So there's always that opportunity, and I urge the younger age group cricketers to play in the league.
Takes it on, gets it away. Just for a moment there was a shout of catch. Eckersley wasn't comfortable when the ball arrived. Gets it fine enough. He's into double figures. His first boundary.
Yeah, that was a good option from Roland Jones to test him on the short stuff. Got 2 men back, and obviously there's a field change. I think we're looking at three fine leg, 1 behind square, 1 in front.
Yeah, I don't mind that. It's all on the short boundary, of course, as well. So I wonder whether we'll see the bouncer first up or whether he'll go 1 at the toes. Is it the bluff? And the fine leg's a fair way inside the rope too, Ethan Bamber. That's well negotiated. Back-to-back boundaries, but bisecting deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. Nice shot.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. It's a good, ploy for them to take, him to bowl quite short, but, with the pace he's bowling, it's not going to be too difficult, to pull the ball. So maybe you should look to double bluff him, go back to his good lengths that he was bowling. Maybe try it again. Obviously got 2 men back, but 1 wicket before tea, you just never know.
There it is, back to that length, dependable.
Yeah, that's his bread and butter, isn't it? But it's a good option. You test him out on the short ball, see what he's like. You never know. Surprise him. Eyes light up. He only he was 6 of 32 balls, and now he's put a couple away. But it's good to see that he's back to his rhythm. You know when a bowler's in good rhythm. Try out something different. Go back to your stock delivery. Lovely to see.
Last ball of the session. Short again. Or through the hands.
Yes.
So they end with a 4. Martin Anderson, culprit out there. He's watching that back. Got plenty of it. Should have been straightforward. Nope, not quite. So the session ends with the visitors up to 4 for 178. So 97 runs, but lost 3 wickets along the way. Jones was bowled by Murtagh for 37 just after the resumption, 93 for 2. Then Borthwick was bowled by Holman, 1 of 2 wickets for the leg spinner. The captain gone for 15, 124 for 3. And then the huge wicket of Ben Stokes, well set up by Pete Hanscom, not setting long on all the way back, having him well inside the rope. Holman flighted it up, couldn't resist, popped the catch down the throat of Roland Jones. Holman gets a second wicket. Stokes also gone for 15 at that stage, 146 for 4. This pair have taken it to 178 for 4, so 97 runs in the session, 3 wickets taken. We'll take a break here at Lords and we'll return in about quarter of an hour on the Middlesex Live and Heart stream. Durham 178 for 4. Welcome back at Lord's Middlesex Live Enhanced Stream with Adam Collins and Monty Panesar. Kev Hand back with us again shortly. The visitors were sent in at the toss, and at lunch they were 81 for 1. They lost 3 wickets in the middle session, 93, 124 and 146. Jones, Borthwick and Stokes respectively. The England captain caught at mid-on for 15 from the bowling of Holman. The leg spinner has 2 wickets. And they've gone to tea, 178 for 4, so a session of 3 for 97. Getting Middlesex right back in this opening day after Durham got off to a great start with Lees and Jones putting on 81 for the first wicket. And that familiar warm-up routine of Tim Murtagh, who'll get the first opportunity of this final session. He's bowled 12 overs, 1 for 26 so far, on the way to Peterson on 45. We saw Murtagh just after lunch, Monty, request a change of ball. Now, talk us through the psychology of what they can do for a bowling group with a ball that's not swinging, convincing the umpire that we want another one, getting one, and then seeing Tim Murtagh go through the gate 3 minutes later. That must do wonders for the psychology.
Yeah, absolutely. And it always, you kind of think that the change of ball will swing a little bit more, or the seam position's a bit better. It's just, bowlers love it. I used to always love it when it used to be a change of ball and we can't get a wicket, because they're developing a nice partnership here. And sometimes, look, the Duke's ball this year, I think the seam's been less pronounced.
That's been the argument, and certainly was with Murtagh and Roland Jones. They went up to umpires Long and Saggers a number of times in the first session with the ball, saying, come on guys, put it through the circles and see how we go. And they didn't get it up. They had to keep using that first ball. But the conspiracy theory that Kev and I were advancing was that, speaking of which, Tim Murtagh goes straight up to umpire Long. See if we can get a close-up on that. So here we go. So we've got the ball, gets thrown to umpire Saggers, or rolled to him. He's been the man with the rings in his pocket. So is it through the first hole? No. It's stuck. It's going to be another change of ball. Okay. So this is exactly how Middlesex played it after lunch. They bowled, I think it was 2 overs before Murtagh was successful. And they're doing the same again here. What you described before about the seam in season 2022, I can't really speak to that. But the bowlers are certainly advancing that argument that the balls don't have the same protrusion on the seam that they have had in previous seasons, and thus they're not getting quite as much support from the ball, which typically in April and May is a big part of the game here in England.
Yeah, it is, and I think that was one of the changes they wanted to see. There was obviously huge talks about how the county teams should be, and I think this sort of change where early on start of the season where the seam on the ball is like less pronounced, makes it more kind of like even contest between the bat and the ball. And we've seen the difference now. I think there's a lot more players around the county game scoring runs. Sam Robson's been in fine form, scoring that fantastic 100 at Sussex. Stoneman here, we've seen him bat as well, scored a brilliant 100 against Leicestershire. So there's been a lot more batsmen scoring hundreds early on in the season. So a small change with the ball, I think is making a huge difference to the batsmen. They can at least stay longer and learn how to build an innings, which was, I'm sure you being an Australian probably was delighted to see how the England top order were getting blown away constantly by the Australian seamers, and the ball then, obviously the Kookaburra ball bounces a little bit more pace on it, but this change I think definitely helping early season for the English batsmen.
Yeah, there's that ongoing debate, isn't there, between Duke's ball, Kookaburra ball, other balls around the country. New one here, Tim Murtagh. Nice sound at the middle of the bat there, Keegan Peterson. He's faced 107 deliveries for his 45. You can stay in touch with us throughout the day in the YouTube comments. Got Nick AP enjoying your commentary, Monty. Thank you, Nick, for tuning in.
Thank you, Nick, for enjoying the commentary. What's your view, Adam? I want to know more about so many fast bowlers are getting injured.
Yeah.
What's...
Have you seen the reports? I mean, look, I don't profess to... I mean, I'm keen for your take on this as well, but advancing forward there, Peterson, for the first time in the session, there is a view being put that this is the lag of the pandemic year, that the inactivity of cricketers through that stretch of time is catching up with them now as they return to full workload. Now, one news article cites the comparison between astronauts when they go to space and how they're inactive in terms of, obviously they're not acting in the same way they would when they're on Earth. It's probably not explained very well, but you know what I'm trying to say. And that they have some deterioration in their bones when they're up there for a long time. Well, for fast bowlers, whose whole life or their whole professional lives are built on charging in and bowling, there was a long time when they weren't able to do that. And the theory is that, well, we've seen 3 England quicks come down with back stress fractures this week. So Keeper Mood, Nat Fisher, Jofra Archer, they are serious injuries. And last year it was Ollie Stone, wasn't it, with a stressy. That whether there might be something in this. I mean, do you buy into that idea that it might be a hangover from that year when we weren't able to do an awful lot?
Well, you look at Jimmy Anderson, then Stuart Broad, they didn't have any sort of injuries like that, more kind of muscle wear and tear, and they seem to be able to hold themselves together. We've got, Tim Murtagh here, who's, 900th first-class wicket. They know how to look after their bodies. So, I don't know. I just think they need to sort of review the system and look at, what are they doing in terms of the fitness, the gym workloads compared to the bowling workload, and what kind of mobility exercises are there, because it's all to do with that, really. And, you look at the experienced cricketers, why aren't they getting injured then? Why is it the youngsters getting injured?
Yeah, I think there's that. I saw a stat during the week posted by, I think it was Andrew Sampson, about the volume of overs bowled in competitive cricket between the ages of 20 and 24 for Anderson and Broad, and then comparing that to the group of cricketers who've been injured in recent times. It's reasonable to say that Broad and Anderson, a long time ago, right, but they bowled loads of overs between the ages of 20 and 24. The workloads have dropped considerably for younger bowlers because they're trying to be managed, right? And you understand why, that they want to get bowlers to the age of 24 or 25 when the risk profile for back injuries goes dramatically down. Or so the sports scientists tell us. That was certainly the case with someone like Patrick Cummins. Here's Roland Jones, who's had a stress fracture himself a number of years ago. He knows all about that particular injury. But maybe in an effort to protect bowlers in that bracket, it might be counterintuitively risking them to greater injury because they're not building up quite the same resilience. I mean, I don't know, it's a bit of guesswork here, but
yeah,
you can see why people arrive at that conclusion, can't you?
Yeah, I can see that. People will argue that, that the older bowlers, who've been in the game for longer, they know their bodies well, they know the workloads, but it'll be interesting to know, how do they keep themselves fit?
Oh, that's through. Decision to make for umpire Saggers. He says not out. Just outside the line of the off stump, I think, there. Get a quick look at the replay. So a good start from Roland Jones, hitting the seam, jagging back, just outside the off stump, maybe height, possibly.
Well, that looks quite close to me.
Yeah, it's a good shout.
Yeah, very good shout. I think this new ball has given a bit of energy to...
And speaking of new balls, they'll get another new ball in 14.4 overs time. Oh, that's through a second time. And umpire Saggers says no once again. Roland Jones bereft.
Yeah, that looks close up. Ooh. Just missing leg maybe, but hitting the top of leg. That looks maybe height. Hit the top of the knee. But that was a closer call than the first one. So
if it were any other bowler than Roland Jones, they might have that go their way. But from his height, hitting the top of the knee roll, I suppose there's that extra level of doubt.
Yeah, he's obviously a high arm bowler, and he's able to get the ball, there again, moving it away, bringing it in. It's just sort of nibbling on that length, isn't it? And it's... I think, these are the sort of lengths when you look at, especially on this pitch, is absolutely perfect. It very much reminds me of when Jimmy Anderson is bowling, probably a 2 yards obviously quicker. But it's like sometimes when you're looking to get a wicket or apply pressure, these are the perfect lengths.
Now the other way, past the outside edge. Excellent restart this from Roland Jones. So beating the inside edge twice. Unlucky not to have one of those go his way, and then up the slope. Nice proud seam. Eckersley up against it.
Yeah, on another day, Martin Saggers probably would have given it. He's probably, just wants it to be a bit more certain, possibly the height of Roland Jones.
End of a good over from Roland Jones, 66 gone, 178 for 4. I suppose one thing we can't question is the quality of umpires we're getting in the county championship this season. Nigel Long, Martin Saggers out there today, 2 international test umpires. We've seen Richard Illingworth and Richard Kettleborough overseeing the first game of the season here at Lord's. So I suppose umpires need to get their eye in too before their international summer begins, as will be the case in a couple of weeks here at Lord's when England play New Zealand. Speaking of international cricket, Monty, the very sad passing of Andrew Symonds during the week, a player you were up against in your first trip to Australia back in 06-07. Your reflections on one of the most dynamic cricketers to ever play the game.
Yeah, he was a very talented cricketer, hugely athletic in the field, and I remember when he scored his maiden Test 100 against me on Boxing Day Test match, and he was just brilliant. He was absolutely brilliant, and I think I had him LB early doors, but Rudy Kirsten didn't give it out, and then he was just he settled in, and that was it. You can see he was an unbelievable cricketer, and then I remember him. He got me run out in Sydney. I was out by a long way, and he was like the energy of the team at that time, full of superstars in that dressing room, and Andrew Symonds just coming in there. So it's a complete shock, really. Honestly, it was very sad to hear that when I heard the news. You couldn't believe it, really. You couldn't believe like what you're hearing. Is it real? Is it for sure? It took a while to for the news to sink in.
Yeah, much as it was with Shane Warne, I suppose, a couple of months earlier. Just such relatively young men, weren't they, with Warne at 52 and Symonds at 46. Yeah, I think with Symonds as well, that test match you refer to, Melbourne 2006, it's often forgotten that it wasn't just day one that was a sellout. It was the first 3 days, and all 3 days of that test, it was over inside 3, were sold out at the G. 85,000 people there on that second day. I was there watching as a spectator in the southern stand, and for Symonds to bring up that maiden Test 100, hitting Paul Collingwood back over his head for 6, I mean, it's an iconic, enduring, wonderful MCG all-time moment.
Yeah, it was, and he was with, I remember batting with Matthew Hayden at the time, who were best mates, and that celebration that they do, that brotherhood kind of celebration that they had. So they were close friends as well, and I'm sure Matthew Hayden, and the rest of the cricketing world, will be deeply sort of missing someone like Andrew Symonds, who was I think he was a cricketer. He was just wasn't after the celebrity status or anything like that. Was just there for his team, a good team man, and his commentary was absolutely brilliant during the Big Bash as well. And he was just completely saddened to hear that out of the blue, out of nowhere. And he was a great character in the game, and I think
in England as well, wasn't it? I mean, he came out here and became one of the first travelling T20 pros, didn't he? I mean, he came out here to be a T20 cricketer a number of times. Of course, also played long-form cricket early days out at Gloucestershire especially. But you think about that when he came out after the IPL and he turned out for Surrey and all the attention, days at Kent that David Fulton often talks about. I mean, you would have had some difficult days bowling at Simo, I'm sure, in T20 cricket.
Yeah, look, I remember playing a match against him for Northants against Kent, and he was doing these sprints before the game, and used to, just love keeping in a great shape, and was a phenomenal hitter. We all know how great his hitting was, but when you play against him live, you kind of realise what a talented all-round cricketer he was. and it was one of the sort of, just when T20 just started, he was one of them sort of marquee cricketers that was a sort of a global T20 player.
Tim Murtagh completes another maiden, 1 for 26 from 14. 11 of those runs came from the first over of the day, so giving some sense of the way that the veteran's been able to drag it back, asking good questions of Peterson throughout that over, having started off from the nursery end after tea. Yeah, I think that's been said by a lot of his former teammates, that it was lost a little bit to the viewing public that he was the fittest player in the team as well, that he was just relentless with the way that he kept his body in shape, and sort of loved being an old-fashioned cricketer as well, played hard on the field, off the field, that kind of thing. Enjoyed a good time, enjoyed a beer.
Yeah, very much so, and that I think that's what you're going to miss about someone like Andrew Symonds, who was just a good team man, a good sort of, what you call a good dressing room person, and he was just sort of one of them sort of cricketers where whichever dressing room he went to around the world, in the IPL and also around here, he played for several counties, Lancashire, Kent. I think he was at Gloucestershire as well.
Yeah.
He was very much loved, around the county game and in England. And there was a lot of people who are in shock when they heard the news.
It's that great sort of sliding doors moment in his professional life as a young man, when having that breakout season for Gloucestershire in 1995, eligible to play for England, born in Birmingham. He was given the chance to be on the England A tour, sort of pre-England Lions, and presumably that would have seen him fast-tracked into national colours, and said, "No, I'm an Aussie, I'm not interested." So he went back to Queensland and continued on his merry way, and it wasn't long before he got that chance for Australia in 1998. And it took a little while for him to find the cheat codes for international cricket, if you like, to really crack it as a consistent player. But yeah, the 2003 World Cup, when he was backed in by Ricky Ponting, played that first game against Pakistan and tore them apart, 143 not out, in a game they needed to win, for it being the day after Shane Warne was suspended. Complete chaos in the Australian ranks, and Symonds was the man they could depend on through that tournament. Went on to win 2 World Cups.
Yeah, he was, he was very much part of that, Australian side where they transformed the one-day team, and, him, Michael Clarke in the field would compete against each other, even Matthew Hayden, and there was, that's the way they kind of like, changed the fielding as well during that time.
Yeah.
That was a very pivotal moment in world cricket, that the standard of fielding went up, through the Australian side, seeing how dynamic they were. And he may have thought that could have played a few more Test matches than his 26 that he played, but he was a great guy. He enjoyed his life, enjoyed his fishing, enjoyed having a beer with his own teammate, and he was just one of them sort of good human beings, which sometimes in the cricketing world that we live in, to just be there for your mate, to work really hard, is that's what you're gonna. I think a lot of people will remember him at that as the cricketer.
Yeah, interesting what you raise there around fielding standards. In the England dressing room at the time, I suppose the standard that was set by Australia, it must have changed the way that you thought about the game, knowing that third discipline was becoming such a big part of the Australian playbook that you needed to follow suit.
Yeah, look, I remember just before the 2000 Ashes, that was that famous catch at backward point when Hayden got out. Paul Collingwood took a fantastic catch. It's, that was just when the England team were beginning to, lift their standards and trying to compete with Australia. And people like, Symonds, who used to play around the county game, he helped a lot of people to see, like, this is the way you got to train. This is the standard of fielding. This is the standard of cricket if you want to get to the level of the Australians. And he gave that insight, gave that bit more of an insight to, the level of that, to be the world's best, what there needs to be. And someone like Paul Collingwood took that into his stride, and you could see how he obviously, was very good for the England side. But Symonds, I don't know who's at the moment like him as that world cricketer. Bowl a bit of off spin, bowl a bit of medium pace, and just a dynamic batsman. I can't really, recall a cricketer at the moment that is to his standard.
Yeah, a lot of players do, like, sort of 2 of those maybe. They might be They might be an excellent fielder and be an excellent batter, but to be, as you say, an off-spinner, a very effective off-spinner, especially a white ball off-spinner, take loads of wickets bowling seam up for Australia, be a number 6 batter or higher as required, and be the best fielder in the world on his day. That's an extraordinary package. I mean, it's as though he was born to play short-form cricket. Had he been, I suppose, 5 years younger, he would have played a lot more IPL. Just came in towards the end of his career.
Yeah, and that famously, you know, when he had that sort of incident in Australia, you know, with Harbhajan Singh, and they kind of became good pals when they played together at Mumbai Indians. So, you know, maybe at that time he kind of felt possibly, you know, the Australian Cricket Board, you know, didn't really, you know, help him, support him during that tough time. But, you know, he learned a lot about himself, you know, and he learned, you know, some of his close mates. You know, Michael Clarke was a close friend of his, but then they kind of distanced and then became, you know, close again. So you could see, like, Andrew Simons, you know, was probably one of them sort of blokes. He kind of just told you how it was, but at least he was, you know, honest and truth. And sometimes that's, you know, that's the kind of camaraderie, you know, friendship that you can develop in a dressing room. Is, I'm sure a lot of his good friends will miss him.
Yeah, interesting that you sort of identify there that you've got a guy who had a life that was an interesting identity, you know, a Caribbean extraction with his parents, but then adopted into an Australian family, and then having that run-in with Harbhajan Singh in the Sydney Test of 2008, and not really getting the full support of the board, as it were. There were the competing interests of what Simons had said and what had been witnessed on the field by his teammates, against what the BCCI were threatening to do at the time, which was pack up and go home and leave the tour. It was on the cusp of the first IPL, and Simons felt like his own interests were traded away in the interests of keeping the BCCI happy, and that, unfortunately, is a bit of a turning point in his career.
Yeah, it was. You know, you can see after that he kind of felt like, you know, the board wasn't with him. He felt very isolated. And it took him a couple of years, you know, to kind of like process that. And I think it was really good, you know, for the IPL to pick him up and bring him into the Mumbai Indians. And I think that was important to see that both of them kind of obviously, you know, became friends, playing for the same team together. And you know, sometimes, you know, in cricket we have these kind of moments, and what can you do? You know, it's interesting. You know, he wasn't scared of putting his neck on the line, and you know, he was a very sort of strong, dominant character, and unfortunately, you know, the board wasn't there to support him.
End of the over, 183 for 4 Durham, so they've only added 5 runs in the final session across 5 overs, so tight stuff from both veterans, Roland Jones and Tim Murtagh. They've got 11 overs until the second new ball. It's often a feature of very successful teams that hyper-competitive individuals within them, and it can cause some friction from time to time, as it was in the successful team that you played in that went to number 1 in the world, and the victory in India, it's a decade ago. Can you believe that? 2012 was when your side went over to India and won there. Later, well, the anniversary will be later this year. Is there any moves for a reunion or something like that, or a WhatsApp group or anything along those lines that you're aware of at this stage?
Well, it's funny enough you mentioned that series, because that's the last time an overseas sort of, you know, international team have, you know, won in India. Yeah. You know, and I think it'd be a very long time, because we had really good batsmen like Kane Peterson, who could score very quickly, take on the seamers. Good players of spin in that team. Joe Root was just coming into international cricket. Alistair Cook, you know, after I think Matthew Hayden's got the best record, you know, in the subcontinent, you know, to play against spin. So, you know, you need batsmen who can bat long, you know, in subcontinent and score quickly. So I just, you know, maybe Australia. Apart from that, I don't see any other team, you know, to compete against India. So that seems to be the tour now.
Oh, Upish taking a backward point. The pressure was building, and sloppy from Peterson, picking out the carries. And Durham lose their 5th wicket with the score on 183. Roland Jones gets his 2nd wicket. So a tight passage of play, no footwork to speak of. Just got big on him, threw his hands at it, And De Carey's makes no mistake.
Yeah, that's a key, important breakthrough. He was obviously batting quite nicely. Just one ball, just kind of like, you know, just got a little bit higher on him. And it went straight to the Middlesex fielder, and that's a fine catch. And that's a big, big wicket for Middlesex. Just when the partnership was beginning to develop, one ball, just got a bit more bounce on him, a bit heavier, and straight to the fielder there. Fine catch. And you can see the disappointment in Peterson.
Oh, they should be disappointed too. They absorbed all that pressure. It's like they put all the hard work in. And I can see what he was thinking. I mean, a ball that's a little bit shorter, a little bit wider, but hit the seam, down the slope, that extra angle, and no footwork, and that's that. And Travaskis now walking in at number 7, the left-arm orthodox spinner and all-rounder. Not quite as deep this week, Durham, but they've turned to the spinner, who didn't play last week. They went for the 4 seamers plus Stokes in their win over Glamorgan. Back into the team. He copped a whack to the helmet earlier this season, Travaskis, and missed a game accordingly, but good young cricketer.
Yeah, a good sort of young cricketer here who's a key position, you know. Good to see what he's like when the team's slightly under pressure. Middlesex will be thinking, right, you know, we get a few more wickets here. I think they'll be eyeing up 250 all out, and these are the kind of moments. You know, this is a very important moment for someone like Travaskis, because a young cricketer under pressure against, you know, fine bowling of Roland Jones throughout the whole sort of innings today, since he had the first ball in his hand, has bowled really well, hitting them great lengths. And you know, I think, you know, whenever you get that wicket, you always have your tail up, and who knows, we may see a few more just bounce a little bit more than expected, you know, before that wicket.
So another opening for Middlesex here. They've taken their 5 wickets for 102 runs. They're halfway there, having a good day. A couple of slips, Travaskis to face his first ball. From Carlisle originally, played England under-19s back in 2017. That's when he made his Durham debut. Got his big break though in 2019 when he was the main spinner for the club across the 3 formats, mostly in the Blast. Hasn't played a lot of first-class cricket in the last couple of years though, and yet to play at Lords or against Middlesex. Last year he took 9 wickets at 20, but just in 3 games, and yeah, so far this season he's got 7 wickets at 34, but did make runs against Sussex, made 88 a few weeks ago when he returned to the team. So yeah, he missed a game after being retired hurt after that whack to the helmet, came back and against Sussex down at Hove took a fifer, made a half century. So his highest score 88, his highest score in first-class cricket.
So what do you reckon Tim Murtagh will be discussing right now? The senior bowler, just sort of thinking, guys, we've got a couple of wickets here. Could be off the field before end of play.
Yeah, what's certain is if they can get a run on here, they could knock Durham over tonight. There's still 26 overs after this remaining. They'll get 16 with the second new ball. I suppose there'll be a resource management question too here. Like, when do they get Murtagh and Roland Jones out of the attack in order to give themselves enough of a break to bowl with the second new ball? It must come soon. There's that decision. Like, do they keep them going even though they got the second new ball to consider? But they're so very much on top right now. Only 5 runs since the resumption. Short ball, good one, on target.
Yeah, that's going to be the interesting sort of you know, debate here, to know that how long do we get both of them going, or do we, you know, a few more overs? I'm sure if I was out on the field right now, I'll be saying, you know, let's get, you know, until maybe 75 overs, see if we can get a couple of more wickets, and then you know, possibly give them a bit of a respite for that second new ball. But you can see the Middlesex fielders, their tail is up and very much in commanding position. Yep, and that's the perfect length there again. Nice bouncer. Just look at it at the top of off. The field setting is perfect. Got the leg slip. Got the short leg in there for the short stuff. And there's a good little, you can see the pressure that you're putting on the youngster here. And I'm sure they're saying a few words out there. But Roland Jones, this is exactly the position he wants to be in. He would want to take a few more wickets and trying to get Middlesex off the field. Hopefully before end of play.
So 1 out for the short ball at deep backward square. It's tweaking the field, splitting the cordon. Second slip becomes third slip. Short one to finish. 70 overs gone. We're going to have a change in commentary after the break with Kevin Hand replacing me. Durham, 183 for 5.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Monty, good to see you. We've been ducking each other for a while. It's either been Floydie or Colo.
Yes, and since you've been sort of slightly away, I think Middlesex have taken a key wicket, obviously, and they're bowling, really nicely, and they've had a changing bowling. Anderson is coming back, obviously giving Tim Murtagh a bit of a respite before that second new ball.
Yeah, it's been a big spell since T, hasn't it? And well, Anderson, like I say, he really impressed in the Nottinghamshire game for me with the ball. Luke Fletcher, he got him in the first innings, and bowled well to him in the second as well, deserved his reward. Anderson yet to get in amongst the wickets today. Right on the spot, first ball.
Yeah, been hugely impressive by the whole Middlesex bowling unit. They've really kind of, I think, after lunch, worked out the right lengths to bowl on this pitch, and it's been sort of Middlesex all since then. 5 key, obviously good wickets. That key wicket of Peterson, that got a bit more bounce, but generally, when we're assessing as the bowling unit, this has been very impressive.
Yeah, you take it from the fall of that first wicket just before lunch, and what a crucial moment that was now for Roland Jones to pick up a wicket. If they'd have got in 0 down, it would have been demoralising. I don't think would it have changed things massively for Middlesex and how they'd performed this afternoon. No, but those 5 wickets since that fall of the first for Middlesex, they've really it's as though they've learnt the lessons from Nottinghamshire. They've not given Durham a sniff here, really, in terms of trying to get away from them, trying to get in control. They've not let it go. They've been back to the relentless lines and lengths that they've bowled in the games all the way up to Nottinghamshire, which was then the surprise. It was the surprise that actually they did just slip off in the Nottinghamshire game. And I guess that's a mark of where Middlesex have got to now as a team, because it has taken a little bit of a while for them to get into a better place since 2016.
Yes, and again, when you're looking at a good team, a good sort of first-class team, it's the first change bowler. Again, look at that. They obviously mixing the line and lengths. They've got obviously 2 fielders out, got the short leg here. It's the right tactic to put him under pressure and straight away.
Anderson's good with this, isn't he? When he's asked to be the bully boy as the years go on. You played against Martin in the last couple of years at club level. I was trying to think. He'd have been. I'm trying to remember who his club is now. If not Martin, any of the others for Twickenham to play against the Middlesex boys?
Yeah, like I've obviously, I think last year during the Stuart Law, when he was here, some of the players were reluctant to play club cricket. Maybe they just found that they needed the time off. And I was at Sussex myself, and I found that playing club cricket actually gets you back into rhythm, and it's a nice way to sort of keep your form going.
I know there was a match up between you and Nick Compton, end of the over, 184 for 5. It was in the brewing. Whether it actually happened, wasn't Compo back where you were with Twickenham? I'm just trying to think where Compo had he gone back to Richmond? And I think everybody was looking forward to that fixture, and it came head to head. By the look on your face, I don't think you saw each other, did you?
No, we didn't actually, and I think my memory serves me right. I think he's playing in the Surrey League or last year, and he's obviously enjoyed enjoyed his batting again, and I think he played here when the last time Middlesex won the championship. He was part of that winning side.
The Rock in 2016, wasn't he? Compo, he'd come back from Somerset to have that spell. Luke Holman from the field end, 2 for 32 from 12 overs, 1 maiden for Holman so far. Long chat with Pete Hanscom there to get him going again. What a wicket that was for him of Ben Stokes.
Yeah, that was a turning point for him, and it's something that gives a huge confidence as a spinner, getting the top order batsman out. I remember before I played for England, I used to love getting an England cricketer out. Then suddenly, hopefully, people can. It's in the memory bank, isn't it?
How old are you when you had your first year as a professional? When you had that first season of playing games, what age were you?
Yeah, look, I think it was 2005. Once I just came back from uni, 8 games, took 50 wickets, and then
so roughly 22.
Yeah, 22, and then no, actually it was 23, and then following year got Sachin out.
That's used to the feet. Cover set back is Ethan Bamber. They'll pick up a couple here, and they'll settle on the 2, 186 for 5. The reason why I ask, Luke Holman's 21 now, isn't he? And Baker the other week to Stokes, 18 years of age. It's young for a spinner, and Holman again a wrist spinner at 21 years of age. He is still young, and I think everybody has to remember that. It takes a while.
Yeah, it does
for a spinner to develop.
Yeah, it does, and this is a great opportunity for him. That first ball was a little bit lazy, get the wrist behind it, but wicket to wicket.
Strikes that one down. Gets away fine, and it's going to go. Anderson won't catch it up. 4 more, 190 for 5. Exley moves to 27.
Yeah, that was a bit of a short ball delivery. Nice, just pick up. But, these are the passages of play where, as a spinner, this is a good opportunity for him to, try and get another wicket if he can, or just hold on to that position. And, again, that's nice. His bowling there. Just something in his body language. He doesn't seem too pleased. He hasn't got that energy or that buzz in himself. Should be thinking, come on, I could do a job here for the team.
What is it about spin that, it's the Phil Tufnell quote. I can't remember if it was Collo that said it the other week. When his age begins in a 3, then come and talk to me. When he's hit 30, come and talk to me about a spinner, says Holman again. What is it about spin that does take that a little while? Because you see, James Harris throwing the ball at 16, right off you go at Swansea, runs in, bowls. But for spinners, it does take that little while longer, and it's almost as though it's a hard learning curve on the job that they have to go through.
Yeah, so something like this, he's taken him a few balls to get into his rhythm, which is good to see. That's why you have fielders out, so if he gets it slightly wrong, it's only a single.
But it takes a few years as well, though, for a spinner, doesn't it?
It does, but it's more of a mindset for the captain. It's the philosophy of spin. It's like, how do I get a spinner into bowling on a first innings pitch rather than getting, a second change bowler, and they don't learn their craft. And it's good to see. Peter actually giving him a chance here, because
is that what it is though? It's about learning the crafts. It's perhaps harder for a spinner to learn their craft in terms of bowling in a net, trying to hit the handkerchief and hit the top of the off stump as you teach the seamer to. But for a spinner, there's so much more at play that learning the crafts has to happen out there, and that's perhaps why it takes a little bit longer.
It depends on the captain, really. I think captains don't really get spinners on early doors like they need to. When I used to play, I used to always get a couple of overs in before lunch. David Sells was brilliant. He understood that if I can get one to slide on, one to grip, get one wicket, seamers used to love that. And I suppose you can see by bringing the spinner on, and look, he's already bowled 12 overs. He's taken a couple of wickets, and he took the key wicket off Ben Stokes. That sort of attitude towards spin is what's required. First innings wickets for a spinner is absolutely gold dust.
And in which case, spinners will develop at a younger age if they get that support, you mean?
Absolutely, they'll learn quicker their craft on a slightly flatter pitch here, and then let's say if Middlesex bat really well and he has to bowl on a third or a fourth day pitch, I can already see a bit of footmarks. That gives him a chance to be a bit more attacking then.
No ball calls against Anderson, 192 for 5.
Again, Anderson, bowling sort of really well and holding onto that pressure. And it's sometimes, it helps. It helps watching Roland Jones, the experienced campaigner who's kind of like held it together. Again, part of the team, you're thinking, I want to do my job, gone for 55 runs of 12 overs, and he's just getting himself into a nice rhythm here. And sometimes, when especially second new ball, this is a right length they should be looking to bowl. And, the young sort of Travasky's, who's 12 and he has not off the mark. I'm sure the fielders will let him know about it, remind him. He plays a false shot here, another wicket. It'll be a great moment for Middlesex.
Really going with the short stuff here, isn't he, Anderson? Trying to bounce him out with this older ball.
Yeah, he's a bit quicker and he's got that pace. He's rushed him on there a little bit. So, certain passages of play, and this is that sort of key moment, they've got that absolutely spot on. The short stuff, bringing on the full balls, not giving anything away. So it's that pressure. And it's, again, there's a change in field set. They've got the third man going back. Maybe look to get him off strike. And spot on there, good line and length bowling, hit the top of off against a more batsman who's at the at the crease, and they sort of bowling the shorter stuff against the sort of inexperience of Travasky's.
Monty Panesar alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic at the moment on the live enhanced stream from Middlesex. Adam Collins alongside us this afternoon as well. Good leave to end the over, 193 for 5.
Yeah, it's been quite impressive actually since lunch. Middlesex have turned this around. And what do you think's been the key sort of points, a key element?
I think for sure the biggest difference between the Nottinghamshire match and this is consistency. There's not as much at the surface, there's not as much through the air, but Middlesex have bowled better. They've just hit that relentless line and length, which again was the word that was just used over and over again this season up until the Nottinghamshire game, and then all of a sudden where did this lot come from? Tim Mercer looked tired on that first evening again. 4 weeks out with a hamstring injury. It looked as though that first match back for him just caught up on him a bit on that first day. By the end of a long, tough first day, a catch put down. His third over, I think, having taken one early. Again, it could be a hugely different day, and that's part of sport, and it's definitely part of cricket. Sliding door moments. And I do think today they'll have really reinforced that before the start, and then again at lunch. I think, but you'll know better than me how much a coach will say at lunch, how much a captain will say at lunch, but whether it's just small reminders, because I'm sure the chat coming into this match for Middlesex being get back to where we were pre-Nottinghamshire. I think that's what they would have said to themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see here he's bowled, he's getting his wrist nicely over the ball. Quick single there, but he just looks, a bit more, he's bowling the ball nicely, getting a bit more sort of, pace on that ball, on that delivery. And yeah, it's always nice. Always nice to get a wicket before the second new ball.
Actually, I'd love to drag this out with Jon Holman, because he is the most laid-back character. No, he's not a laid-back character. I'll take that back. I put it to him, but because he's a fantastic all-rounder. Middlesex say they don't know whether he's going to be a better batter or bowler. He's got a lot going for him. When he's out there with the bat, he's a very calm personality. Looks to be unruffled, looks to be untroubled, and I put it to him, and because I said it almost felt to me it looked like he's a left-handed Rob Key. The way that Rob Key, who you'll have played with so many times, the way that Key just not bothered, kind of scratched away at the surface, looks around, not bothered by any of you, and that. I said to Luke, it looks like you've been out there for years, and he said, I'm glad you say that, because that's the way I want it to look. I want to look calm out in the middle. I want to look at ease with it. I see that in his bowling as well. And the last couple of weeks, down at Hove against Pujara, it was tough. Last week wasn't quite at his best either, and I was thinking, okay, how's he going to react to this? It looks like he's settled more again this week.
Yeah, you can see in his
shot.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Slightly full, hit through the line of the ball, and beautiful bowling. And you can see that he's developing a nice rhythm in his bowling once he gets that nice wrist position. There was just slightly full, and he skipped down the wicket. But he's getting key wickets. That's what you've got to look at.
He always feels like he's in the game to me, whether he's with the bat, with the ball. He just feels like he's in the game. Whatever, it always feels like there will be something that could happen with Holman, and that's a great thing to say about any player, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got a good temperament on him, and I'm sure he's been that key position where he bats at 6 or 7ish, lower down the order, where he has to probably steady the ship, absorb the pressure. And at such a young age, he's able to develop that temperament. I think it's a real good sign for his development as a cricketer.
Just a single, run away from their first batting point now, Durham. Middlesex a wicket away from the first bowling point. Have been put Durham in this morning. We'll come back to Holman and his over in a moment, but certainly, like I say, I think there's been adjustments made, as you'll know. Coaches get hold of you and it's like, we'll try this, try that. So I think that there may have been a little bit of that with Holman over the winter coming into this year. We'll see how that goes for his action in terms of his batting. As I say, he looks very at ease in the middle.
Yeah, you obviously seen his batting and he looks good, and it's just nice to see, as I remember, even when I played county cricket, that the pressure of, but from both end, the way Anderson is just getting into his rhythm, bowling absolutely, really good sort of thing, and Holman again. I'd love to get a bit more, get a bit more drop on his delivery, maybe just get him to attack the stumps a little bit more.
You don't think he's bowling straight enough at the moment?
No, I think he's bowling nicely. I think he could just get maybe, when you pivot and getting over that front leg, just a little bit more kind of like purchase off the pitch if you can, and that
is that in terms of the number of revs or the bowling speed?
Revs as well, and also just the action. Sometimes it can be a little bit sort of getting into a spell, a little bit sort of lazy, but then once he gets into it and you can see the rhythm, you can see that lovely snap.
Think about 2 here. It's the first batting point up for Durham, 201 for 5. Eckersley's on 33. A number of cameos now for Durham. They need somebody to go on here. 201 for 5. It's not a disastrous score, but from that lunchtime period when they were nearly knocked down at the interval, they'll have been looking at a much bigger score than this. And sun out here at Lord's looking a very, very good track.
Yes, they normally say it's the second and the third day where it's absolutely, the best time to bat on at Lord's. Middlesex must be delighted with this, especially the start that Durham had. It's just great to see. I'm sure the Middlesex coaching staff will be delighted to see the turnaround that they're able to produce. And when you're developing a young, good county side, this is what you want to see. When they can able to win a couple of more sessions and try and get themselves back into the game. And Middlesex certainly have done that.
Sharp bounce to win the over from Anderson. 75 gone. It's 5 overs to the second new ball becoming available for Middlesex. And, well, if they could grab one more before that second new ball, they'd be over the moon, wouldn't they? Obviously, the 2 leading run scorers for Durham out. Colo and I were saying earlier, there's no better time to play Durham than right now, even though they've got Stokes in the side. Potts rested for this one, and the 2 leading run scorers out. It's a real blow for Durham. That dressing room will be pretty happy.
Yeah, they'll be absolutely delighted, especially there's, we've got Jay Dernbach, who's a Surrey, he's had a great career at Surrey, and I'm sure he'll be delighted with.
Did you play together for England? Did you have an overlap?
No, we didn't really have an overlap, but he did exchange a few words when I played against him during the T20 and the one-day game. When I played Northants and Sussex, he wasn't shy of telling me. where I should be, quickly in the dressing room.
Were you in that Northants side in the final? Were you in the Northants final with David Willey?
Yes, I
Yep.
not the first. I was in the in the finals day when I was with Nicky Boyer, that sort of time. We had full of Colpack players then at Northants.
Tips it sweep from Travaskis down the leg side, keeping by Simpson. Yeah, it was one of the famous finals. Was Willie versus Jade Dernbach, wasn't it? Which Northants came out on top in that one.
Yeah, that was. I was very delighted to see Northants. You know, that was an important passage of play when Dave Ripley just took over. Probably one of the most successful times for Northants.
Something Richard Johnson was very, very quick to point out when Jade Dernbach was appointed as Middlesex bowling coach. A pantomime villain on the fields. He's the bad guy, but off the field he's one of the nicest guys you'll meet. And he said he was very excited for the Middlesex boys to get to know Jade and to work with him. He was very impressed with his development as a coach and his potential as a bowling coach, but in particular as a person. He said, look, you know, there was an on-field. I remember always, when he said that, the one that always springs to mind for me is Andre Nell. He was one of the greatest pantomime villains, wasn't he?
Yeah, I did play with him at Northants, and he was a great person to be on the field. You can see like the intensity, the battle, get into the space of the batsmen, get in their faces, and we used to all love it. But playing against him, gosh, he did make you feel very uncomfortable.
Nice shot just for one for Eckersley, that deep. That fielder set back in the deep, the sweeper at cover, which is Ethan Bam. Oh no, it's Josh De Carey's, my apologies, out there. Broad-shouldered as well, De Carey's, for a young man. Bamba, that was something else about him, that he was so well stocked, even as a young man in the shoulders. Holman around the wicket to Travaskis, just in Bamba actually at deep backward square. And now one more change, they're going to bring across. Just see coming into shot now, Hanscom, he's coming in, back into slip for Travaskis. Back and across, into position, turns a single, down to deep backward square and Bamba. End of the 76th, 2:04 for 5. Lovely day here at Lord's, really was a pretty miserable evening. Thunderstorms overnight in the capital and a fair bit of overnight rain. But first thing this morning, heavy cloud cover, even up to, I'd say 10:30 when Middlesex won the toss, and no surprise electing to field first. A lot of criticism of that approaching the lunch interval with Durham none down. And much like last week when they put Notts in, they racked up 415. They've got a chance here to get back into this pretty quickly, Middlesex. Here's De Carey's back into the attack. None for two from two for the off-spinner. Grandson of Frank, son of Michael Atherton. De Carey's.
Yeah, I think he bowls. His spin bowling is obviously better than his father's. He wasn't the best leg spinner, let's be honest.
He blames the back injuries, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does, and I'm really impressed with his bowling. I think you know, if you can just, you know, he's got lovely sort of. He should be bowling more. I can't believe he's only bowled 2 overs. You know, he's definitely naturally just bowls that wicket to wicket. Nice pace on the delivery. He's got a good strong action. You know, he does it. It's very natural. He should be bowling a lot more. He's better than a part-time off-spinner. More useful than a part-time off-spinner.
Yeah, it's very promising for Middlesex, isn't it, to carry? It's nice he got that 80 in at the start of the season as well against Derbyshire. Kabul.
Yeah, he did. He batted in a nice rhythm there. He was batting beautifully. It looked like he was enjoying his batting, you know, at Lord's, and I'm sure he would want to repeat the same.
Good a difference in pace as well between De Carey's. 58 miles an hour, that one. 48 Holman usually comes through at.
Yeah, because as a finger spinner, that's lovely delivery there. Beautiful stock delivery. You want to bowl a bit more pace. So you know, you protect your bowling. You know, you got a couple of fielders out there. So this is perfect. This is exactly how a first-class captain should be setting the field, to give a spinner a chance. And there's no pressure on him. He can bowl it full. He gets it wrong. I've got fielders in the deep, but if I get it right, I could get that LB. Could get, you know, one to turn. And I think Peter has a real good. Hanscom has a real good understanding on spinners and how to set their fields.
Interesting you make that point about pace. When Parkinson was ripping through wickets, as he still is, a lot of people were talking about the revs that he gets on it and how many more revs he gets on it compared to someone like Shane Warne. But of course the big difference was the pace that Warne bowled at, considerably quicker than Parkinson, with all those variations as well.
Yeah, look, that's cut away nicely, and could be a couple there. And again, that's one of the reasons why we have fielders in the deep, because if you had an attacking field there, that would have been 4. And suddenly a young spinner, your confidence, you don't really sort of start backing yourself. And he's only what, 2.5 overs, 4 runs. You're going to start believing I can do more, more for the team. Again, beautiful delivery. That is exactly what I'm talking about. 206 for 5.
Here's Holman continuing up at the pavilion ends. Bit of cloud covers just rolled over Lords, which just has dimmed the lights here. Tell you what, we've timed it well in terms of the captaincy up here. Monty, we've got you right through until the 80th over when the second new ball becomes available, so you've got the spinners all to yourself. We couldn't have a better man alongside us at the moment.
Yeah, it's great to see 2 young spinners giving a chance to bowl here, which I'm sure it hopefully will have a more frequent, throughout this season. But this is great to see. It's the field setting, obviously, like I talked about. Yeah, so that was obviously didn't quite get his timing right there, but it's a dot ball, and that's how you develop, build up the confidence of Holman, who's he's done really well today.
Push a single to mid-on. Tell me about that field set, and you're saying you're happy with it.
Yeah, I'm happy. We can see how mid-wicket cover are obviously quite tight, and he's encouraging him to bowl it fuller. And if he gets it slightly wrong, then he's got fielders in the deep, where they can punch it for 1, or if it grips a little bit, it'll get to some of the fielders who are in the ring. But it's not putting so much pressure on him to take a wicket. It's more about him just trying to bowl a few dots. And then through that, it allows him to bowl his nice stock delivery.
Yeah, it felt like that was a little bit quicker from Holman, not like the 58 of Takari's the finger spinner, as you say. It felt like he ripped that one through a little bit more. That's a great start, Ethan Bambo, one-handed. Saves the boundary. Holman will be delighted with Bamber for that one. End of the 78 to 8 for 5.
Yeah, that's a fine stop there, and it's I can notice something in his body language as well. He's flicking the ball from hand to hand. You can see he's getting a bit more confident. But this is this is what I love to see. I love to see spinners bowl in the first innings and trying to learn their craft, which has always been a bit of a criticism. They don't know how to bowl maybe a bit more defensively on a first innings pitch. This is I'm absolutely loving it.
Combined age of Takaris and Holman, younger than either. Doesn't quite meet either of us, Bunty. Which is good to see young spinners out. It's something we'll probably have to get used to. It's when we start saying that about Murtagh and Russia and Roland Jones bowling together, we know we have to worry.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I've just about got it right for you. I might have done you a slight disservice. Sorry, Monty.
Yeah, it's they're obviously, you know, young cricketers in the game learning their craft, and sometimes you don't want to put too much pressure on them. You just want them to sort of feel, you know, a good stock delivery.
Goal, quick single, Murtagh with the throw.
And that was nice aggressive running there, and you kind of will ask yourself the question, so we've bowled a good stock delivery, how do we look to get a wicket on here? And you know, when they're such young spinners, you know, with a second new ball come in, you probably don't want to put that pressure on them, do you?
.79 gone. 6 deliveries left until the new ball, second new ball becomes available. You'd fancy Middlesex will take it straight away. 209 for 5.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll look to do that, and it's just great seeing that last over, where you're not putting pressure on either the spinner, you know, to get a wicket, but by doing that, it actually allows you to bowl that stock delivery a bit more relaxed in the body. Fingers kind of just finish a bit more, and you can see in both of their actions, and that's something that, you know, I think hopefully you know, the bowlers should take into account, or even the coaches themselves, you know, just think it's okay, give yourself a chance. We can see when you're bowling well, we can see the fingers going in, we can see the changes in your body language, you know, when you're in a good rhythm. And there you go, he's flicking the ball again. He wasn't flicking at the start of a few overs ago, so you can see that that ball feels really good in the hand.
How does it feel for a spinner at the moment? You're getting into a rhythm. Ball's coming up to the 80th over, and you're thinking, well, no matter what I do, unless I take a hat-trick here. You do see it occasionally. A spinner will get going and just pushes that second new ball back slightly. But you want long spells, don't you, as a spinner? You want to get into a rhythm, get into a spell, try and tie a batsman down, try to tie an end down.
Yeah, absolutely, and you're encouraging the bowler to bowl it, you know, to get the batsman to come forward, give it air, bowl it with flight, and sometimes to do that you need a few fielders, like I said, to protect the boundaries, and this is exactly how we want Holman to bowl.
So it's hard. Bamber gets around, well positioned down there, 210 for 5. But yeah, I mean, you were mentioning about putting the pressure on to take the wicket at the moment. How much pressure do they feel under at the moment? They know there's a clock ticking on them, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. They know they're the second new balls here, but and they are playing a few aggressive shots, you know, cross the line. You know, one of that skids on, you get LBs, suddenly, you know, it's a different ball game. But it's more about encouraging them to bowl it with air, all like that, nice little skid-ons, and you know, there's not much turning the pitch at the moment, so we do obviously, you know, enjoy the young spinners developing and learning their craft, how to bowl on a first innings pitch.
One ball to come of the over. Just had sight of Tim Murtagh up at deep mid-on, warming up, so a fair chance. It's the second new ball from the nursery. Carries has done a great job though, none for 5 from 4, 1 maiden. Top ball to end the over. 17 for Holman now. 2 for 49 with 1 maiden. And all eyes on Hanscom, all eyes on the umpires. The second new ball being called for. Is it Mercer straight to the nursery end now? You'd imagine it is. And I think that's the conversation you might just be able to see there. Mercer having a little chat. 2-10 for 5.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I'll make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Thanks to Monty Panesar. Great stint. Wicket-taking stint as well for him. 2-10 for 5. The live enhanced stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club. Myself, Kevin Hand. Welcome back, Adam Collins.
Hello, Kev. Second new ball time. Are they taking it straight away? I'm looking down here beneath us for a sign of a new rock. They've used 3 balls today already. If you're just joining the broadcast, they were able to change their ball just after lunch and then again just after tea. On both occasions, it resulted in a wicket. Mercer, fresh spell, nursery end. Just trying to get a shot of the ball here. I don't think they've taken the second newer yet. The binoculars aren't doing much help. It's quite gloomy here at Lord's all of a sudden. Might be one of those where they... Oh, hang on. Could be a dark new Dukes. The plot thickens. Just missed the shot. Why don't I get my binoculars out, Kev? You have a chat.
Or we'll get somebody on the stream to scrub backwards. So can you see the umpire holding up that new ball? Might have been when we went to the advert break, though. It is the new ball.
That's the second new ball. So they'll get 16 overs with it this evening. They've done a decent job of getting through their overs. It's only 5:15 local time. One wicket after tea. Down to Peterson. Shot. Down the ground. Full and put away by Travascus. He's got himself a bit of a start. He moves to 14.
How are you viewing today, Colin? How are you viewing this passage at the moment where the day is at?
Well, I quite enjoyed the passage immediately after tea with the veterans, Roland Jones and Murtagh. 5 overs for 5 runs, and that was the bridge to a wicket. As you so often see in long-form cricket, it's a process. You wear a team down, and that was the case for Peterson, who gifted a chance to De Carey's at backward point, out for 48. But it wasn't in a vacuum. It was all that dot ball pressure from the 2 senior Middlesex seamers.
And this was the stark contrast with the Nottinghamshire game. This is what Middlesex didn't do against Nottinghamshire. That's where they let it get away from them.
There's that sun. It returns. Nice afternoon. Loads of people here. Really good crowd. Skews away.
We talked about it this morning, didn't we? That you know, even though the wickets didn't come this morning for Middlesex up until the verge of lunch, they kept it tight. They kept at it. There's Jake.
Give us a wave, Jake. I know you can hear us. There he is. Delayed reaction. He makes the magic happen for us here on the live
stream. It's a lovely little carving of Jake in the background there as well.
A carving of his own name, next to where Warren Bardsley scraped his name. That's a great spot up there, top of the balcony. We have called games from the turret. during the pandemic when there were no fans permitted to come in. Of course, it was lockdown and various other restrictions, and this was being rebuilt, wasn't it? The Compton stand and the Edrich stand, so it stood to reason that we would end up at different parts of the ground, and it was an absolute delight being up in the pavilion calling games, albeit not always the nicest for the wind blowing through there. You could add about 10 degrees wind chill, or lose about 10 degrees, I should say, on the wind chill factor.
Yeah,
in one of the bars.
Haven't been up there to broadcast, as you say. That's where the original broadcasting positions were, and the turrets.
Yeah, it was that box on top of the turret that we're looking at there was where Test Match Special was located. That's the other side, sorry, on the right-hand side of it as you're looking. That's where TMS was for a long time, and to the right in the Warner stand was the original press box. Yeah, we really did bounce around during the pandemic, but back in the media centre these days, which I see is about to get decorated. Roland Jones, his first delivery with the second new ball. Did you see this from the MCC yesterday?
Again? That's twice. So the only two times that I've broadcast in the Warner stand, he said Compton and the Edrich were being rebuilt, but also this was redone a few years ago.
No, I don't mean redone. I mean literally decorated. I'm talking bunting. Did you read this press statement yesterday?
Yes.
So for the Queen Jubilee Test match, which is what I've seen it dubbed in the press the last few days, the New Zealand Test match starting on the first day of that extended bank holiday, 4-day bank holiday, so Thursday the 2nd of June. Ooh, through the gate past the inside edge. Beckersley there, nice bowling. That couldn't have been far away.
Nice response from Roland Jones. How did that get through? Just peeking to see, where did it go?
Oh gosh, over the top of off stump. Beautifully bowled.
Lovely response from the bowler.
Are you for real? Roland Jones has the 1 wicket of the session. Short leg now. Great response. Eckersley on the front foot, punching a drive out into the rope in front of the tavern stand. Beautifully played.
The almost perfect response. What he should have done was just crank the neck a little bit to see just exactly where it had gone in response to Roland Jones. Then again, you don't want to wind up Rojo, do you?
So, to end this point about this test match being played between England and New Zealand, they are going to turn, well, they're going to decorate the press bubble here, which we might get a shot of after the next ball. I'm sure most people listening would be familiar with the spaceship that we're in that went up before the 1999 Men's World Cup. You know, it's a bit of an egg. It stands out, though, that spaceship white colour. But for that test match, this media centre is going to be decked out in the Union Jack.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, isn't it?
I wonder how they're going to do it. I mean, when you're looking front on, you won't be able to quite tell that it's the Union Jack unless you're looking from behind, I suppose. And they're encouraging spectators to deck themselves out in red, white and blue.
Are you in for that test?
I'm broadcasting that test, yes.
What colours are you wearing?
It's unlikely I'll be dressing up, put it that way. I'll be wearing what I'd be otherwise wearing.
Green and yellow socks, at least.
Well, it's not even that. I mean, let's remember Australia are one of 17 Commonwealth countries to still be a constitutional monarchy. 17 of 72, I think it is. We've never cut the apron strings on that front, which is staggering on a number of levels. Barbados became a republic last year to take one more off that list. 82 overs gone, 2 with the second new ball, 219 for 5 the score. Travascus and Eckersley coming together at 183 for 5 not long after tea. Good partnership building here. So, I mean, she's also the Queen of Australia, let's be clear. So,
exactly.
So it wouldn't be about wearing green and gold socks necessarily, but no, I think in a former life I was a fairly ardent campaigner for a republic, so I doubt it'd be a bit. It'd be a bit of a hypocritical move if I rocked up.
You could get away with it in both senses. You could tell if a certain person asks, yes, in protest. If someone else asks, no, I'm just playing along.
It's not about protest. It's about, I suppose, it's about Well, from my perspective, and I should be careful what I say here. I don't want to get through the cordon. There's going to be runs here, probably 4 of them. Thick edge, up the hill, and it is indeed 4. So Eckersley playing with soft hands. A couple of boundaries off the second new ball. You often see that. Ball flying around a fraction quicker, 223 for 5. Yes, the last time we had this conversation, as Ollie, our producer, reminds us over my shoulder, is we were talking in great depth around what happens if the Queen passes away during a Lord's Test match. A wonderful piece of journalism in The Guardian from a few years ago, and the stream went down entirely and the conversation came to a grinding halt. So, yes, I'm not going to cite conspiracy on that or anything. But, yeah, I think this will be a long weekend to acknowledge a lifetime of service, absolutely, but I can probably, in my own mind, divorce that from celebrating the monarchy more broadly, or the system of monarchy. And I'm not commenting on the UK, by the way. That's with my Australia hat. I'm using my Australian passport rather than my British one for that. There will be competing views, I'm sure. That's fair enough.
What did Durham see this evening? Put in this morning at 10:30. New ball taken. They were offered 2-2-3 for 5, missing their 2 leading run scorers.
Yeah, they're taking that, aren't they?
Which, you know, tells you something about the fight back, but just obviously Middlesex is disappointed with not getting a couple early this morning. Then they'd have fancied 7 down by this point and trying to knock over the tail with the new ball. So it's not a bad day for Durham. Again, we have to be careful and tread lightly on this subject as well until both sides are batted.
Yeah, I quite enjoyed the push and pull. Durham did get off to quite a good start, and there wasn't a lot going on. Only for Middlesex to take 5 for 102 in the middle portion of the day, and this pair of combined for 40 thereafter, laying a bit of a base under the last hour. If these two can be there at stumps, it's very much Durham's day. No doubt, given they were sent in.
Last man out, next man in on the balcony there.
Yep. Good again from Eckersley. Had a rough season. As we noted before, just 77 runs at 11 for the journeyman before today. So you saw him play all the way back in his Middlesex Tuesdays, did you, Kev, at the start of his career?
No, he was at Leicestershire when I first laid eyes on him. So he'd already gone. He'd already gone by that point.
There must be a great team of players who've worked here on the ground staff as young cricketers for the MCC, which he was one of, who've gone on to be fielders in Test matches, which he's one of from 2009. We already spoke earlier today about Don Topley, perhaps the most famous of that bunch. Oh, up-ish. Doesn't quite make it to mid-on. I say famous because of what happened when he was sub-fielding. A brilliant catch in front of the mound stand, end of the over, 83 gone, 223 for 5. A one-handed specky, left hand out, which I'm sure many of our viewers will remember fondly. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Google Don Topley catch, catching Malcolm Marshall at fine leg, only to have stepped on the boundary rope. And that all happened when he was on the ground staff as an MCC young cricketer.
Oh, he had it on his Twitter banner for a long while. I was just going to send people to there, but it's not.
Yeah, there are quite a few players that have come through and done that apprenticeship at different stages over the years. Great program.
Middlesex chief exec. Well, I don't know if he got on the field in a Test match. I'll have to ask him.
It's a nice statistical subcategory, isn't it? Roland Jones, fresh over. Players who've taken a catch while sub-fielding. Marnus Labuschagne did it as a young tacker. I think he was about 18 when he took a catch at short leg for Australia. Marcus Stoinis sub-fielded. And Marcus Stoinis was credited with having taken a catch in a Test match a long time ago. Again, he would have been 18, 19. And it wasn't him. It was someone else who looked similar to Stoinis, who's gone on to be a TV news reporter in Australia. But the catch was said to be Marcus Stoinis well before his career started at top flight.
Are we allowed to talk about runouts by subs?
Yeah, Gary Pratt, Durham's own. That's a great shout.
Pete Hanscom's not tuned in at the moment. Super sub down at Somerset last year when he was batting so nicely against Leach and Van der Merwe.
Roll off Van der Merwe, yeah. He took on the left-hander. He thought he was right-handed, didn't he?
Yep, he didn't realise the super sub had come on at mid-on. Pushed it to his left hand and ran the single. Barely got halfway, I think.
I don't think Hanscom found that particularly funny, given the way his whole season went, really, with the exception of a 50 at the Oval. Waits the call there.
Yeah, frustratingly, it looked like it was going to be a really good encounter with Leach. He was using the feet with real intent, Hanscom. So it was a real shame when the stumps were thrown down for him, but also for the neutral. Watching on, it was a good encounter. This is a good encounter at the moment because these two are quietly just pushing things along again. Only 40 runs the partnership, but again 183 for 5 with a new ball around the corner. Durham would have been a little worried. Of course, it was
there must be others. Jump in on the comments. Players who've been involved in brilliant bits of sub-fielding in Test cricket or one-day cricket. Let's go with Test cricket when they weren't actually Test players. We've got Don Topley. We've got Ned Eckersley, who I can't suggest he did anything spectacular in the role, but he did it in '09 for England when they played Australia here, which was a Test match where the Queen visited, actually. On day 2 of that encounter, they had the extended lunch break to get the Queen down. Provided the younger me the chance to sneak into the members' pavilion because no one was watching at the gate.
nice work.
Backed myself. Oh, nasty. That might be the first delivery we've seen today really take off. I wouldn't say misbehave. Second new ball should be able to get up and trampoline a wee bit. But watching it back, Roland Jones bent the back. Gets the elevation into the guts.
Yeah, it's peak Roland Jones, isn't it? Just gets that extra little bit out of a surface.
Good response from Eckersley.
What a John Embry sub-fielding story, not from the start of his career, from the end, which didn't do anything on the field that day other than long leg to long leg. But it was my first day's cricket commentary. Middlesex down at Southampton, and I was on my own all day, other than to be John Embry alongside me. I said to Embry, "Look, it's my first day. Would you mind sitting in and doing a fair bit?" He said, "I'll do the whole day with you, Kev, no problem, don't worry." And he was the Middlesex coach at the time. On a go that morning. Morning, everyone. John Embry will be with me today on the commentary. Full day from the pair of us. Next thing I know, Embers is running out to the middle. Both the 12th and 13th man have gone down, and Embers spends the entire day in the field. So my first day on commentary was on my own the entire day without Embers.
How old must have Embers been then? And I'm not trying to say he's a...
Could work it out.
He can't... I mean, he just thinking about when he stopped playing international cricket, stopped playing domestic cricket, he was a long way retired by then.
I reckon he must have just tipped 50 by then. Let's have a look.
You like that? There was that England tour of Australia in 1994, 1995 when nothing was going right. And not only had their 12th man and their 13th man been on and fielded, this was in a tour game in WA, but the physio came on, and the physio also got injured too and had to come off. Kind of summed up England's tour when they were losing to Australia. A run-out opportunity, not quite.
He was born in 1952, so he was 53 that day.
Good effort.
So, I'll get a clip around the year from Jason Gillespie if I don't remember his wonderful stint here for Yorkshire a couple of years. Was it York? No, Sussex. It must have been Sussex by then.
Did he sub-field
fields
as coach of Sussex a couple of years ago?
Yeah. Let's see if I can dig out the picture for you.
Very good. I saw Dizzy play a game at Adelaide Oval in, I guess it would have been late 2017. I went down there to interview him after the Test match. and he was playing for it was something like an Adelaide Cricket Club against the Sacco or something like that. Maybe it was an MCC game. Anyway, there was Dizzy opening the bowling, new ball, and he might have only been bowling off 6 paces, but the shape was there. The big tall action was still there. There was no doubt who was charging in.
There you go. What was that 2019?
Oh, fantastic.
Yep. Absolutely brilliant.
Wonderful man.
I'll give that a little retweet again now.
We had Ian Harvey as sub-fielder out at Swansea. That's going back a little while now. It must have been 2015. But when he was well and truly retired, he was working as an assistant coach for Gloucestershire at the time, and he was called upon to sub-field. What a useful sub-fielder Ian Harvey would be, given he throws with both arms and all the rest.
Yes, physios as sub-fielders, those are the days, weren't they? I can't remember the last time that... Well, actually, I think I probably can remember the last time that happened for Middlesex. Greg Rosenbauer, my second favourite Aussie. Jason Gillespie's third, before you ask, Colin.
There was an unusual one for Australia. The first day-night Test match. So that was Adelaide Oval 2015 against New Zealand. I was covering that. And Australia required a sub-fielder. And they didn't call for what they often do these days is call for a local club cricketer who isn't part of the state setup, just a very good fielder who plays local cricket. End of the 85th over, 225 for 5. On this occasion, outrun someone that we all recognise. We're like, hang on a minute. Is that Baldy? Is that... It was the man who served as the team's assistant manager, but also their massage therapist. And he had been part of the fielding drills for years in the Australian setup. And they go, you are a better fielder than anyone we will get to come down and do the job. Baldy, you're in. So, but predictably, despite being a fabulous fielder, he did misfield a ball that went straight through his legs. And thus, the ire of the commentariat. And they said they wouldn't do it again. But yes, Grant Baldwin had his moment in the sun, run the lights as it were. Day-night Test match. It was in the final session back in November 2015.
Don't know if we can get the Middlesex masseur on shot somewhere if he's anywhere near the balcony. See if he fancies a run out in the field, Spike.
Available if selected. It's kind of like one of those recurring dreams you have, isn't it? That you'll get called upon to run out and play. I must admit, it's still a dream that I have now as a well beyond the age when you'd conceivably be able to play professional cricket. I still have that happen where I think, oh, I'm playing today. I'm in the 11. Better get ready to bowl. I'm at Lord's. We're off. Never quite happens.
Mike Gatting in a match at Cambridge. Or so the story goes. I haven't got this from Gat, so I should make sure I do get it from him one day. He offered the then Middlesex commentator David Townsend way back in, what would it be, late 80s, early 90s, a day in the fields at Fenners. First class match as well. Mr. Townsend was not broadcasting that day. He was there as a print journo, so the option was there available to him. Turned it down.
Oh.
Said no. Has regretted it ever since.
Was given the chance to sub-field and turned it down.
Yeah, for the day.
I suppose it's one of those gigs, isn't it, sub-field, where it's limited upside, pretty considerable downside. I mean, the best you're going to do is get out of it having not stuffed up. The worst is you put down a catch or get injured or something like that.
All right, the injury I'll give you, but putting down the catch I wouldn't mind. It's the story. You dine out on it for a while.
No, that's true.
You get a lot of free dinners on that.
There's that story, and I know we talked football earlier. I'm sure someone in the comments will correct me where I'm wrong here if I am wrong, but... Ooh, past the edge. Nice piece of bowling. Where Harry Redknapp was managing West Ham many years ago. I think it must have been his first stint there, and someone in the crowd in a friendly game had given them a bit of curry over the fence, had really given it to them at one stage, and he said, all right then, you're on. At half-time, they call out a member of the crowd to play in a friendly for West Ham, and so goes the story. They scored. I think some of this story has been since repudiated, or some of it doesn't quite add up. But it's almost like it's an apocryphal tale, isn't it? Like it's a story which over years has got bigger and bigger. I remember my best mate, who's a rabid West Ham fan, told it to me about the day that Harry Redknapp called upon a fan to walk out and scored a goal in his friendly, like a pre-season game.
Do you know who? I've never heard this one. Do you know who against?
I don't, but I have a feeling the Guardian did one of those sort of retrospectives on it 20 years later or something like that. End of over number 86, so they've sent down 6 with the second new ball. They've been fairly uneventful. Eckersley 39, Travascus 21. 2:26 for 5, so 10 overs left on the day.
Just found it on YouTube. Harry Redknapp reunited with fan Steve Davis.
Not that Steve Davis. Well, that would be a turn up.
Yeah, there's the Guardian piece. I found that one as well.
What can you glean? What's the top line? What year are we talking?
It was at Oxford. It's a pre-season friendly, 1994. Yeah, so Steve Davis pulled from the crowd.
There's been a novel written over the winter by a journalist, author, pundit in Australia called Justin Smith. I had him on my podcast recently to talk about it. Oh, past the edge again. There's an appeal from the gully, but it's not out. It's a nice piece of bowling from Tim Murtagh. Just trending up the slope. And it nearly, De Carey's there has been nearly taken out after appealing and not realising they were throwing the ball around the court. Nearly took his head off. All fun and games. And the conceit of this book is that there's a cricketer this is set in 1984 when the Windies are thrashing Australia. The conceit of the book is there is a cricketer in rural Victoria who's never been dismissed in 20 years of playing. He only makes 4 or 5 runs per innings, but he's always there, not out at the end. He's a local copper. He's a local police officer. He's in his mid-40s. He's overweight, drinks, smokes, all the rest of it, but never gets out. Very reasonable man, a very dedicated man and all the rest of it. And because Australia are in crisis at the time, one thing leads to another. There's a newspaper article written about this guy, and he ends up getting picked for the Boxing Day Test match. And they keep just enough of just enough of the truth of what happened in the Test match. Total fantasy stuff, obviously. Anyone who knows anything about cricket would, you kind of guffaw at the premise. But it's still a pretty good book. It's called Cooper Not Out. Yes, Cooper Not Out. Or past the edge again, although I think Travascus might have pulled inside the line there at the last possible moment. In here in the comments saying, yes, Oxford United, you beat me to it, Kev, says Doit W on our YouTube comments, one of our regular correspondents. Good afternoon to you, Doit.
Just trying to see if he did score the goal, or whether that's part of the tale, that's developed. He may have done. This is a long
read. Who wrote it? Let me guess. Nick Miller or something like that? It's the Guardian long read about football, something in the archives.
Jeff Maish.
Okay. Yeah, the policeman, Cooper, fronts up at the MCG against Garner and Marshall, holding. Has to save a Test match. And it probably won't surprise you. I don't think I'm really spoiling the plot here by saying he succeeds in the end. That's the end of this fantasy. It's called Cooper Not Out. I recommend it. You can just sort of let your mind drift away. And I spoke to the author on the Final Word podcast a couple of months ago. It was a nice chat. Sporting fantasies. Yeah, and I think the subfielder fits into that slipstream. Into the 87th over, 2:26 for 5. Did you grow up on a healthy diet of the Glory Gardens books when you were a kid?
No.
they were books that did the rounds in my childhood. They were a fictionalised cricket club of a bunch of 10 or 12-year-old boys and girls, and that's how I learnt to score, because I had the score cards, the old-fashioned sort of proper linear, well, not linear, but the scorecards were printed in the book, and that's where I kind of taught myself how to score out of those. But that's probably the most well-known cricket fiction from my childhood anyway. That lovely book that Nathan Lehman wrote a few years ago called The Test. He's the England analyst. He's worked for a number of teams around the world on the statistical data analytics part of the game, instrumental to the England white ball success according to those who have been close to it. And he wrote a book that was about an England Test captain coming towards the end and playing his final Test match against Australia here at Lord's, and all the chaos that ensued. I'm seeing here from Dino 86, Glory Gardens were amazing. I agree with you, Dino. Ethan Bamber back, second year rock, and punched away through point. Good from Eckersley. Was there to be hit, but didn't try and overhit it into the 40s.
Oh, that felt good, didn't it, for Eckersley? Put away nicely. Yeah, I've missed out there. I had a cricket-deprived youth, really. It was all, funnily enough, free-to-air television that got me into cricket. We don't need to go down that path, though. The hundreds on free-to-air now.
I think there's something about fiction and sport and what it can... I mean, sport films, great genre. Fictionalised books of cricket, there aren't a lot of them, is there? There's a book about a county cricket match in the 60s, which I picked up recently and lost in Pakistan. So I think that was a well-known book from about 20 years ago. I mean, they do exist, but they're not, I wouldn't say it's a high-profile thing. By contrast, even earlier today, we were talking about the 1989 end to the season in Division 1 with Arsenal and Liverpool. That's the Nick Hornby fever pitch novel, isn't it? Which got turned into a film and got remade as a film for the Boston Red Sox many years later when they won the whole thing in 2005 in the baseball.
Yeah, I was a bit of a geek. I just went straight to Ian Botham's Test Match Special on the Spectrum. It actually felt like you were writing a book when you had to input the teams yourself at the start of each match, especially trying to get the spelling of Ramprakash right. As an 8-year-old, that was an arduous task. Typing in the two teams. It was always the West Indies they were playing as well.
It was called Graham Gooch Cricket over here on the, I can't remember what model of computer it was, pretty early days for video games, and it was called Allan Border Cricket in Australia. Exactly the same game, different name on the cover.
Sad thing is Brian Lara's cricket was very good. I enjoyed Brian Lara cricket a lot. However, I still think Ian Botham's Test Match Special on the Spectrum ZX is still to be beaten as a cricket game.
I reckon Super International Cricket could give it a run. It doesn't take much on social media to get people talking about Super International Cricket. The house.
What was that on?
Super Nintendo.
I didn't have a Nintendo.
Just in front of Robson at second slip. Collected his right hand on the way through. Good end to the over for Bamber. He's first with the second new ball. 232 for 5, the score. Watching that back. It's brought Travascus forward, but not forward far enough. Ended up fending from the crease and, yeah, not far away from Robson.
Just haven't seen much off the edges today. Which again, you wonder how Durham view this at the moment. 232 for 5. I think 8 overs in with the second new ball, and again from 183 for 5, I think they'll be pretty happy.
So a partnership worth 49. Murtagh again, 2 slips in a gully. Speaking of fictionalised cricket, there's probably more in film, isn't there, than there is in print. I'm thinking when it featured in Downton Abbey, there was a cricket game. There have been many cricket games in Neighbours. Nearly rest in peace. Final episode appearing in August, would you believe, of Neighbours. Now it's been scrapped. Scott and Charlene are back for the final episode. Not a word of a lie. I wouldn't make it up. Your jaw's hitting the floor, Kev. There was a scene in Neighbours where 7 was required from the final ball. A Dr. Carl Kennedy 11 up against a Joey Mangle 11. And I think the Docs team were batting second in this. And they ran 3, and then there was 4 overthrows. They got the job done, last ball of the game.
Don't mention overthrows to me today. It's a dramatic light last night for the Sunrisers. I worked with Jason Donovan for a little while.
Oh, now we're going. This is county cricket. Let's talk about Jason Donovan. Please, just go for it.
And if you really want to go deep into it, that also links to that cold porridge you've been digging me out about out the back that I keep eating.
Okay, please, keep going.
He was the breakfast presenter on BBC Radio London for a little while when I was reading the sports bulletins. Jason Donovan, good guy. He's a good guy, Jason. And then he was replaced by his mate Andy Peters, who was the breakfast presenter immediately after him, who told me, right, to get through these shifts, what you need, and I now do it as a cricket commentator every day, is eat cold porridge, raw cold porridge with milk.
Right. There you go. What a man to take inspiration from. Did you ever have
Andy
a night
Peters.
Did you ever have a night out with Jason Donovan?
Do you know, I didn't actually, because it was the breakfast shift, probably.
Don't think that would have been an imposition for Donovan.
No, but for me.
Yeah, right.
I'm a lightweight. I'm soft. But good guy. Yeah, it was good fun.
There's the link back to cricket through the Jason Donovan in Bristol.
Yep.
Which, and I've got to be, I won't go too deep into this because he might be listening on the balcony, but the short run up from Murtagh, as we often see, nearly gets underneath the bat. 2 of the witnesses that emerged after the embargo for Argo in 2017 said they'd been at the Jason Donovan having cheesy chips. We won't talk too much about that. I've got to say, you look at the pace that Murtagh gets off 4 yards running in. It's about the same. I didn't actually catch how quick that ball was sent down at, but yeah, we might get it after this ball. Sometimes we're getting offered up the pace of the deliveries. End of the over, 89 gone, 232 for 5. A maiden from Murtagh. Just see whether the overs.
If not, I'll scrub back on the stream, see if it came up.
I have faith here. It does take a while to produce. You might understand these things are beyond our control, but
it's going to be his quickest ball of the over now, isn't it, when it does come up?
Oh, it's the one time we haven't seen it today. Murphy's Law.
It has come in quite late on a few occasions. Let's hold on and see. We might just.
You're quite good at that scrubbing through, aren't you? You might be able to find it. Bamba's turn, pavilion end. Yet to get a wicket today. Bowled really well, especially after he conceded the boundary early on and didn't have a great time of it last week, taking his wickets at 44 throughout the season. But yeah, presented with his county cap at the lunch break, Bamba. Well, with pretty decent pace, charging in. Little Energizer Bunny, goes all day.
They didn't put it up. It didn't register on the speed gun.
Oh, inside edge. No. Thigh pad. Yeah, good decision. Just clipping the back pocket, perhaps, or the hip. Doit W saying Michael Holding wasn't noticeably slower off his long run, off his short run, sorry. I don't think it's about how quickly you bowl off the short run. It's the sustainability of it on the body. Oh, nearly through again from Bamber.
Well, so many dig out Roland Jones about the length of his run out. But of course, what Holding said about it was just he needed that rhythm. He wanted that rhythm. He wanted to just feel in a certain place by the time he was about to leap and bowl. And that's what it was about for him. You know, it's not about an acceleration. He wanted to be in a certain flow by the time he hit that point and felt ready to bowl. I think it was Holding did quite a nice piece on run-ups. Said what you need to do is just take a kid to a field if you want to work out what their run-up is.
Good over this from Bamber.
You don't have any creases, anything. You just tell the child, take the ball, start running, and when you feel ready, bowl. Right, now do it again. Now do it again. Right, have you got it? Where you feel? Right, now mark it out. Just see where you feel comfortable and ready to bowl once you've started running. At what point? So forget everything else. Just a field, nothing else. No markers, no nothing to begin with. Just start running, and then when it feels right, bowl. And then lay down the markers. Which actually is an incredibly sensible way of doing it, because most kids wouldn't start that way at all. They'd start on a cricket field or in a net or in a back garden. The markers would all be there for them, and then they're going from a certain point which they just choose.
Really well played. Good response from Eckersley. 50 stand is up in style. Eckersley needed to make a contribution like this, having struggled so far this season. That's his 8th boundary.
Would you believe every ball of that Mercer over had the speed gun on it apart from that one?
Maybe it was the fact that he came in off the short run. It caught them unawares. Short leg back in. Well behind it, Eckersley. So 90 overs gone. 10 with the second new ball. We'll go to a break.
eToro lets me copy the trading activity of other traders.
From now on, whenever I make a trade,
I make the same trade automatically.
Join over 20 million users and start investing now with eToro.
Martin Anderson being brought into the attack at the nursery end. He's bowled 14 overs, none for 59. Lively first spell before lunch. He's done all of his work from the nursery end today. We'll get a quick blast here. Presumably he'll bowl the remaining 3 overs away from us. Got a short leg in close. Travascus, who made 88 against Sussex in that draw a few rounds ago. Didn't play last week, overlooked in order to play an all-out seam attack, and it worked well. He did the job. Short ball, pulled hard. Travascus to the short boundary. Just in front of square. Again, didn't need to overhit it. This pair have done a great job taking Durham from 183 to 240. Can they get them to the close? Eckersley's highest score this season was 31 against Notts. Got a start last week against Glamorgan, 21, but the rest single digits. Got a sweeper on the short boundary side at deep point. Could be 2 there. They take on the long leg, they won't. Holman does the tidying up. Keep your comments coming in on YouTube and on social media, Middlesex_CCC, but probably easiest to catch us on YouTube in the comments here. Oh, good shout for leg before, pitching outside leg. Difficult from our angle. We'll get another look. The reverse angle here from Anderson. Yeah, must have pitched outside leg. It's caught on the crease there, Travascus. Don't think height was a concern. One more look side on. We'll come back to that after this delivery. Forward straight, dug out. So we get that side on as well. Now we don't have it side on, but yeah, end of the 91st over. 242 for 5. Might have one more look at that. This is the reverse angle, so a fraction straighter on. They've had one leg before decision go their way. That was Alex Lee's on 44. But a number of them that haven't, from umpires Saggers and Long. Officiating this week at Lords, Ethan Bamber to continue. 5 overs left as Kev rejoins me. I mentioned that we've got some comments coming in on YouTube. Doit D says, I would have put Mrs. Mangle up the order, the original pinch hitter. Very good. Paul Coucher is suggesting that England must be looking at Matty Potts for an England debut, otherwise why isn't he playing, and saying that given Stokes is in that Durham dressing room, he might have had a big say in that. That's reasonable logic to me. Jeff Collier saying they could have done with a Freedy today. I think that's reasonable. Any team could. That's sort of a timeless tweet, as they say, isn't it? Could do with a Freedy, absolutely. Shaheen Shah Afridi and Naseem Shah started the season, the 2 Pakistan opening bowlers. Naseem was replaced by Muhammad Amir in his first red ball comeback. I say his first, I expect there'll be a few. He's retired from Test cricket once. I'd be very surprised if Muhammad Amir doesn't come out of retirement at some stage to play Test cricket again. Usually you get about 3 retirements. If you played Test cricket for Pakistan, you get a few opportunities to pull the pin and come back and all the rest. All the fun of the fair. We enjoy it as journalists. No complaints at all. Two out on the leg side for Bamber now. Eckersley can't squeeze his 50th run past short leg though. Stoneman in under the lid.
Such a strange day, isn't it? All that wait for the first wicket, then a tumble to 5 down. And now this partnership, which will be mightily frustrating for Middlesex, but for Durham again, about 10:30 this morning. 242 for 5. Are you taking it? The answer's going to be yes.
Oh yeah, 5 down, a tremendous result if they get to the finish line here, I reckon. Nice sleeve. Movement, but after the ball past the stumps. Even from where they were just after tea, losing Peterson, that really tight spell of bowling from Murtagh and Roland Jones, who went to work just after the short break, brought them the wicket of Peterson, who looked fabulous before tea. Everything was hitting the middle of his bat. But caught at backward point by De Carey's. A gift, really. That brought this pair together. And they've got 4 overs to go to make it to the end of play. Maiden there from Bamber. His 7th maiden, done for 46 from 18. Why don't we go around the grounds? In fact, Kev, why don't you take over to call the last 4 overs? You should have taken over 2 overs ago in hindsight. You steer the ship. I'll do some round the ground stuff.
I was doing the drinks run, which has got the slowest water machine downstairs in the world. You didn't warn me of that one when you said, yeah, I'll have water.
Yes, that's true.
I thought, goodness me, I hope this is a Roland Jones over. Sorry, Rojo.
Plenty of runs around the country, that's what I'm seeing on first glance.
It's a single down to long leg. Yeah, that's what made me think of it. It's another batting day, isn't it?
In saying that, there's only 3 games in Division 2 and the game at New Road between Leicestershire and Worcestershire. The Foxes all out for 148, and Worcester are only 3 runs away from a lead. They trail by just 3 runs. They're 145 for 2. The first innings highest score was the number 11, Chris Wright, making 27 not out. The wickets spread 3 for Barnard, 2 for Waite, 2 for Pennington, 2 for Morris. And in reply, that's the half century for Eckersley.
Yeah, good knock from him. Ealing cricketer here at Lord's, lifting his bat. You'll feel good about that. They churn him out at Ealing Cricket Club. Wasn't to be for Middlesex for Eckersley, but this has been an outstanding knock for Durham.
Yeah, just what they needed. 9 boundaries along the way. Has a ton against Middlesex many years ago. So in reply, yes, Worcestershire nearly got themselves a first innings lead. Pollock got them off to a quick start with 32, and Azhar Ali, Pakistani veteran, he's 51 not out, batting with Jack Haynes on 37. Also in Division 2, Derbyshire were sent in by Notts this morning. They're 259 for 8 with 8 overs to go. Half century for Lewis Deploy, half century for Brooke Guest, 49 for Lewis Rees, and again the wicket spread. 2 for Broad, 2 for Pattinson, 2 for Patterson, and 1 each for Mullaney and Slater. Good shift there from the visitors with the ball. Or should I say for the host, that game's being played at Trent Bridge. Over in Division 1, there are 4 games being played. Kent Northants. Kent were sent in at Wantage Road, and they've made their way to 277 for 2. Very good day. Another century for Ben Compton. 119 not out, batting through the day. 62 for Zach Crawley, a timely half century after retaining his spot in the test squad into the over. 245 for 5. Daniel Bell Drummond, 83. He's had a good first half to the season, just out moments ago. 1 wicket for Sanderson, 1 wicket for Matthew Kelly. So it's not been a day for sending the opposition in on the available evidence.
Can you pick Compton based on 1 breakthrough season? That's been one of the talking points. Do you need the 2nd season first?
I think if he continues to bash the door down, they'll feel like he's done it the hard way. He's had to, I mean, with some players when they're younger, if they're 21 or 22, maybe there's a case for letting them experience the 2nd album blues and then come back. But Compton's already 28, 29, isn't he? He's seen a lot. Warwickshire, Yorkshire. Last year's champions were bowled out for 244 after they won the toss and batted. That game's at Headingley. Top scoring there was Michael Burgess, the wicketkeeper, making 96. Matthew Lamb made 45, so they lost a bunch of wickets early on. They were 43 for 4 rather at one stage. Wicket spread between Patterson, Thompson, not Patterson Thompson, the former West Indies fast bowler, Revis and Lowton. Might tell you a story about Patterson Thompson later. about flying a plane in Antigua.
Him or you?
No, him. He had a problem overstepping when in his brief test career, he sent down over 30 no balls on test debut, Patterson Thompson against New Zealand in 1996, and played a test against Australia as well where he kept no balling. And I mentioned earlier today that Craig McDermott was the Australian bowling coach, and he got wind of the fact that Patterson Thompson was flying us from Antigua to Dominica. And in that Craig McDermott droll fashion, he goes, "You better not overstep today with the landing." What's that hit?
You felt for all the world that there was just a little pause from an inside edge, that it was a double hit, a little ricochet. Even on the replay from that side, which is where we're looking at the moment, it still looks as though, well, it must have been. We'll get the other angle. Sharp. Lovely shot by Eckersley. Mercer at mid-arm. Drive straight of him, no chance to catch it up.
His 10th for batted beautifully and takes Durham beyond 250. So they've won this final session, that's for sure.
Yeah, a day bookended by Durham sessions, really, the morning and the evening. Which is the surprise, really, I thought. And got through the morning, they'd get out in the afternoon and make hay. Crucial session that was for Middlesex now.
Over at Taunton, Somerset won the toss against Hampshire. They're all out for 211 after just 78 overs. Watching the replay here again. Was there an inside edge? No, all good off the knee roll.
Everything from the other angle said, oh, must have been close, that angle, not at all.
Craig Overton top scored with 44, so another middling effort with the bat from Somerset. Wicket spread once more. Abbott 3, Fuller 2, Holland 2, Abbas 2. In reply, Hampshire 21 without loss. Organ and Holland opening up for the visitors.
It's a nice shot, open face from Eckersley. Anderson with the chase, couple of runs to end the over, so that second batting point on the board in that over. 252 for 5, just a couple of overs to come on day one here at Lord's.
Up at Old Trafford, Essex up against Lancashire. Essex won the toss and batted, and nearly at stumps there. They're 270 for 5 with Dan Lawrence on 93 not out. He's batting with Paul Walter. No, sorry, correction. Paul Walter made 34 just out. Nick Brown made 71. Adam Rossington 21 not out. 3 wickets for Tom Bailey. Anderson 1 for 41 from 17 so far. Parkinson overlooked this week, 1 for 68 from 23. He got the captain Westley caught behind for 30. I mean, on one hand, I can't believe Parkinson's been overlooked. On the other, they probably won't play Leach anyway, so it's a moot point. On the evidence of what we've seen in the last 2 years when they've not fancied playing a spinner at home. Well, I used Don Bess, I suppose, in 2020, but last year they didn't so much as select Leach in any of the final 11s.
If it's this batch of balls from Dukes this year, they might regret that.
Yes, they might have to, you're dead right. And that's the wrap. That's all the games that have been played this week. We'll keep an eye on those tomorrow as well. And I should say that in Division 1, Surrey are top of the pops on 105 points, but they don't play this week. Lancashire on 85, Hampshire on 81, who both are playing. So they might end up in a bit of a logjam there after 6 games. And in Division 2, it's Middlesex leading the way on 93 points. Notts are on 84, Glamorgan on 81, and Durham and Derbyshire both on 79.
Good leave by Travaskis. Anderson down at just below 75 miles per hour at the end of the day. Strange day to weigh up. It genuinely is one of those. It's not cliche to say let's wait till they both batted. It really feels that way on today. It looked this morning like this is a cracking deck, a cracking track. Middlesex came flying back at Durham in the afternoon. 183 for 5 when Peterson had gone, 48. He looked as though he was going to be the man to drop anchor and see Durham to a good size first innings total, which they're still on the way to now, thanks to that man in shot, Eckersley on 57, Travaskis 32. Plenty of questions and answers still to be had tomorrow for us to weigh up how today has shaped for both sides. But again, if you go back to the toss, say to Middlesex, you put them in, you're only going to have them 5 down by the 95th over. Middlesex would not have been happy with that. Durham certainly would have been.
As we get towards the end of the day, thanks to everybody on the comments throughout. Some friendly faces and friendly names there. W, his last contribution here. Lovers of I can never pronounce this word correctly. I'm going to have onomatopoeia. I know what it means, but I can't pronounce it. And let's face it, who isn't? Delighted that Notts have a bowling attack including Pattinson, and Patterson White. Very good. 1 over to go, 255 for 5. I thought they were words which sounded like what they described. So I'm not sure how that meets the criteria. But you know what? I might be wrong.
I'm not going to doubt you, Colin.
What a great effort against the second new ball as well. I mean, they haven't scored briskly, but they just dug in. At 183 for 5, it genuinely felt, with still 10.4 overs left until the second new ball, with Roland Jones and Murtagh squeezing, that they could easily be 7 down before the second new ball, and this could be wrapped up fairly speedily on evening 1. But instead, no, very well placed tomorrow morning if they get through this Bamber over to control the game and really put the foot down in the first session.
Nice ball first up. Well in behind it, Travaskis. Hopefully on the back foot though.
And they have been fairly consistent in terms of their drawing this year. They drew against Glamorgan, Leicestershire, Sussex and Worcestershire before they got over the line last week in their return bout against Glamorgan. So they've been able to make big runs consistently and set games up. It's been when they've made the runs, and a bit of rain about as well, which has affected their ability to push home for victory on final day a couple of times.
Yeah, I think for Middlesex wanting to get out of Division 2 this year, they'd have looked at it and looked at last week's opponents and this, Nottinghamshire and Durham, and thought, well, finish above either of those two and you're probably going up this year. And Worcestershire will have a say in that, I'm sure, as well. But I think these two home fixtures they'll have seen as two of their two biggest home fixtures this year. Oh, just a little bit of lift on that. Squared him up slightly. Travaskis will get a single. Oh, now nips back down the slope, doing too much. That did jag back in from Bamber. Starts with that wide and open stance, and yeah, you can see a lot of off that back pad wasn't in the way. You'd have seen a lot of middle as well. Good again from Bamba. That's his line, that's his length. But very good from Eckersley. He's had all the answers. Day 2, can't really see things changing too much. You can exactly say best day's about, generally is, but in terms of the pitch quickening up or anything like that we've looked at so far this season, it's played well today and played true the pitch again. There's the last ball of the day, so we wait until day 2 to ask many of these questions about today's performance. Just 5 wickets from Middlesex have been put Durham in. They will be massively disappointed. Durham will be delighted with the 5 down. Still a little bit to do on the total column. They'll want to push that one up, but again, if they were offered this at 10:30 this morning, the visitors would have been absolutely delighted. Middlesex, I would have thought, nah, need a few more than those in the wickets column.
Yeah, partnership of 78, just when Durham needed it, losing 5 for 102, spanning the very end of the first session and the very start of the third session, where Middlesex were able to control the game and control the run rate crucially. And that huge wicket of Ben Stokes right in the middle of the day, but they weren't able to press home the advantage. They didn't bowl particularly poorly, with maybe the exception of the first 20 minutes when they took a while to settle after winning the toss and electing to field. But yes, the final partnership, Eckersley and Travaskis, have added 78, and really without offering much of a chance either. There have been a couple of leg before decisions that might have gone either way, 50-50 calls, but they've been fairly consistently going the way of the batting team. So provided they're consistent across the 4 days, no concerns there. The job for Middlesex is to regroup after having a day where they've been in the field for 96 overs, having won the toss. It can be occasionally tough to back up from that, but that's their responsibility tomorrow morning.
I think for Middlesex, they'll feel that they've perhaps made the most of today with little rewards. They got that reward, as you say, 5 for 102. But after the way that they bowled against, and who are they letting off first? They were going to let Mercer go, then it's Bamba, Hanscom letting the bowlers go first. But after the way they bowled against Nottinghamshire, which wasn't badly, but it just wasn't at their relentless best. I think today they were back on the spot, Middlesex, all day. So that, again, that's just one of those things we have to weigh up and have a think of overnight, that they pretty much put it where it needed to be all day long, Middlesex. They took every chance that came its way. There weren't many, is the point. So having held the run rate at 2.6 all day long, they've kept Durham in check, and very, very difficult to weigh up on day 1, because what you're looking at from Durham point of view as well is a lot of starts. 44 Lees, 37 Jones, 48 Peterson, 57 now Eckersley, and Travaskis with him on 32. There's a chance for them to go, and I think you get so often to the end of an innings, at the end of the day, and you speak, and the coach or the captain said everybody got a start, nobody went on. That's what it looks like for Durham at the moment. How we weigh that up for Middlesex on day 2, we have to wait and see.
Thanks, Kev. You've got to get pitch shy to grab a player and interview them for the social media feed and the website. You'll be doing that. We'll also have our wrap-up at the close of play, with Durham having been sent in, going to bed at 256 for 5. Looking forward to your company again tomorrow at about 5 to 11 from Lords on the Middlesex Live and Heart Stream. Good night from us.